ability of science, or that the German idealists intend only to ground everyday life. Kant's categories are intended to specify the conditions for the possibility of both natural science and everyday practices of judgment. But natural science is doubly privileged for him. It is privileged, first, because what secures Kant against skeptical despair is the factum or Tatsache of science, not of common sense. And it is also privileged because, to the end of his life, Kant is occupied primarily with the task of connecting the categorical principles with the principles underlying physics. By comparison, he seems quite uninterested in what should be the parallel project of connecting the categorical principles with the principles underlying ordinary practices of judgment. Has two privileges are connected, because the factum of science dispels skeptical despair. It is for that factum that an adequate transcendental philosophy, see one that is not to be merely formal and hypothetical, must account, above all. In contrast, for the German idealists, the success of modern physics has only made their nihilistic effects worse. To account for everyday life, that is, for an everyday life that deserves the name, a life of immediacy, saved from nihilism, is the most urgent task. The factum of Newtonian science offers no philosophical help because it is part of the problem. And the factum of everyday practices offers no philosophical help against skepticism because it is precisely that which is under skeptical attack, that whose inability to repel nihilism makes the German idealist project seem so pressing. No. Although the redemption of the everyday must be the first order of business, this does not mean that natural science is to be neglected. By providing an account of how everyday life can both employ ground-consequence relations that are subject to the Agrippentrilemma and be grounded in the absolute, the German idealist system to account not only for our rational relations to ourselves and to each other, but also for our rational relations to nature. It will thereby ground the possibility of natural, although the identification of that science with Newtonian physics is not assured in advance, as it is for Kant. Indeed, Schelling and Hegel actively encourage and even engage in non-Newtonian physics. A third point of contrast emerges when one considers Kant's view that skepticism is not merely a vexing problem, for which a solution must be sought. It is a necessary stage in the development of humankind, a stage without which Kant's revolution, and so the final achievement of scientific philosophy, would be impossible. For Kant, both skepticism and the revolution whereby it is domesticated by transcendental philosophy should henceforth be things of the past, whose present is, one may say, doctrinal. That is, they must be taught to students, who will not understand transcendental philosophy if they do not grasp Humean skepticism and the Kantian revolution, which has occurred, once and for all. For the German idealists, however, skepticism and the revolution it makes possible are not only doctrinal. They must not merely be understood, they must be undergone. Each must see his or her everyday life as threatened by nihilism, as in some degree annihilated. And each must be transformed in revolution. Revolutions, as we have learned from Thomas Kuhn, involve peculiar difficulties of communication. Revolutionary texts are compelled either to use old terms in new ways or to coin new terms. In either case, they are bound to be read as if they were pre-evolutionary texts that say something unoriginal, something monstrous, or nothing that makes any sense. All three responses are encountered by Kant's critical philosophy, with its revolutionary conceptions of transcendental idealism and empirical realism. Still, Kant's hope is to find a post-revolutionary audience, made up of philosophers at home in the dualism of the transcendental and the empirical, masters of the ambiguities of Kantian dualism. At the very least, Kant can hope to find an audience ripe for revolution, readers familiar with the factum of science, who can be taught to see the implications of Humean skepticism and the point of Kant's transcendental project. In contrast, German idealists can never hope for a post-revolutionary audience. Their texts must always call their readers to revolution and must always risk misunderstanding by speaking across a revolutionary divide. An audience ripe for their revolution will be an audience already aware of its own annihilation. Whether a reader's sense that she herself is threatened by annihilation or even that she herself undergoes annihilation will be sufficient for the comprehension of German idealist texts and for the salvation they purport to offer must remain an open question. In this chapter, one have presented post-Kantian skepticisms as motivations for the German idealist project. It is worth noting, however, that there are contemporary analogues of these skepticisms. For example, what Jacobi calls nihilism has a contemporary analogue in one strand of Stanley Cavell's thinking about skepticism. P. Maimon's rule-following skepticism has a contemporary analogue in the rule-following skepticism that Saul Kripke finds addressed by Ludwig Wittgenstein. And Maimon's idea of a general antinomy has a contemporary analogue in the thought of John McDowell, who offers an escape from the antinomy that has explicit affinities to Hegel's version of German idealism. The contemporary philosophers mentioned do not respond to the relevant skepticisms by constructing German idealist systems. They are post-Kantians but not German idealists. This is because anxiety about post-Kantian skepticism explains the urgency of the German idealist project for those who undertake it but does not on its own explain why they undertake it in the first place. Their specific undertaking is explained by the need they perceive, which I have sought to explain in chapters 1 and 2 for derivation monism and holistic monism in any adequate philosophy. 4. Post-Kantian transcendental arguments. By transcendental arguments I mean arguments that start from some putatively undeniable facet of our experience in order to conclude that our experience must have certain features or be of a certain type, for otherwise this undeniable facet could not be. Taylor, 1972, 151. No continuous advance from the sensible to the supersensible realm is possible. It is, however, quite possible to descend from the supersensible to the sensible world and to view the latter in the light of and for the sake of the former. If, however, what one is trying to do is to raise to clear consciousness, to develop, and to animate certain concepts that one already assumes to be present, then one must pursue a different path, one which, jar the most part, follows a direction directly opposite to the pathage transcendental deduction. Fichte, 1964, EAA, 1/6:413. 4.1. I now turn my attention from the problems motivating the German idealist program to the methods it employs. In recent decades, much attention has been paid to the idea that Kant employs a distinctive method, the method of transcendental argumentation, which continues to have contemporary philosophical promise, an idea notably due to Strawson. The same method, it is sometimes said, is employed by the German idealists. It is certainly fruitful to compare German idealist methods of argumentation with those employed by Kant and by contemporary analytic philosophers, among others. However, it is a mistake to examine German idealist methods in abstraction from the problems they are designed to address. To do so is to run at least 3 risks. First, there is the danger of reading Kant and the German idealists as if they were contemporary analytic philosophers. This is not just the danger of inaccurate history. For philosophy's interest in its history is not solely historical. In the attempt to understand an alien past by overcoming the present, we can discover not only new answers to familiar questions but also new possibilities for philosophical questioning. Anachronism precludes such discoveries. As we shall see, a method analogous to contemporary trends in transcendental argument is available in the 1790s, but it is rejected by the German idealists because it cannot address the problems with which they are concerned. Second, there is the risk of ignoring the complex relationship between the problems motivating Kant and the problems motivating German idealists, which I have taken pains to articulate in the previous 3 chapters. Third, there is the pitfall of ignoring significant differences between the German idealists themselves. In particular, as I hope to show in this chapter, it is a mistake to assume that all German idealists share the methodological views presupposed by the pioneering German idealist system, the system developed by Reinhold in 1789 to 1790. 7. To be sure, Bothe and Schelling are not simply Kantians, but rather Reinholdians, before they develop their own philosophical voices. Reinhold's influence is truly massive, which is one reason for a recent revival of interest in his long-neglected works. However, both Fichte and Schelling develop their voices precisely through criticism, not only of the details of Reinhold's system, notably his formulation of the system's first principle, as commentators have noted, but also of some of its main methodological presuppositions. To be still more specific, Reinhold's system turns out to be incompatible on multiple levels with the distinction between the transcendental and the empirical that is central to Kantian dualism, which the German idealists continue to see as an important part of an adequate response to the Agrippan, Leibnizian, and Humean/Newtonian problems motivating Kant himself. Reinhold also fails to grasp the depth of the challenges posed by Spinozism, Jacobian nihilism, and Maimonian skepticism. Consequently, German idealist methods of argumentation should be seen as an attempt to improve on Reinhold's failed attempt to meet the requirements of derivation monism and holistic monism. The goal is not only to meet those requirements, but also, at the same time, to maintain some version of Kantian dualism while responding to post-Kantian skepticism. 4.2. Suppose that one is responding to the problems articulated in the last 3 chapters. What constraints do these problems impose on the transcendental arguments one employs? If we are to answer this question, we must first have a preliminary grasp of what transcendental arguments are, especially of those aspects of transcendental argumentation that are subject to constraint. Since I want to establish some sense of how diverse transcendental argumentaires can be, and of the choices one must make depending on the problems one seeks to address, an exclusionary definition would be counterproductive. Instead, I will say, with deliberate generality, that anything that might helpfully be called a transcendental argument should issue in some conditional to the effect that some conditioned would be impossible, if not for some condition. This enables me to thematize 3 dimensions of transcendental argumentation within which variety is to be found, choices must be made, and overly hasty assumptions of methodological identity must be avoided. The 3 dimensions are, the character of the conditioned, the character of the condition, and the character of the conditional. A. The character of the conditioned. In accordance with chapters 1 and 3, the conditioned, for both Kant and the German idealists, must be the a priori conditions of both experience in some cognitive sense and the objects of experience. To avoid anachronism, we should note that, although Strawson, like Kant, speaks of experience, his conception of the task of transcendental arguments is colored by a post-Frege interest in the intelligibility of thoughts and their Leibnizian expressions that should be distinguished from Kantian and German idealist interest in the intelligibility of things and their explanatory roles. Strawson's interpretation of Kant as proposing possible experience as a principle of significance cannot help but distort Kant's own project. Without the possibility of meaningfully employing the categories beyond possible experience to think the unconditioned, there can be no room for Audi conception of absolute grounding, hence no room for Kant's lifelong concern with the problematic status of mathematical and natural science, and no room for Kant's project of realizing a conception of absolute grounding within practical philosophy. There can also be no room for the problems to which the German idealist project is meant to respond. As we have seen in Chapter 3, there are significant differences between Kant and the German idealists regarding the problematic status of the a priori conditions of experience, hence regarding the question to which transcendental arguments should provide the answer. For Kant, the question concerns, in the first place, the possibility of experience conceived primarily but not exclusively in a way that is oriented towards mathematical and natural science, and, so conceived, experience may be presupposed as an actual factum in light of the success of Newtonian physics. Although this question would not be possible without a generalization of Humean skepticism about causality to categories in general, it is a question only for professional philosophy, not for everyday life, and one has reason to hope that, since experience is actual, some account of its possibility must be available. Not so for the German idealists. Under the pressure of the neo-Humean anxieties thematized by Jacobi and Maimon, their conception of the empirical is primarily but not exclusively oriented towards the everyday, and neither everyday nor scientific practices of judgment may be as summed as a factum that gives reason for hope. Both in their conceptualizations of the applier possibility of experience and its objects as the conditioned in their transcendental arguments, and in each step taken in those arguments, the German idealists must work without the safety net of established science. Hence a heady anxiety that can express itself in bravado. Hence, too, the need to work beyond much of the philosophical tradition, for the conditioned must, if one takes Jacobi seriously, somehow thematize precisely those features of the everyday that all pre-obvious philosophy has negated or annihilated, not through mere neglect but in virtue of philosophy's very self-understanding. Another aspect of the conditioned in a transcendental argument is, I claim, that a first-personal possessive always attaches to it, explicitly or implicitly. It is for the possibility of my or our practices that a transcendental argument is supposed to account. The first-personal possessive modifying the conditioned is at once the source of much of transcendental argumentation's promise, and the source of much of the criticism that transcendental arguments attract. For admirers, transcendental arguments are attractive because they explore the philosopher's own capacities, capacities for which she is thought to be in a special, if not infallible, position to speak. For detractors, this very fact is the cause of a narrow parochialism. At best, transcendental arguments can limn our conception of reality, but not reality itself. At worst, it merely reflects your conception, the limited imagination of a particular philosopher or philosophical generation. As we shall see, the charge of parochialism, raised against Strawson in the 1960s, has antecedents in the 1790s. The range of the first-personal possessive modifying the conditioned may vary significantly. Strawson sometimes suggests that he is interested in the practices of all humans, but this question is underthematized in his work. Kant explicitly distinguishes between the forms of reason that range over all rational beings, the forms of discursive understanding that range over all finite rational beings, and the forms of sensibility that range specifically over human beings. We will have to consider the range of any German idealist argument under consideration, and whether it requires or allows for Kant's threefold distinction. Another variable is whether the possessive is singular or plural. The role of the transcendental unity of apperception in the transcendental deduction has suggested to some that Kantian experience must be conceived as mine, whereas the role of judgments of experience in the prolegomena has suggested to others that Kantian experience should be conceived as ours. This issue comes to a fascinating head in the development of Fichte's Genuswissenschaftslehre, which seeks to exploit some important features of first-personal singular self-ascription that have only recently been rediscovered within contemporary analytic philosophy. Hegel's use of the first-person plural in his phenomenology of spirit may be viewed in part as an attempt to keep what is valuable in Fichte's insight while avoiding some problems to which it gives rise. Both Kant and the German idealists are responding to Agrippan skepticism about grounding, specifically to skepticism about whether the grounding of empirical events and objects, which is vulnerable to the Agrippan trilemma, is genuine grounding. Consequently, the conditions they seek must be justificatory, for they want to show the transcendental grounding of the empirical. Here, too, anachronism must be avoided. For example, Strawson explicitly repudiates any intention of grounding ordinary beliefs through transcendental philosophy, whose role he expresses by the motto only connect 10. It would distort Kant's project, and it would make the German idealist relation to Kant invisible, if one were to construe Kant's transcendental arguments as attempting merely to connect, say, practices of judgment to their presuppositions, even to presuppositions that are indispensable for those practices or for any practices we could recognize as human. As Kant says in criticism of the appeal to common sense in the Scots and their German followers, Humean skepticism calls into question, not our need for the categorical principles that structure our practices of judgment, but the origin of those principles. And, As Kant makes clear through his attitude to Hume's own response to Humean skepticism, he hopes for an account of that origin that is not merely psychological but justificatory. Both Kant and the German idealists are committed to the grounding of the a priori possibility of experience and its objects in some unconditioned condition. Now, Kant's best-known transcendental arguments such as the transcendental deduction and the refutation of idealism, which have been the main attractions for contemporary practitioners of transcendental argumentation, do not argue for or from an unconditioned condition. Still, some of Kant's less familiar arguments, notably the deduction of freedom, to be discussed in Chapter 5, do instantiate such a pattern. And I have argued in Chapter 1 that some of Kant's own lines of thought suggest the project of constructing an argument exhibiting the grounding of the categories in the idea of an absolutely infinite ens realissimum, a project that we can regard the German idealists as taking up. Thus, transcendental arguments of interest to German idealists, unlike Kant's best-known transcendental arguments, will argue for or from an unconditioned condition. Two important distinctions emerge from the facts that German idealist transcendental arguments must be justificatory and that they must exhibit unconditioned justification. The first is the distinction between progressive and regressive transcendental arguments, that is, between arguments that proceed from ground to grounded, and arguments that regress from grounded to ground. L1. The second is the distinction between what I will call heterogeneous and homogeneous transcendental arguments. As I argued in Chapter 2, Kant's third antinomy amounts to an argument that a series of conditioned conditions can have an unconditioned condition only if that condition is heterogeneous to the series. Although Kant thinks that his own version of transcendental idealism, with its commitment to monadic individualism at the level of hypothetical necessity, is the only option, there is prima facie no reason to exclude the possibility that there are other ways to meet the heterogeneity requirement, notably by means of holistic monism. In Kant's own opinion, Spinozism fails to meet the heterogeneity requirement. But, as we have seen, there is no reason to think that a view committed to holistic monism must fail if it has an adequately progressive account of the absolute. We must distinguish between transcendental arguments that meet the heterogeneity requirement in their conception of the unconditioned condition and arguments that do not. The former I shall call heterogeneous arguments, the latter homogeneous. One point to be made in this chapter is that only progressive transcendental arguments can be heterogeneous. This will turn out to be a central issue that divides Fichte and Schelling from a broad group more directly influenced by Reinhold, a group that includes such figures as Karl Christian Erhard Schmidt, Friedrich Emanuel Niethammer, Johann Benjamin Erhard and Baron Franz Paul von Herbert. The latter group concludes from shortcomings of Reinhold's system that only regressive transcendental arguments are worth pursuing, so that unconditioned justification is unattainable. The former IRHE German idealists conclude that, since unconditioned justification is exactly what is needed, only progressive transcendental arguments are worth pursuing. Those contemporary philosophers who hope for justification from transcendental arguments, and who may therefore make the progressive/regressive distinction, are typically interested only in regressive arguments. For they typically think that a transcendental argument responding to some skeptical doubt about justification would have to refute skepticism by arguing from some premise that the skeptic cannot deny to the justification that the skeptic purports to doubt. On this picture, the premise of the transcendental argument should not express the ground in question, for then there would be no hope of beginning with something to which the skeptic must agree. It follows that, if only progressive arguments can be heterogeneous, the premises of those arguments are going to be subject to skeptical doubt, so no refutation of skepticism is to be hoped for. This does not mean, however, that German idealists do not offer skepticism any response. For refutation is not the only philosophically interesting mode of response to skepticism. 12. See the character of the conditional. A conditional expressing the upshot of a transcendental argument makes a claim to necessity. But necessity may be variously conceived. I shall distinguish between analytic and synthetic transcendental arguments. The former invoke conceptual or logical necessity alone, whereas the latter also invokes some species of non-conceptual or extralogical necessity. 13. Whether Strawsonian transcendental arguments are supposed to be analytic or synthetic is unclear. Although Strawson never explicitly invokes synthetic necessity, his arguments can seem to require it. At the same time, diverse varieties of physical and metaphysical necessity, once taboo within analytic philosophy, have been revived in recent decades. Kant's case is more complex than is often supposed. To be sure, Kant distinguishes philosophy from mathematics on the ground that only mathematics can appeal to a priori intuition, whereas philosophy is limited to concepts alone. This may well seem to imply that Kant's transcendental arguments can invoke only conceptual necessity. Certainly, in both theoretical and practical philosophy, Kant tries to get as much mileage as possible from, say, the concept of a finite rational being. At crucial points, however, such as the transcendental aesthetic, the second step of the Beditian transcendental deduction and, presumably, every argument in the analytic of principles, Kant must appeal to necessities that pertain to us qua specifically human beings with specifically human forms of intuition. One may say that Kant does not contravene his definition of philosophy because he is dealing not with a pri01I intuition, but with the concept of a priori intuition. But even if this distinction may be made, it would still seem that analysis of the relevant concept shows, by conceptual necessity, that its application involves some sort of non-conceptual necessity. In Chapter 3, I discussed some of Maimon's arguments for the thesis that, even if valid, Kant's transcendental arguments could establish only hypotheticals, such as if experience is possible, then evil y event follows from some event according to a law, while leaving untouched the question whether experience is actual or, perhaps, even whether exp_rents is possible. But it is generally assumed that transcendental arguments are supposed to establish more than this. One way in which they might establish affirmative synthetic a priori conclusions, such as every event does follow from some event according to a law, is by employing a synthetic a posteriori premise, such as there is experience, and by proceeding to analyze the concept used in that premise. It is sometimes said that Kant must employ only conceptual necessity in his argumentation because his goal is to refute the skeptic who doubts that synthetic a priori judgments are possible, so that it would be obviously begging the question to appeal to synthetic a priori necessity in Kant's argument. Why this is the sole alternative only if it is assumed that Kant intends to refute skepticism, an assumption which I argued against in Chapter 3. In principle, there is another alternative, as recent discussions of Kant's philosophy of geometry show. For the synthetic a priori status of geometry has been understood in two ways, either as involving the use of synthetic premises, from which analytically necessary consequences are drawn, or as involving the use of synthetic a primi inference, proceeding through a series of constructions to a theorem. Can some of Kant's transcendental arguments be regarded as using some philosophical analog of construction in a priori intuition? Even if this suggestion contravenes Kant's definition of philosophy, it cannot be clear in advance whether the suggestion or the definition should be abandoned. In any event, whether or not the suggestion is fruitful for Kant interpretation, it is taken up by the German idealists when they explore the possibilities of synthetic transcendental argumentation. In this chapter, I will begin to suggest some of the motivation for this exploration. 4.3. Reinhold is unquestionably both the pioneer of post-Kantian derivation monism and its most vocal advocate. Only after passing through initial Reinholdian stages do Fichte and Schelling develop their own conceptions of the German idealist program. For this reason, Reinhold's neglected works have recently begun to receive much deserved attention, and discussions of the fundamental insights of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel now typically discuss significant ways in which those insights are attained through criticism of Reinhold's formulations, notably, of his proposed first principle, the principle of consciousness, and even ways in which revisions of Reinhold's formulations are suggested by other remarks made by Reinhold himself. 19. However, I do not think that sufficient attention has been paid to the problems encountered by Reinhold's methodology and to the important role played in the development of German idealism by criticisms of his conception of transcendental argument. One might gain the mistaken impression from some discussions that Fichte and Schelling revise Reinhold's formulation of the first principle of the German idealist system, and then proceed to construct the system as Reinhold conceives it. But this would be quite wrong. Indeed, if one does not see that Fichte and Schelling are revising Reinhold's conception of transcendental argument, hence of the construction of the system, then one will misunderstand the import of their criticisms of his first principle. As is well known, Reinhold changes his position several times from Catholic to Protestant, from anti-Kantian to Kantian, from Reinholdian to Fichtean, from Fichtean to anti-German idealist, and so on. In broad outline, however, his project remains constant throughout these changes. Reinhold strives for an enlightenment from above, to be initiated by intellectuals acting through publication and pedagogy, and organized in secret societies, such as the Freemasons and the Illuminati, in both of which Reinhold is active. It is Reinhold's firm belief that natural rights and duties can only be adequately acknowledged within a society that has reached a consensus on religion and morality, that is, of course, a consensus on natural religion and morality, the religion and morality which the Enlightenment regarded as rational. 21. A social consensus on religion and morality is possible only if intellectuals reach a consensus about philosophy, and a philosophical consensus is in turn possible only if inter alia there are no more fruitless disagreements about the meanings of words. However, until consensus is reached, Reinhold's early Masonic writings seem to suggest secret societies are necessary to protect and promulgate the truths on which consensus is eventually to be established. 23. For not only are those truths actively attacked by the enemies of enlightenment, they are also bound to be misunderstood by or even unintelligible to the masses, as long as there continues to be disagreement on the meanings of terms. On all this, Reinhold's position seems not to change. What changes is his opinion about which philosophy will provide the basis for a social consensus, and his view about which conditions for consensus demand the most pressing attention, agreement about ideas or agreement about meanings. In light of this program, it is not surprising that Reinhold tends to address philosophical disputes by mediating between the parties, in the hope of showing that each has part of the truth and of thereby bringing about reconciliation and consensus. In the works with which I am concerned here, Reinhold mediates by finding a middle concept, hitherto unknown to both parties. Indeed, he regards this as the procedure of Jesus, who succeeded in reconciling Jewish religion with Greek morality through the concept of a universal, divine Father of all human beings. It is Reinhold's Enlightenment program and, specifically, his commitment to mediation, that gives rise, for a time, to his advocacy of derivation monism and to his pioneering version of German idealism. Unfortunately, Reinhold's understanding of the problems posed by holistic monism and post-Kantian skepticism is superficial, and his commitment to mediation leads him to undermine Kantian dualism, which Fichte and other German idealists then undertake to save. Thus, although Reinhold's 1786–1787 letters credited with making Kant a household name are written in response to the pantheism controversy, they are based on the superficial view that the central conflict in the controversy is between religious faith and philosophical reason, and that Kant's idea of rational faith in God and immortality is therefore tailor-made to serve as the middle concept. Of course, such a conflict must trouble anyone who, like Reinhold, thinks that a well-ordered society requires a consensus in religion based upon a consensus in philosophy. But there is link evidence that Reinhold sees that Jacobean faith is meant to be the immediate, perceptual conviction of everyday life, not some traditional set of religious beliefs. Nor does Reinhold see that Jacobi's conception of the destructive power of philosophy is original and, if taken seriously, demands an original response, a fresh engagement between philosophy and the everyday. For him, the skeptical challenge arises merely from the fact that there are many philosophical positions, each of which can refute the others, but none of which can itself be demonstrated. TLJB sure, Jacobi's conceptions of both faith and nihilism are clarified only gradually, and only after Reinhold's letters. Reinhold is certainly not alone is missing Jacobi's point, which is originally expressed in some highly misleading ways. Point 27 perhaps more damningly. Reinhold misses the depth of the issues raised by Spinozism. He is convinced by Jacobi that Spinozism is the most consistent system of dogmatic metaphysics, but he does not explicitly acknowledge, as Kant himself soon does, in the second critique, that this presents any challenge to Kant. Similarly, Reinhold's pioneering version of derivation monism, the 1789–1790 philosophy of the elements, is born out of an attempt at mediation. Assuming his position as the first professor of critical or Kantian philosophy, and preparing to teach his first classes at Jena, Reinhold prepares by reading responses to Kant and discovers, to his horror, that the few who have read Kant have misunderstood him, and that some proponents of enlightenment have even attacked Kant as unintelligible. In such circumstances, when the intellectuals disagree and cannot even understand one another, Kantianism cannot provide the basis for social consensus. So Reinhold sets out both to explain Kant's unintelligibility and to render Kantianism intelligible as the basis for a consensus, by once again finding a middle concept, since he conceives the fundamental conflict of pre-Kantian philosophy as the conflict between rationalist advocates of innate ideas and empiricist advocates of sense impressions. He proposes that the middle concept is that of representation, about which each party has glimpsed part of the truth. The term representation is far from new, but the concept which Kant expresses by it is. This is why Kant is bound to be misunderstood, or even found unintelligible, for he uses the familiar term representation in a wholly original way, and this affects the meaning of much of what he says. What Reinhold undertakes is not, however, merely a clarification of Kant's usage. He also endeavors, at the same time, to provide for Kant's philosophy a systematic justification that it has hitherto lacked. For Reinhold thinks that, as long as the underlying conception of representation remains implicit, Kant's philosophy is not only open to misunderstanding and incomprehension, but is also incapable of convincing Humean skeptics and Leibnizian dogmatists. The reason is familiar. Reinhold is well aware of Schulz's objection that Kant's arguments proceed from an assumption of the possibility of experience, employing the term experience in a sense amenable neither to the skeptic nor to the dogmatist, both of whom doubt that we have knowledge of the empirical, the skeptic because he doubts that we have any knowledge at all, the dogmatist because he considers genuine only knowledge of that which is absolutely grounded or of what supervenes upon it. 32 Reinhold's principle of consciousness serves both as an exposition of the middle concept of representation and as a premise from which Kant's theses may be proven to everyone's satisfaction, especially the thesis that objects of empirical knowledge are nothing but representations, but are nevertheless grounded in things in themselves, a thesis that will end forever the disputes between skeptics and dogmatists and between empiricists and rationalists. None of this, Reinhold insists at the outset, is meant as a criticism of Kant, who has followed the only procedure available to the founder of a new science. The science must always be founded before its justification can be given. There is always a period of time when a new science has attained universal validity but has not yet attained universal acknowledgement. As it was with Newton, so it is with Kant. 34 Revolutions, as Reinhold sees, present special challenges for communication. Although Reinhold's philosophy of the elements is intended only to ground the truths already discovered by Kant, it cannot help but undermine Kantian dualism, and it cannot help but do so precisely because of Reinhold's project of reconciliation through mediation. As we saw in Chapter 1, one expression of Kantian dualism is the claim that a range of terms, including the term representation, are ambiguous in ways that nobody prior to Kant has realized. They have both empirical senses and transcendental senses, corresponding to the distinction between the order of empirical reality/ideality and transcendental reality/ideality. By seeking to articulate a single sense of representation that is acceptable to all parties in dispute, Reinhold's project must be incompatible with Kantian dualism. Reinhold's mediation procedure aims to show that each party has already said something true, which, however, must be relativized to part of a single whole. Thus, the nativist is right about the form of representation, which is indeed innate, and the empiricist is right about the matter of representation, which is indeed given. On Reinhold's picture, what is required is to give a single, systematic account of representation in all its aspects or as a whole. But, in contrast, Kant's disambiguation procedure aims to show that each party has said something that is at best false and at worst absurd, although the words employed can be used to say something true if given a new use and a new sense, through a fundamental dualism of subject matters that neither party conceives. Thus, everything Leibniz says about empirical objects is false but would be true on the false assumption that empirical objects are objects of the pure understanding, or that there is only the order of absolute grounding, which escapes the Agrippine trilemma. And everything Newton says about things in themselves is false but would be true on the false assumption that things in themselves are empirical objects, or that there is only the order of empirical grounding, which is vulnerable to the Agrippine trilemma. On Kant's picture, what is required is to give an account of the systematic ambiguity of representation and related terms. From Kant's point of view, Reinhold underestimates how revolutionary Kant's revolution is and so underestimates the complexities of revolutionary communication. Reinhold's drive to consensus also undermines Kantian dualism in a second way. For he is not content to articulate an implicit conception of representation that would allow the derivation of Kant's explicit conception of possible experience, thereby grounding Kant's arguments without revising them. Instead, he seeks a shorter argument that bypasses the notion of possible experience and argues directly from the principle of consciousness to the ideality of all empirical objects. The advantage of this strategy is that, if successful, it would show that things in themselves are not merely unknowable, as Kant argues, but are actually unrepresentable, hence unthinkable and incomprehensible. 38 Then both the skeptical worry that our representations do not correspond to things in themselves and the dogmatic aspiration to know things themselves would be totally ruled out, and the Kantian consensus could be established, once and for all. As we saw in Chapter 1, this leads Reinhold to the view that intuition and concept, sensibility and understanding, are only rationally distinct, which is incompatible with Kant's doctrine of the faculties and, more generally, with Kantian dualism. Reinhold still professes to remain a dualist of sorts. Things in themselves cannot be represented, but they can nevertheless be shown to exist as the ground of the matter of representation, he thinks, and so they constitute an incomprehensible realm of rational faith. But this is hardly Kant's dualism and, during the atheism controversy of 1798 to 1800, it enables Reinhold to claim a certain proximity to Jacobi. 4.4. As the first principle of the system, Reinhold proposes the principle of consciousness, that in consciousness representation is distinguished through the subject from both object and subject and is referred to both. 42 Much attention has recently been paid to the principle, because Fichte and others both accept it as true and argue, with Reinhold's less sympathetic critics, that it cannot be the first principle. So the principle itself continues to play a role of some importance within German idealism, while subsequently proposed versions of the first principle should be seen as arising in part from criticisms of it. Discussion of the criticism of Reinhold's principle has so far missed the big picture. In particular, what have been neglected are the methodological implications of the principle's inadequacies, implications that largely determine the kinds of transcendental arguments German idealists see themselves as needing to develop. A symptom or cause of this neglect, as we shall see, is the problematic character of what has become a standard story in the Anglophone literature about the way in which criticism of Reinhold's principle gives rise to Fichte's reformulation of the first principle in terms of immediate self-consciousness. Curiously enough, the story is false in almost every particular, although the regress argument turns out to have methodological implications of the greatest significance. The regress argument is best approached through the consideration that it seems easy to refute the principle by adducing counterexamples. For the principle says, in effect, that every act or state of consciousness is mediated by a representation, plus an act or structure of distinction and an act or structure of reference. So no act or state of consciousness can be either an immediate expression of a subject or an immediate expression of an object. But there are acts or states of consciousness that are immediate, that is, unmediated by representation, and neither distinguished from nor referred to either subject or object, or both. Thus, for example, Schultz objects that, in the intuition of a putatively present, external object, I notice Mittelfonda representation, but no distinct object, for the object is not distinguished from its representation during the episode of intuition, but only afterwards, if ever. Similarly, Maimon objects in correspondence with Reinhold that the principle cannot be true of consciousness in general because it does not apply to, among other possibilities, what Maimon calls a mere perception, that is, an isolated perceptual state or episode, not yet connected to other such states or episodes through conceptual synthesis, and therefore not yet ascribable either to an object or to a subject. More famously, Fichte's original insight is sometimes said to have arisen from his realization that the principle cannot be true of first personal self-awareness, that is, awareness of myself as myself, which cannot be mediated by any representation of myself and which, for that reason, is immune to error through misidentification. The infinite regress objection is a way of showing that Reinhold cannot help but admit the counterexample cases. The objection is as follows. Reinhold's principle mentions, as constituents of any act or state of consciousness, relation to and distinction from the representing subject, and relation to and distinction from the represented object. Surely, one cannot relate to and distinguish from something of which one is not conscious. So consciousness of subject and object must be involved in or presupposed by every act or state of consciousness. But these modes of consciousness cannot, once again, have the representational structure characterize one in the principle. For, if they did, then they would once again involve representations that are related to and distinguished from both the subject and object. And then these relations and distinctions would again involve or presuppose consciousness of both subject and object, and so on ad infinitum. Clearly, it is impossible for every act or state of consciousness to involve or presuppose an actual infinity of acts or states of consciousness. So there must be counterexamples to the principle, cases in which consciousness is immediate, or pre-representational. If anything, it seems too easy to adduce counterexamples and even to raise the regress objection. Could none of this have occurred to Reinhold, at least as a possible objection against which he would have to guard? Or is it possible that Reinhold concedes the counterexample cases but does not regard them as counterexamples because he does not call them acts or states of consciousness? If so, then the issue is terminological. But then what, if anything, is really at stake? As I have mentioned, a standard story about criticism of Reinhold's criticism has emerged in recent Anglophone literature. According to that story, the regress objection is first raised by Gottlob Ernst Schultz, in a Nocidimus, this important, anonymous book of 1792, criticizing Reinhold and Kant. Through consideration of Schultz's regress objection, Fichte comes to see not only that there must be immediate, pre-representational consciousness, but that the first principle, the German idealist system, must express immediate, pre-representational self-consciousness. Thus is launched not only Fichte's Lehnwissenschaftslehre, but also a significant tradition of thought about the immediacy of self-consciousness and its implications. Unfortunately, this story is false in almost every detail. First, Schultz does not raise a regress objection against Reinhold. Second, the regress objection, as it stands, does not touch Reinhold because he explicitly says that the principle involves immediate, pre-representational consciousness of both subject and object. Third, Fichte raises a regress objection against all pre-Fichtean accounts of consciousness but does not target Reinhold. Nonetheless, it will come out that Fichte's regress argument has implications for Reinhold. According to both Friedrich Neuhauser and Wayne Martin, Schulz gives a regress argument against Reinhold's principle. T from which he concludes that it cannot be the case that all our mental states are representations. Or, more specifically, that the self-consciousness involved in representational consciousness cannot itself be another species of representation. What is the textual evidence for the claim that Schulz gives a regress argument? Martin cites Schulz's objection that, the perception of the object to which the representation is related and from which it is distinguished does not consist once again in something's being related and distinguished by the subject to the subject and the object, just as little as can the perception of the subject, to which the representation is ascribed and from which it is distinguished. R. Here Martin emphasizes the words, once again. However, these words need not indicate that Schulz is making an infinite regress objection. He may be objecting to the principle on the realist ground that, if there genuinely is an object to distinguish from one's representation, then one's consciousness of that object must ultimately be grounded in an immediate perception of the object grounded, that is, in immediate contact with something that transcends consciousness. The point of the words once again would be that realism requires that there not be, as it were, consciousness all the way down. At some point, there must be things that are not themselves acts or states of consciousness. Indeed, not long before the quoted sentence, Schulz sounds strikingly like Jacobi. He says that Reinhold's principle applies at best to a kind of mental state of which intuitions are not a species because, during the intuition, there is no place for any distinction between an object and a representation, for, as long as the intuition lasts, no object different from it is noticed. Indeed, the origination of a distinction between an object and a representation would at the same time destroy Zernichten the Intuital. It may seem that I am nitpicking. After all, even if Schulz's objection is not explicitly put in the form of an infinite regress, can it not be put into that form, thus bringing out the extent to which Fichte, who explicitly gives an infinite regress argument, is indebted to Schulz? Undoubtedly. But there is danger here, especially because Fic/Te gives an infinite regress argument. The infinite regress form is of special significance for someone who presupposes, as German idealists do, that there is a pressing need to escape the Agrippin trilemma. Schulz exhibits no interest in this problem. It does not appear to concern him, for instance, whether immediate perceptions of subject and object are absolutely unconditioned or merely arbitrary. For Schulz, the primary philosophical question is not Agrippin skepticism but rather the Cartesian or Humean conflict between skepticism and everyday realism, the latter position understood as direct realism, in a way reminiscent of Scottish common sense. Philosophy and Jacobi. In Aenesidemus, Schulz sees no way to overcome skepticism, so understood. Later in his career, he becomes a defender of realism. Thus, Schulz's objection to the principle is that it begs the question both against skepticism, by that objects distinct from subjects and representations are represented, and as the present point shows against everyday realism. Reinhold's principle is supposed to establish the new middle concept of representation, thus removing the obstacle that prevents Kantianism from being universally intelligible and universally acknowledged. But if the principle simply begs the question against both skepticism and everyday realism, why should anyone accept it and the new concept it articulates? That this is Schulz's point is further supported by the conclusion he explicitly draws. For he does not conclude, as Neuhauser and Martin would have it, that there must be some pre-representational mental states, in particular, states of pre-representational self-consciousness. This would be a reasonable conclusion to draw if Schulz were interested in finding some foundational act or state that could stop the regress while remaining within consciousness. But Schulz has no such interest. His interest is in Reinhold's ability to achieve universal intelligibility and, indeed, philosophical consensus. The point of his argument is that Reinhold's conception of representation is narrower than the everyday notion and depends only on question begging. This means that, from the very beginning, Reinhold's proposed middle concept is not one on whose use everyone will agree. As Schulz himself notes, Reinhold explicitly states that the constituents of every act or state of consciousness relation to and distinction from the representing subject, and relation to and distinction from the represented object are not, once again, representational. Since it is generally supposed that this is not Reinhold's position and that the regress objection cuts straightforwardly against him, it is worth quoting him at length. Representation belongs to every consciousness, but so too does still more than representation, namely the subject and object, which are distinct from the representation in consciousness. However, to call the relating of the mere representation to object and subject representation would be a very unphilosophical confusion of linguistic usage, which has determined this word for that which, in consciousness, is related to the subject and object. Furthermore, not only is the double relatedness of relation no representation, but it is also in no way represented in consciousness in general, whose form it is. The representing of this relatedness is not the relatedness itself, not consciousness, but rather a representing of consciousness, and the representation of consciousness is not consciousness, but rather representation of consciousness, which related to consciousness as object and to the subject yields consciousness of consciousness. Finally, it is still less the case that consciousness can be the representation of reciprocal relation between the subject in itself and the mere form and between the object in itself and the mere matter of representation, for all these four things are unrepresentable. So Reinhold does not straightforwardly have a regress problem, and Schulz is well aware of it. However, Schulz says, this assertion about linguistic usage is without weight, simply because it stands without any proof. According to usual linguistic usage, Schulz insists, these acts of distinguishing and referring are called representings, and it is perfectly in order to say, for example, that someone immersed in intuition represents himself as an intuiting subject. Contrary to both Neuhauser and Martin, then, Schulz insists that immediate perceptions are representings, although he denies that they have the structure that Reinhold requires for representation. In short, Schulz's point is simply that Reinhold's principle, which is intended to explicate the foundational term representation in a universally intelligible and universally acknowledged way, in fact employs that term in an arbitrary fashion that conflicts with ordinary usage and that can be accepted only if the question is begged against both everyday realism and skepticism. Schulz's discussion is shaped by his view that the ma-n issue in philosophy is the conflict between everyday realism and skepticism. The views of Kant and Reinhold turn out to be neither realistic nor honestly skeptical. To put Schulz's point in the form of an infinite regress argument, a form used by Fichte, as we shall shortly see, is misleading because it ignores Schulz's presuppositions about the central problems of philosophy and their difference from Fichte's. Unlike Fichte, Schulz does not assume that we need some foundational act or state within consciousness to stop some regress. Fichte is indebted to Schulz, and he may be influenced by Schulz's insistence on immediate consciousness of object and subject in particular, although he may get that idea directly from Reinhold. But Schulz shows no interest in organizing these immediate perceptions under a single first principle, let alone in deriving them from such a principle. I turn now to Fichte, who does give a regress argument and who assumes that it can be overcome only through the discovery of one foundational, immediate consciousness. This is because, unlike Schulz, he is concerned to arrive at a first principle whose absoluteness enables an escape from the Agrippine trilemma, and because his version of the Spinoza-Kant synthesis involves the idea of a first principle immanent within consciousness as a whole. Now, it is true that Fichte never explicitly raises the infinite regress objection against Reinhold's principle. In fact, although this point seems to have been missed, strictly speaking Reinhold has no regress problem because he says explicitly that the acts constitutive of representational consciousness are not themselves representational. Indeed, as Henrik noted, the insight into the immediacy of self-consciousness which he originally ascribed to Fichte and even claimed to be the basis of Fichte's claim to originality is actually noted by Reinhold himself. Fichte is probably aware of this. He may well be referring to Reinhold's own explicit but undeveloped account of pre-representational self-consciousness when he says, Defending Reinhold against Schultz. The subject and object do indeed have to be thought of as preceding representation, but not in consciousness qua an empirical mental state, which is all that Reinhold is speaking of. The absolute subject, the I, is not given by empirical intuition, it is instead posited by intellectual intuition. And the absolute object, the not I, is that which is posited in opposition to the one. Neither of these occur in empirical consciousness except when a representation is related to them. In empirical consciousness they are both present only indirectly, as the representing subject and as what is represented. One is never conscious of the absolute subject, the representing subject which would not be represented, or of the absolute object, a thing in itself, independent of all representation, as something empirically given. Reinhold might well be reserving discussion of such topics for some future time. S3. This passage surely anticipates central features of Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, but the ideas of an unrepresentable absolute subject, an omnipresentable absolute object, and intellectual intuition are already present in Reinhold. Still Fichte gives a general regress argument that applies, as he thinks, to all pre-Fichtean philosophy as he says, including Kant's. Reinhold is neither specifically mentioned as a target nor specifically exempted. Does the argument have any weight against Reinhold? We have three formulations of the argument, and I will discuss the one that requires least discussion of specifically Fichtean notions, while drawing on the others where convenient. Hitherto, people reasoned as follows: we cannot be conscious of things posited in opposition to us, that is, of external objects, unless we are conscious of ourselves, i.e., unless we are an object for ourself. This occurs by means of an act of our own consciousness, of which we are able to become conscious only. Insofar as we, in turn, think of ourself as an object and thereby obtain a consciousness of our own consciousness. But we become conscious of this consciousness of our consciousness only by, once again, turning it into an object and thereby obtaining a consciousness of the consciousness of our consciousness, and so on ad infinitum. Our consciousness, however, would never be explained in THLS manner. Or else one would have to conclude that there is no consciousness at all so long, that is, as one continues to treat consciousness as a state of mind or else as an object, for in proceeding in this manner one always presupposes a subject, which, however, one can never discover. This infinite regress argument has a structure analogous to that of the argument for the antithesis of the third antinomy, as well as that of Kant's argument against Spinozism, both of which have been discussed in Chapter 2. The context in which the argument is given is the attempt to establish a first principle, an absolutely unconditioned condition. The argument can be regarded as demonstrating the danger of appealing to an unconditioned that is homogeneous with what it is supposed to condition. Such an unconditioned will turn out to be subject to the same conditions as what it is supposed to condition, and therefore cannot be absolutely unconditioned after all. At best, it can be relatively unconditioned, like the omnipresent and sempiternal God of Newton, but then it does not enable any escape from the Agrippine trilemma. Like the two arguments to which it is similar, this argument demonstrates that a truly absolute unconditioned must be heterogeneous with the series of conditions. And, as we have seen, there are at least two ways of meeting the heterogeneity requirement: either the absolutely unconditioned must transcend the series as a whole, or it must be immanent in the series as a whole. Either way, it is not to be regarded as something like a part of the whole, a member of the series, which, however, stands outside the series. For then it will end up becoming a mere part, just another member, subject to the law of the series. With this in mind, I turn to Fichte's actual argument. Its first premise is that, if I am conscious of some object as external, or as not I, then this consciousness must involve self-consciousness. Since the argument is meant to be as general as possible, no specific account of the structure of object consciousness, such as Reinhold's, is meant to need. In this general form, it thinks the premise incontrovertible. 55. However, it is open to problematic interpretations. Thus the second premise problematically interprets the required self-consciousness as a species of object consciousness. Whatever the details of the interpretation, either the object in question is the self or a state of the self, and so on. This leads to an infinite regress. For self-consciousness will come out to have the same conditions as the initial object consciousness it conditions. So far, this argument seems straightforward. But notice the presuppositions required to draw Fichte's conclusion. For Fichte concludes that there must be an immediate consciousness, or an activity in which I posit myself as positing and in which, therefore, I am immediately both subject and object. What matters for our present purposes is only that the claim is obscure and requires detailed discussion. For it would seem that a far less obscure resolution is available. Why not say, for example, as Schultz does, that object consciousness must involve immediate perceptions, both of oneself and of the object. These immediate perceptions would be, in Kantian terminology, empirical intuitions of one's body and of the object as spatiotemporally distinct. And one might try to avoid the regress by claiming that, implicit in object consciousness, there is an empirical self. Intuition which, although it is a species of object intuition, does not require any further self-consciousness. Fichte in fact has principled objections to such a suggestion. He thinks that the awareness of an object as my body cannot involve a merely empirical intuition like the intuition of other objects in which I am not incarnate. But in the context of the regress argument, he does not raise these objections, and indeed he does not even consider any resolutions other than the one he proposes. He simply assumes, in accordance with derivation and holistic monism, first, that there must be a single, absolutely unconditioned ground for consciousness, and second, that this ground must not transcend consciousness. Schultz's suggestion is therefore excluded from consideration in advance. It proposes a plurality of grounds, for whose unconditionedness it does not vouch, and these grounds involve consciousness transcendent subjects and objects. Fichte presupposes a particular view of what it would take to explain consciousness, and his proposed solution is intended to conform to those requirements. Reasons can be given for all the other specific determinations that occur within consciousness, but no reason can be given for immediate consciousness. Immediate consciousness is itself ultimate reason or foundation upon which everything else is based and to which everything else has to be traced back, if our knowledge is to have any foundation. 56. Since Fichte introduces his conception of immediate consciousness precisely in order to find an absolutely unconditioned condition for the a priori possibility of experience, it should come as no surprise that the C/conception can only he grasp from what he calls the idealistic or transcendental viewpoint, not from the ordinary or practical viewpoint, and that the I that is hath subject and object in immediate consciousness is not me in the ordinary sense, is not me as an individual person. For the point of Fichte's regress argument is to apply to the project of grounding the a priori possibility of experience, first, the Kantian realization that an absolutely unconditioned condition must be heterogeneous to the series it conditions, and, second, the Spinozistic realization that it also cannot transcend that series. Does Fichte's regress argument have any weight against Reinhold? Not in the way supposed by the standard story. For Reinhold already sees the need for non-representational relations to what he calls the absolute subject and the absolute object, so he does not have an infinite regress problem. Fichte's objection to Reinhold's principle is not that it leads to an infinite regress, which Fichte never says, but rather that it manages to avoid leading to an infinite regress only because it is not, as Reinhold officially claims, the first principle of his system. Non-representational self-consciousness and object consciousness must be prior to the principle, according to Reinhold himself. This is not all, however. Like its analogues, Fichte's infinite regress argument may be regarded as an argument for a heterogeneity requirement, and it can show both that Reinhold's principle fails to unequivocally meet the requirement and that Fichte is aware of the problem. To see Reinhold's problem with the heterogeneity requirement, we must first consider the conditions that Reinhold wants the first principle to meet, all of which are obviously motivated by the need to escape the Agrippine trilemma by finding a fourth, absolutely unconditioned alternative. Reinhold insists that the first principle cannot merely fail to have any condition or ground outside itself, for then it and the system grounded in it would be merely arbitrary or groundless. Rather, the first principle must be self-grounding. Although he is not always careful to distinguish them, Reinhold seems to have three different sorts of self-grounding in mind. First, the first principle must be self-explanatory. It, or rather its subject matter, must provide itself with its own antic ground, the reason why it is the way it is. Second, the first principle must be self-evident. It must provide itself with its own epistemic ground or reason for being believed, without relying inferentially on the evidence of some other truth. Third, the first principle must be self-determining. It must provide its own semantic ground or introduce its own terms clearly and unequivocally, without relying on prior definitions. Furthermore, we must recall that the point of grounding philosophy in the first principle is not merely to secure universal validity, Allgemeingültigkeit, for philosophy, but also to secure universal acknowledgement, Allgemeingeltung. So the author must try to guarantee the universal validity of his theory by presupposing nothing at all to be universally valid which is not actually universally acknowledged. So the first principle must not only be self-grounding in the three senses distinguished, but it must also be universally acknowledged as self-grounding in these senses. Reinhold insists that the principle of consciousness expresses an actual fact. Tats 8.58. Since the first principle, Grundsatz, is objectively real, we may argue regressively to the reality of all the necessary conditions of its possibility. Indeed, the fact expressed by the principle is the fact of consciousness. However, we encounter serious difficulties when we try to explain what this fact is. At least two terms used in the principle are ambiguous, which gives rise to an ambiguity at the sentential level as well. First, fact is ambiguous. In the 18th century, both Tatsache and matter of fact still retain the sense of an act, tat, fact, whose performance could be relevantly demonstrated. A Tatsache has not yet hardened into a proposition's being true or into the obtaining of a state of affairs. Nowadays it can be difficult to hear the sense of activity in these familiar terms. But tat is still visible in Tatsache and, although we are apt to forget that fact is derived from the Latin facere, to do, we still speak, for example, of accomplices before or sifter the fact, where by fact we mean the criminal deed. When Reinhold speaks of the fact of consciousness, this process of reification was already underway. The result is that in his usage fact is ambiguous because it refers both to an act of determining and to the determination produced by that act. The ambiguity is compounded because the genitive of can be construed either as an objective genitive, the fact pertaining to consciousness, or as an explicative genitive, the fact of there being consciousness, that is, the fact constitutive of consciousness. Consequently, the fact of consciousness can be construed in at least four ways: a. The determining act pertaining to consciousness. b. The determining act constitutive of consciousness. c. The determination or structure pertaining to consciousness. d. The determination or structure constitutive of consciousness. Reinhold himself seems to construe the phrase as both b and c. He construes the phrase as b when he writes, "The concept of representation does not merely stand as a simple concept, at the ground of the principle of consciousness, it is also determined by what the principle expresses, viz., the actual facts of consciousness. And inasmuch as it is so determined, it constitutes, when expressed in words, the definition of representation. It is the scientific concept of representation, and the task of the theory of the faculty of representation is to exhaust its content. The original, unexplainable, and simple concept of representation precedes consciousness, it stands at its ground. In contrast, the original but complex and explainable concept of the same follows from consciousness, and is determined by the facts that make up the latter. the distinguishing of the representation which is as such unexplainable from the object and subject, and its being referred to them as well as through the proposition expressing these facts. 59. Here the actual facts of consciousness are the acts of distinguishing and referring that make up, that is, constitute consciousness. Those facts or acts determine the original, unexplainable, and simple concept of representation that precedes consciousness and stands at its ground. In other words, the facts of consciousness are acts that determine the ground of consciousness. It is crucial to note that Reinhold construes fact of consciousness as act determining consciousness when he is discussing the self-explanatoriness or ontically self-grounding nature of the principle of consciousness. So construed, the fact of consciousness really two acts or an act with two aspects is absolutely unconditioned, presumably because it needs no explanation, not merely because it lacks one, which would render it arbitrary. On the other hand, Reinhold construes fact of consciousness as, see, when he writes, the concept of representation, which the science of the faculty of representation is to determine analytically, must have already been synthetically determined to this end. So determined independently of all philosophizing, for the latter depends on this original determinateness for its correctness. The concept of representation can only be drawn from the consciousness of an actual fact. This fact alone, qua fact, must ground the foundation of the philosophy of the elements, for otherwise the foundation cannot rest, without circularity, on any philosophically demonstrable proposition. It is not through any inference of reason that we know that in consciousness representation is distinguished through the subject from both object and subject and is referred to both, but through simple reflection upon the actual fact of consciousness, that is, by ordering together what is present in it. 60. Here the actual fact of consciousness is the determination or structure pertaining to consciousness. One may suppose that there are many such determinations or structures. But by referring to the fact of consciousness, Reinhold surely intends to indicate that determination or structure possessed by every act or state of consciousness just insofar as it is an act or state of consciousness. It is crucial to note that, in the passage cited above, Reinhold appeals to this construal of the principle in order to make out the claim that the principle is self-evident or epistemically self-grounding. That is to say, the determination or structure in question is always present in any act or state of consciousness, and, if one wants to discern it, one need only reflect on any such act or state, say, the one occurring right now. Given these two features of the principle of consciousness, Reinhold appears to have the elements of a transcendental argument that will demonstrate the universal validity of Kant's theses by grounding them in an absolutely unconditioned condition and, moreover, that will do so to universal acknowledgement. Because the principle of consciousness is putatively self-explanatory, it is a suitable candidate for the starting point of a justification that is infinitely intelligible and is not subject to the Agrippine trilemma, and because the principle of consciousness is putatively self-evident, it follows that any justification following rigorously from it would be undeniable by even the most recalcitrant opponent of Kant, whether Wolffian, Spinozist, or Humean, but the principle of consciousness only seems to have both features in virtue of its ambiguity. The principle of consciousness is slto said to be ontically self-grounding because it expresses facts or acts, the distinguishing of the representation from the subject and the reference of the representation to the subject that are absolutely unconditioned conditions of consciousness. At the same time, the principle of consciousness is supposed to be epistemically self-grounding because the facts or acts it expresses are non-inferentially discernible in any act or state of consciousness whatsoever, are discernible through mere reflection alone, without any further intellectual act, say, of abstraction. But it is far from clear that Reinhold can have it both ways, that his principle can be both ontically and epistemically self-grounding. Fichte rejects Reinhold's claim that the principle is discernible through mere reflection, as is clear from the following response to Schultz's assertion that the principle is abstract. It is well known that Reinhold denies that this principle is based upon any kind of abstraction. This is very illuminating if it is said against those who think that the principle of consciousness is obtained by abstraction from the conditions of intuition, concept, and idea. For it is illuminating to show that, far from the concept of mere representation being based upon intuitions, concepts, and ideas, it is only by distinguishing and relating several mere representations as such that the concepts of intuition, concept, and idea become possible. One can completely determine the concept of representation as such without having to determine the latter concepts. But one cannot determine the concepts of intuition, concept, and idea without having determined the concept of representation. If, however, Reinhold means to deny not only that the principle is based upon this particular abstraction, but also to deny that it is based upon any abstraction at all, then the very opposite of his claim can be demonstrated insofar, anyway, as the principle of consciousness is supposed to stand as the first principle at the summit of all philosophy. That is if everything that can be discovered in the mind is an act of representing, and if every act of representing is undeniably an empirical determination of the mind, then the very act of representing, along with all of its conditions, is given to consciousness only through the representation of representing. It is thus empirically given, and empirical representations are the objects of all reflection concerning consciousness. The object of every empirical representation is determinately given, in space, in time, etc., but in the representation of representing as such, which is what the principle of consciousness expresses, abstraction is necessarily made from these empirical determinations of the given object. Consequently, the principle of consciousness, which is placed at the summit of all philosophy, is based upon empirical self-observation and certainly expresses an abstraction. Admittedly, anyone who understands this principle well will feel an inner reluctance to ascribe to it a merely empirical validity. The opposite of what this principle asserts is not even conceivable. But this is just what indicates that it must be based upon something other than a mere fact. This reviewer anyway is convinced that the principle of consciousness is a theorem which is based upon another first principle, from which, however, the principle of consciousness can be strictly derived, a priori and independently of all experience. In other words, the principle of consciousness cannot be arrived at, as Reinhold claims, through mere reflection on immediately discernible features of any act or state of consciousness, for empirical acts or states of consciousness involve spatiotemporal objects. These acts or states are therefore spatiotemporally conditioned. But surely the principle of consciousness is not spatiotemporally conditioned, or else there would be no hope of deriving from it either principles unconditioned by space and time or, to whatever extent it should prove possible, the forms of sensibility themselves. So Reinhold must not only reflect on empirical consciousness, but he must also abstract from some of its necessary conditions. And now it is clear that there is something profoundly wrong with Reinhold's procedure. For if the principle is arrived at through abstraction from some of the necessary conditions of empirical acts or states of consciousness, then it can have a merely empirical validity. This can be understood in two ways. First, no universal and necessary principle can be justified through abstraction, so the principle can be at best inductive and probable. Second, no absolutely unconditioned condition can be arrived at through mere negation of certain conditions. Such a procedure can yield at best a relatively unconditioned that is homogeneous with that which it is supposed to condition. Even if the principle of consciousness is not spatio-temporally conditioned, it will still turn out to share some conditions with the empirical acts or states from which it is abstracted, and so it will not be fit to serve as their absolutely unconditioned first principle, for it will be incapable of stopping the regress. The consequence immediately drawn from this argument by Fichte is that the principle of consciousness will be shown to have the more than merely empirical validity it deserves only when it is derived a priori from a higher principle, which, of course, Fichte thinks he has up his sleeve. For my purposes, however, what is important at the moment is that this argument shows the incompatibility between Reinhold's claim to self-evidence and his claim to self-explanatoriness. The basis for the claim to self-evidence is precisely that the principle is derived through mere reflection alone. To grasp and affirm the principle, you need only look and see, but Fichte rejects this basis. He argues that you would need not only to look and to see, but also to abstract. Even if this were sufficient for you to grasp and affirm the principle, it would not be sufficient for you to grasp and affirm the principle as universal and necessary, let alone as a self-explanatory principle that is absolutely unconditioned. So, to grasp and affirm the first principle, which is not the principle of consciousness looking and seeing, can never be sufficient, even if accompanied by abstraction. This is why Fichte says that the principle is based upon empirical self-observation, that is, a self-observation that is carried out from the empirical point of view, the same point of view from which one has ordinary states of consciousness. Reinhold's way of securing self-evidence can never help you grasp and affirm a self-explanatory principle, and no self-explanatory principle can be self-evident in Reinhold's sense. This, then, is the force of Fichte's regress argument against Reinhold. Insofar as the regress argument establishes a heterogeneity requirement, it enables us to deepen the ambiguity charge against Reinhold. It is not just that, as we have seen, Reinhold uses words ambiguously. His underlying conception of the first principle is itself ambiguous. On the one hand, he conceives it as a principle that is self-explanatory and therefore heterogeneous to what it conditions. On the other hand, he conceives it as a principle that is self-evident through empirical self-observation and therefore homogeneous with what it conditions. Moreover, this ambiguity must infect his conception of the entire system because it infects the character of his transcendental arguments. For if the first principle is heterogeneous with what it conditions, then systematic derivations from it should progress from ground to grounded. But if the first principle is homogeneous with what it conditions, then systematic derivations from it should regress from grounded to ground. Reinhold is, to use an apt phrase, systematically ambiguous. The ambiguity charge bears out the point made in the previous section. Driven by his Illuminatist version of the Enlightenment project, Reinhold seeks to make explicit a fundamental rational consensus that, in some sense, already exists, despite the disagreements that are rife in both society and philosophy. He wants to establish a single sense of representation that will enable each modern philosophical sect, the rationalists, the empiricists, and the skeptics, to be partly correct. So he fails to distinguish transcendental from empirical uses of representation and related terms, and his inheritance of Kantian dualism is accordingly compromised. On the one hand, the principle of consciousness is supposed to explicate the empirical use of representation, the use shared by pre-Kantian dogmatists and skeptics, according to which representations are private, mental states or objects, that purport to represent things external to the mind. On the other hand, it is supposed to explicate the transcendental use, so that representations turn out to be related not to empirical objects but to the absolute object or the thing in itself. Insofar as the principle is supposed to explicate the empirical use, it is an empirical principle that cannot avoid being homogeneous with what it conditions and that therefore cannot be absolutely unconditioned or ontically self-grounding. Insofar as it is supposed to explicate the transcendental use, it is a transcendental principle that invokes relations to a subject and an object that are indeed absolute, although the German idealists will need to ask whether both can be equiprimordial or whether one is prior to the other. The heterogeneity of the transcendental version of the principle shows that it cannot be epistemically self-grounding in the way Reinhold suggests. It raises the question whether an adequate version of the first principle can be self-evident at all. What is called for is disambiguation. One can see Fichte beginning to disambiguate when he makes his famous declaration, "This reviewer anyway is convinced that the principle of consciousness is a theorem which is based upon another first principle, from which, however, the principle of consciousness can be strictly derived, a priori and independently of all experience." The initial incorrect presupposition, and the one which caused the principle of consciousness to be proposed as the first principle of all philosophy, was precisely the presupposition that one must begin with a Faktatsache. We certainly do require a first principle which is material and not merely formal. But such a principle does not have to express a fact, it can also express an Aktathandlung, if I may risk asserting something which can be neither explained nor proven here. I will say more in Chapter 5 about the idea of a first principle that expresses an act. For the moment, what is most important is to see that Fichte is responding to the ambiguity between a determination or structure and act pertaining to consciousness and an act constituting consciousness. He chooses the latter over the former, for only the former could be heterogeneous to the acts or states of consciousness that it is supposed to condition. Fichte is also engaged in disambiguation when he insists that only a progressive argument can establish grounding in an absolutely unconditioned condition, thereby avoiding an infinite regress and escaping the Agrippine trilemma. Reinhold begins with facts in order to ascend to the foundation of these facts. Reinbold's procedure would be the reverse of that of the Wissenschaftslehre, if only such a reversal were possible, and if only one were able, by ascending from what is founded to its foundation, to arrive at its ultimate foundation. But this series is endless. The Wissenschaftslehre descends from the ultimate foundation, which it possesses, to the things which are based upon this foundation, from the absolute to the conditioned elements contained within the absolute, that is, to the actual, true facts of consciousness. In short, Fichte concludes that if German idealism is to construct a system with a first principle that is absolutely unconditioned, then the transcendental must be clearly distinguished from the empirical, and transcendental argument must progress from a heterogeneous condition. 4.5. One gains a helpful sense of the options available from another exercise in disambiguation, an essay published by Friedrich Emanuel Niethammer in 795, in the first issue of the Philosophisches Journal, of which he was a founder. 64. Although Niethammer does not lay out the problems encountered by Reinhold's system as I have done, what he says may be construed as a response to those problems. First, some scene setting is in order. A former student of Reinhold's, now teaching at Lena, Niethammer is in contact with a range of Reinhold's students and colleagues. Niethammer is also the first to take the path from Tübingen to Jena, the path followed by his friends, Friedrich Hölderlin, Schelling, and Hegel. He is writing in the first academic year after Reinhold's departure from Lena, which is also the first year at Lena of Reinhold's replacement, Fichte. As we know, by this time Reinhold himself has been persuaded to revise his conception of the elementary philosophy not by the publications of his hostile critics, but rather by correspondence and conversation with his own students. However, Reinhold's revised conception, developed in 1792, is published only in 1794 and does not seem to influence Fichte or Schelling, who are already developing their own conceptions in response to Reinhold's hostile critics. Some of Reinhold's former students including Niethammer himself are dismayed by Fichte's appointment, not only because he is an outsider professionally, but also because he is an outsider philosophically. Fichte is still committed to some version of Reinhold's original project of grounding the whole of philosophy in a first principle, a project that Niethammer and some of his friends have given up as futile. Niethammer's essay is the first published in the first issue of a new journal dedicated to discussion of the issues facing those who regard Kant's revolution as a necessary but insufficient condition for establishing philosophy as a science. Soon, Fichte will become a co-editor along with Niethammer, and the journal will become in large part a vehicle for Fichte's new version of the German idealist project, to which some of Reinhold's former students like Friedrich Karl Vorbergan, in 1797, even Reinhold himself, will convert. According to Niethammer's essay, the general problem that philosophy must solve is as follows. Judgments are made on the basis of a feeling of immediate certainty, that speak with a universal voice and claim acknowledgement from everyone. Taken collectively, these judgments constitute the common understanding. But these judgments are vulnerable to skeptical doubt because feelings can be mere psychological deceptions, expressions of nothing more than prejudice or habit. The proper task of philosophy is to defend the common understanding against skepticism. However, every philosophy developed so far has been worse than the skepticism against which it promised a defense. For every philosophy developed so far has, in effect, threatened to annihilate the common understanding. Indeed, it could not have been otherwise. For every philosophy developed so far, that is, prior to the Kantian revolution has assumed T-pat justification is grounding in things in themselves and has therefore been forced to substitute chains of mediation processes of abstraction or induction for the immediacy of feelings. Moreover, no such justification has ever succeeded or ever will. Now, however, the Kantian revolution opens a new prospect. Since it conceives justification, not as grounding in things in themselves, but rather as grounding in the necessary laws of the mind, it is possible that the critical philosophy may show that the common understanding's feelings of immediate certainty are expressions of those laws. Note the clear influence of Jacobi, both in Niethamer's emphasis on immediacy and in the idea that pre-Kantian philosophy threatens annihilation. At this point, Niethammer suggests, there are two possible projects. After the Kantian revolution, one may undertake to justify the common understanding either immediately or mediately. An immediate justification would show that judgments of the common understanding are universal and necessary in virtue of the nature of the subject. This would involve a regressive argument from that on which everybody worth talking to agrees. The most general datum that is familiar to us about the subject, that in general experience is. Philosophy presupposes this universal chief fact and thus raises the highest question which it has to answer in this way: how is experience possible? Philosophy therefore cannot begin a priori and proceed from an a priori immediately certain proposition as something in itself unconditioned, downward synthetically along the series of conditions in order to give exactly the same unconditioned certainty to everything that it can connect to the series, but rather it must itself proceed upward synthetically from something conditioned in the series of conditions, in order to find the necessary conditions from which it can then progress upwards. For the first time to a system that has universal validity. 66. Alternatively, immediate justification would involve a progressive argument from a first principle. But no such principle is to be found. An analytical proposition, whether it be either only a mark contained in the subject, or the whole subject that is posited as predicate an identical proposition, cannot be used for this. To be sure, it would have first of all to have the required property of apodictic certainty, but nothing further can be derived from such a proposition, and at the very least not a single made synthesis can be justified, which indeed constitutes the main point with which one is straight away and alone concerned in philosophy. But a synthetic proposition also cannot be used for it. If it is a synthetic proposition a posteriori, then it has no universality and necessity. A synthetic proposition a priori would indeed have this property, but since philosophy itself, as we have seen above, must first determine what is a priori, and this determination can occur only by means of a synthesis, which also requires a proof, which itself must again be a synthesis and consequently would presuppose yet another new proof, then no proposition that is absolutely certain can be established here. There is therefore no proposition to be found in the whole compass of our entire knowledge that has the required apodictically unconditioned certainty, to ground such a system of our knowledge, that would be complete in all its parts, equal to the principle itself, fully indubitable and incontrovertibly certain. At best, the project of mediate justification can be saved only if it is reinterpreted as circular rather than linear. The first principle must be adopted as a hypothesis, confirmed only through its ability to enable the derivation of the judgments of common understanding. The options laid out by Niethammer may easily be seen as responses to the ambiguity problem discussed earlier. In Niethammer's view, and we may take him to represent a current of thought among Reinhold's former students, there is no way to satisfy both the antic self-grounding requirement and the epistemic self-grounding requirement. Either one must abandon the former and adopt a regressive method of transcendental argumentation, or one must abandon the latter and adopt a progressive method that is hypothetical and can become affirmative only in virtue of its results. The first option is pursued by several of Reinhold's former students and colleagues, notably by Carl Christian Erhard Schmid, who, prior to Reinhold's arrival, had been the first to teach Kantian philosophy at Jena. Beginning with a plurality of facts of consciousness off judgments of the common understanding, one regresses to the necessary conditions of their possibility. A first principle is employed to organize the facts of consciousness but not to ground them. The conception of transcendental arguments shared by these figures as arguments that are supposed to regress from that which is undeniable to its necessary conditions. Anti-IPAT's one contemporary conception of transcendental argument and SEMS less ambitious and hence more palatable than the conception developed by Fichte and variously rethought by Schelling and Hegel. 168. The distinction between these options amounts to a disambiguation that responds to the ambiguity of Reinhold's initial project. However, from the German idealist point of view, Niethammer has not got to the heart of the problem, which is the confusion of the transcendental with the empirical. For Niethammer's first option depends on abandoning altogether the attempt to ground the a priori possibility of experience in the absolute. In the first place, as Schulz and Maimon have made clear, if one assumes as a premise that there is experience in a thin sense that allows for epistemic self-grounding and universal acknowledgement, then there is no way to derive Kantian results such as the categorical principles through a regressive transcendental argument. It reveals either ignorance of the debate initiated by Schulz or an unfortunate propensity for violence when one member of Niethammer's circle, Baron Franz Paul von Herbert, writes to another, Kant's entire system can be expressed in the hypothetical proposition, if experience is, then that experience is thereby presupposed, postulated, or however one calls it. Now if a skeptic were dumb and shameless enough to say, where is their experience, there is really no answer or such a type other than a beating. 69. In the second place, a regressive transcendental argument can reach only conditions that are homogeneous with its conditioned premise. So no regressive transcendental argument can meet the heterogeneity requirement and reach an absolutely unconditioned condition. Every such argument must fail to ground the empirical in the transcendental and must remain within the empirical. Must the German idealists, then, adopt Niethammer's second option? It has been August that Fichte does indeed adopt this option, regarding his first principle as a hypothesis to be confirmed by its results. However, passages in which Fichte speaks of retrospective justification do not in fact prove that he adopts the second option. For in light of the challenge arising from the post-Kantian skepticisms of Jacobi and Maimon, even a first principle that is epistemically self-grounding would also need retrospective justification. As Maimon argues against the uncomprehending Reinhold, it is not enough to show the actuality of the putative first principle, for one must also show that it has actuality within experience, the transcendental grounding of which it therefore demonstrates. But the actuality of the principle within experience can only be known in retrospect, once the system has been completed through the derivation of the a priori conditions of experience and its objects. In any event, there is a third option, which Niethammer does not envisage and which Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel actually explore. The option is an attempt to preserve both epistemic self-grounding and ontic self-grounding, while sacrificing another Reinholdian requirement, universal intelligibility and universal acknowledgement. This sounds paradoxical. How can something be epistemically self-grounding or immediately certain, without winning universal acknowledgement? The German idealist response is that something can be immediately certain or self-evident but manifest as such only to those who have satisfied certain preconditions. The situation is quite familiar. What is obvious to a mathematician, and does not require or perhaps even permit of proof, may not be obvious and even intelligible to a non-mathematician. The German idealists would think this analogy well grounded. For, from a Kantian point of view, the mathematician constructs in pure sensible intuition, which is both immediate and purely formal, hence universally valid. And from a German idealist point of view, the philosopher also constructs the first principle in pure intuition, albeit of a nonsensible, non-mathematical kind. Much needs to be done to make this analogy plausible, and I will say more about this subject in Chapter 5. For now, I note that Schelling eventually takes the further step of repudiating universal validity as a requirement to be met by the German idealist program. Whether this amounts to some kind of irrationalism, or only to a reconception of the claims of reason, will also be discussed in the next chapter. For present purposes, I note that if one gives up the requirement of universal acknowledgement, then one must also abond on Reinhold's goal of decisively refuting both skepticism and dogmatism. Consequently, the German idealist response to skepticism and dogmatism cannot take the form of refutation. However, if the German idealists are to avoid being dogmatic and arbitrary in their claim to universal validity, then they must continue another aspect of Reinhold's project. They must undertake to account for the unintelligibility and lack of universal acknowledgement of his system, even if they think that complete transparency and consensus can never be attained. And the German idealists do in fact develop such accounts, of which we will hear more in chapter Actor of Reinhold's transcendental argument from that principle. Now I turn directly to problems concerning Reinhold's method of inference, focusing on problems that set the agenda for German idealist methodology after Reinhold. Here it is helpful to consider some of the other objections raised by Schulz, Reinhold's most famous critic. As Maimon, Fichte, and Hegel point out, along with contemporary commentators, Schulz's own skepticism is pre-Kantian. He assumes that the problem of knowledge is to establish a correspondence between representations in the empirical sense and things outside the mind. Until this problem been solved, skepticism remains the most reasonable position, and the idealism of both Kant and Reinhold seems to Schulz just another version of empirical idealism that confesses itself helpless in the face of skepticism. Although he is influenced by Hume, Schulz does not, like Maimon, develop a skepticism that is at once neo-Humean and post-Kantian. However, Schulz's book remains important not only because it gathers into one presentation many of the otherwise scattered objections raised against Kant and Reinhold, but also because it focuses on the inferential method of transcendental arguments, anticipating two of the most discussed objections to transcendental argument raised in the last 4 decades. Moreover, like Jacobi's pre-Kantian conception of the skeptical problem confronting Kant, Schulz's objections may be reformulated in an adequately post-Kantian way. These reformulated objections may be seen to set the agenda for transcendental methodology in the 1790s. Schulz accuses both Kant and Reinhold of employing the same, problematic form of syllogistic argument, which may be presented as follows: major premise, shared by Kant and Reinhold. Any t:\y0 that cannot be thought apart from one another can also not be apart from one another. Minor premise, A and B cannot be thought apart. 1. Kant. The necessary synthetic judgments present in our knowledge can be represented by us as possible only if we take them to originate in the mind, from its mode of operation as determined a priori. 75. 2. Reinhold. The being and actuality of representations cannot be thought apart from the being and actuality of a faculty of representation, which is the cause and ground of the actual presence of representations in US 77. Conclusion: therefore, if A exists, which the skeptic does not deny, then B must also exist, which the skeptic has denied. Burr must now admit. 1. Kant. Therefore, also the necessary synthetic judgments present in our knowledge can actually have arisen only in the mind, from its mode of operation as determined a priori. 78. 2. Reinhold. Hence a faculty of representation must also exist objectively as the cause and ground of the actual presence of representations in us, just as certainly as representations are present in us. 79. This is a useful syllogistic representation of one conception of transcendental argument. Schulz portrays Kant and Reinhold as arguing from what no skeptic denies, that we make synthetic a priori judgments, that we possess representations, to precisely the transcendental idealist thesis that the skeptic disputes, that synthetic a priori judgments are undate in the mind, that representations are grounded in the faculty of re-resettlation. And the major premise attributed to Kant and Reinhold by Schulz makes essential use of the principle of sufficient reason, asserting in effect that if X can only be thought as grounded in Y, then, if X exists, Y must also exist as its sufficient reason. Schulz's criticisms of the major and minor premise can therefore be understood as criticisms of a certain strategy of grounding transcendental argument. A. The major premise and the actuality problem. Schulz argues, First, that the use of the principle of sufficient reason in the major premise begs the question against Hume. The major premise assumes as certain just what the Humean skeptic doubts. 1. Thought for anything present in our knowledge there is also objectively present a real ground and cause differing from it real ure, and, in general, that the principle of sufficient reason is valid not only for representations and their subjective combination, but also for things in themselves and in their objective interconnections. 2. That we are justified in injuring from the constitution of something as it is in our representations its objective constitution outside us. 80. To put the point in Kantian language, the major premise involves an inference from a merely logical use of the principle of sufficient reason. We have to thin L's of x as grounded in y, to a real use of the principle. If x exists, it must really exist as grounded in y. But this inference simply begs the skeptic's question, for the skeptic calls into doubt precisely our right to make inferences from the way we must think to the way things really are. The Humean skeptic calls into doubt, more particularly, our right to infer from the premise that we must think in accordance with the principle of sufficient reason to the conclusion that every event or state of affairs really has a necessary connection to an existent ground or cause. What is more, Schultz argues, the major premise not only begs the very Herrnian question that Kant and Reinhold set out to answer, but it also clearly contradicts the whole spirit of critical philosophy. 4. This derivation of the necessary judgments from a thing in itself, i.e. the mind or faculty of representation as ground, presupposes a knowledge which, according to it, i.e., critical philosophy, should be totally impossible to man. For its most important principle and its most important result is that the categories cause and actuality can only be applied to empirical intuition if their application is to have any sense or reference. Since we cannot intuit, however, the alleged subject of representation's gut can only immediately perceive the alterations of the inner sense, as Schleier's critical philosophy concedes, it follows that the subject cannot belong to the domain of objects knowable by us. In other words, according to the critical philosophy's own claims, we cannot attribute either knowable and real actuality to it, or knowable and real causality. In other words, the major premise makes real not merely logical use of the principle of sufficient reason in order to reach a conclusion that is not only a priori but also affirmatively synthetic. But Kant and Reinhold both profess to believe that no synthetic judgment employing the categories is possible without an intuition, whether pure or empirical. Kant also claims that we have no pure intuition of the mind or faculty of representation as transcendental ground determining the forms of judgment. We have only empirical sensible intuitions of the mind as determined in our inner sense. So it would appear that neither Kant nor Reinhold is entitled to make a synthetic a priori judgment employing the categories of cause and actuality about the mind or faculty of representation as a transcendentally determining, actual cause. At most, they are entitled to conclude that we cannot help but think in accordance with a synthetic a priori demand. Whether the demand is actually met is another matter entirely, about which they are entitled to draw no conclusion. I will call this the actuality problem. It can be regarded as an accusation that transcendental arguments are inappropriately first-personal and hubristic. For they establish at most that we cannot help but think in a certain way, not that what we must think is true. To think that reality must meet the necessities of our thinking is hubristic. More recently Barry Stroud has raised a parallel problem. Kant thought that he could argue from the necessary coordinations of thought and experience to the falsity of problematic idealism and so to the actual existence of the external world of material objects, and not merely to the fact that we believe there is a world, or that as far as we can tell there is. An examination of some recent attempts to argue in analogous fashion suggests that, without invoking a verification principle which automatically renders superfluous any indirect argument, the most that could be proved by a consideration of the necessary conditions of language is that, for example, we must believe that there are material objects and other minds in order for us to be able to speak meaningfully at all. 8.3 Like Schultz, Stroud argues that transcendental arguments, in this case, those of Strawson and Sidney Shoemaker, can prove at best that we must believe something. Stroud also points out that there is a gap between a conclusion about what we must believe and the thesis that the skeptic doubts, which concerns what actually exists. 84 There are, however, two noteworthy differences between Schultz and Stroud. First, Stroud regards Strawson and Shoemaker as attempting to bridge the gap between what we must believe and what must really be the case by invoking a theory of meaning, a verification principle that says, in effect, that if we are to meaningfully engage in the practice of belief formation and concept description with respect to a kind of object, it must be possible to verify that objects of that kind actually exist. Considerations about meaningfulness in the contemporary sense are, however, entirely foreign to C. Hulse and his contemporaries. Appealing instead to the Kantian theory of judgment 8s Schultz believes that the only way to bridge the gap would be to possess the capacity for intuition for immediate reception of the actuality of the mind as it is in itself, for only a judgment relating concepts by means of an intuition is genuinely synthetic. Second, as Stroud argues, acceptance of the verification principle would render transcendental argument redundant, at least for the refutation of skepticism. 4, if one wished to refute a skeptical doubt about the existence of, say, other minds, one would need only to show that we do form beliefs about other minds and then to invoke the verification principle. One would not need to show that our forming beliefs about other minds is a necessary condition for the possibility of the meaningfulness of our discourse in general. In contrast, it does not seem that possession of a pure intuition of the mind as it is in itself would render transcendental argument redundant. If, as the German idealist thinks, the point of transcendental argument is to ground finite intelligibility in an absolutely unconditioned condition, then possession of the requisite intuition alone would ground only the knowledge that there is such a condition. Transcendental argumentation would still be required in order to trace the detailed ways in which the condition grounds the a priori possibility of experience and its objects. b. The minor premise and the uniqueness problem. Schultz also attacks the minor premises that he ascribes to Kant and Reinhold. These premises assert that it is impossible to think of synthetic appliance judgments apart from a transcendentally determining round in the mind, and that it is impossible to think of representations s present in the mind without a determining ground in the faculty of our presentation. The following passage refers particularly to Kant's minor premise, but it may easily be applied to Reinhold's. And just as fallacious as the major of the syllogism by which the Critique oj reason sic proves that the necessary synthetic judgments spring from the mind and lie in us a priori, is its minor. It is simply not true that, in order to be thought as possible, these judgments have to be thought as present a priori, and as originating in the mind. Because a human understanding, at the present level of its culture, can represent to itself the possibility of something in just one way, it does not follow in principle, nor with any certitude whatever, that it will be able to think it in only that way at all times, even at some future age when it will have acquired greater matunda. In short, Kant and Reinhold claim that it is possible to explain synthetic a priori judgments or representations as such in only one way. But with what possible right do they make his claim? Even if it is true that no human being who has ever lived can offer an alternative explanation, who are Kant and Reinhold to say that no future human being, operating with all the advantages of a future age, will ever arrive at an alternative? Once again, the problem arises from the use of the principle of sufficient reason to argue from some given x to its ground, or sufficient reason, y. For it is hardly uncommon for an event or state of affairs, under some descriptions, to have more than one possible ground / in order to argue from the actuality of x to the actuality of y as x's ground, one has to show that y is notionally sufficient but also necessary for the actuality of x. In short, one has to make the strong claim that y is the uniquely sufficient reason for x. Again, this problem, henceforth the uniqueness problem, may be regarded as an accusation that transcendental arguments are inappropriately first-personal and hubristic. For, if I am convinced by such an argument, I am entitled to conclude only that I, or at most that we, the members of a group subject to certain conditions, cannot conceive any alternative sufficient reason. To assume that nobody will ever conceive an alternative is hubristic. Once again, too, a parallel to Schulz's objection has resurfaced in more recent debates about transcendental arguments, most famously in the writings of Stefan Korner, who argues that, in Kant's transcendental analytic, sufficient conditions are not distinguished from sufficient and necessary conditions, that Kant fails even to attempt to prove the unique sufficiency of his proposed schema, and even that no such proof is possible, rendering Ck. Orner calls transcendental deductions impossible. 4.7. Fichte's review of Einesidemus may seem to suggest that Fichte has quick and easy responses to both the uniqueness and actuality problems raised by Schulz. But in fact those problems set the agenda for the methodological developments not only of Fichte himself but also of Schelling and Hegel. This is not to say, however, that Fichte's contribution is negligible. Behind the scenes, in private notes, and in between the lines of his Einesidemus review, he also reformulates the problems in a way that is consonant with his own understanding of the challenge facing transcendental philosophy after Reinhold, an understanding shaped particularly by Maimon. Moreover, in the various versions of his Jena Wissenschafts, Fichte develops interesting lines of response to the reformulated problems. We can see Fichte's reformulation of Schulz's problems in action in a marginal note to Fichte's private notes from the breakthrough winter of 1793 to 1794. These considerations expose the false appearance of Maimon's accusations against Reinhold, that he infers that something must be from the premise that he can think something. This something, on which the discussion turns, is indeed only facts of our mind that sachen unsers Geists. This Reinhold thinks. But how do his thoughts agree in general with the actions handmgenel of the spirit? How may such an agreement be demonstrated? That is really the question, for the object of his philosophy is not the thing in itself, but rather the representing of the thing. The discussion does not concern things outside this representing. How, then, is such an agreement possible? Is the investigation demanded by Einesidemus possible? How and how far is it possible to trace the constitutive parts of our faculty of knowledge? Is not construction possible in the elementary philosophy? Is it not possible to give an inner inteltion that explains and proves thoughts? If that happens, then Einesidemus would be refuted? This passage begins by mentioning Maimon and ends by mentioning Einesidemus, whose identity Fichte does not yet know. According to a generally accepted view, Fichte is really talking about Schulz throughout the passage. He writes Maimon either by mistake or because he mistakenly thinks that Maimon is the author of Einesidemus. 91. In my opinion, however, it is not at all clear that Fichte is making a mistake. For it is possible to read the passage so that both figures are relevant after all. Both Maimon and Schulz can be said to accuse Reinhold of arguing from the possibility of a certain thought to the necessity of its actualization. In Schulz's case, this accusation can be divided into the two problems I have discussed. The actuality problem concerns the inference from thought to being, and the uniqueness problem concerns the claim that Reinhold's thinking is not merely possible but necessary. In his correspondence with Reinhold, we can see Manon raising inter alia the same problems but with a characteristically Maimonian twist. Thus, for Maimon, the actuality problem is not merely the question whether transcendental principles have any actuality, for he thinks it can be shown that they have actuality in pure mathematics. Rather, the actuality problem is primarily the question whether transcendental principles have actuality within everyday life and contemporary natural science. And the uniqueness problem is not merely the question whether, at some point in time, someone might explain experience or consciousness differently from Kant and Reinhold. It is the question whether, even if the Kantian and Reinholdian explanations are the only alternatives available to us, they are necessary for genuine reasons, or rather because we are subject to a psychological illusion that is naturally explainable but nevertheless unavoidable. Maimon's criticism of Reinhold has a false appearance, I suggest, because it looks like Schulz's criticism, which is based in part on what Fichte considers a misunderstanding of Kant and the German idealist project. Unlike Schulz, however, Maimon is an acute reader of Kant, who is one of the first to undertake the synthesis of Kant and Spinoza. Yet Maimon too is a harsh critic of Reinhold, who makes criticisms that look like Schulz's. Underneath the false appearance, then, lie problems that, once reformulteto, pose genuine challenges for anyone who, like Fichte, wants to continue the German idealist project pioneered by Reinhold. The association of Maimon and Schulz in this passage suggests that Fichte might not have realized this, had he read only Aeneasidemus and not Maimon. Thus Fichte argues that Schulz's version of the actuality problem presupposes a pre-Kantian view of truth as correspondence to things in themselves. Specifically, Schulz seems to think that transcendental claims about the necessary laws of the mind can be shown to be true only if they can be shown to correspond to the nature of the mind as a thing in itself. But, Fichte argues, whereas pre-Kantian rational psychology seeks to understand the mind as a thinking thing, transcendental philosophy substitutes for that goal the understanding of the mind as autonomous, law-governed activity. One aspect of this revolution is that the truth and justification of philosophical claims must be understood in a new way. Here Fichte is surely right. But he also makes the more problematic claim that, in transcendental philosophy, there is no room for a gap between necessary thinking and truth. Kant says that the mind provides the foundation of certain forms of synthetic judgment. Here he obviously is presupposing that these forms require a foundation and is, therefore, already presupposing that which is supposed to be in question, the validity of the causal law. He presupposes that these forms must have a real ground. But if one says merely that we are required to seek a foundation for these FPNNs and to place this foundation in our mind, and nothing more is being said, then the principle of sufficient reason is at first being employed as merely logically valid. But since that which is thereby established exists only as a thought, then one might think that the logical foundation of a thought is at the same time its real or existential foundation. This is parallel to a tempting contemporary response to Stroud's objection: if we truly cannot help but think of P as conditioned by Q, then why should we worry that perhaps P is not conditioned by Q? Even if it is logically possible that P is not conditioned by Q, this is not a possibility of which we can so much as conceive. Certainly, it is not a possibility that we could ever recognize as actual, and so it is not a possibility that we need to worry about excluding. Whatever the contemporary merits of such a response, Fichte's version seems obviously problematic. The first problem is that, in this case, Schulz seems to be more accurate than Fichte about Kant. For, as we saw in Chapter 1, Kant fully acknowledges that reason demands certain beliefs of us, such as the belief in a transcendental ground of the world as a sum of appearances about whose correspondence to things as they are in themselves we can, however, say nothing whatsoever. Kant does not explicitly raise the question whether the mind has in itself the faculties as cribbed to it in transcendental philosophy, the question of the relation between the noumenal self and the transcendental self. But how can Fichte exclude the question? The answer, I suggest, is that Fichte presupposes holistic monism, which he probably also ascribes mistakenly to Kant. For Kant, each rational agent is an individual thing in itself, one among many, and there is a genuine question about the individual natures of such things, albeit one that can be answered only from a practical point of view. This is the upshot of Kant's monadic individualism. Consequently, it is difficult to see how Kant can exclude the question about the relation between the transcendental self and noumenal self. For Fichte, however, there are no individual things in themselves, no finite absolutes. Our individual selves are modes of the absolute, which he understands as the I, something of which I am aware in first-personal self-awareness, although it is unique and universal, and not identical with my individual self. The absolute is not a Leibnizian individual with intrinsic properties that differ from the properties it manifests in interaction with other individuals. Rather, the absolute is the immanent principle of the sum total of reality. Consequently, for Fichte, in contrast to Kant, there are no intrinsic properties or individual natures to which truths must correspond. Since the absolute is immanent, it is what it is only in relation to the whole of which it is the ground. So transcendental arguments that characterize the absolute in relation to what it gr6 are fully adequate ways to know it. The absolute has no intrinsic properties to which transcendentally demonstrated theses could fail to correspond. Still, this is hardly a definitive answer to the actuality problem. Maimon, who is one of the first to consider the project of synthesizing Kant and Spinoza, raises his own version of the problem, and Fichte explicitly addresses that version in the Lehne Wissenschaftslehre. Maimon's version is not the problem whether transcendental principles have any actuality. He thinks that they have actuality within pure mathematics, which distinguishes him from Hume. Rather, Maimon is concerned with the problem, even if transcendental principles have some actuality, and even if one succeeds in deriving subordinate transcendental principles of the possibility of experience from some absolute first principle, can this system be shown to have any actuality within everyday life and contemporary natural science? If not, then, a German idealist system will be nothing more than a castle in the air, a piece of empty formalism with only hypothetical validity. When Fichte says in his Idealism review that the absolute ground thereby established exists only as a thought, it is unclear whether he has understood this problem. For if Fichte means bitties that the first principle and its subordinates are accessible only via their explanatory roles in transcendental arguments, then he is vulnerable to Maimon's version of the actuality problem. An explanation that appeals to an explanatory factor characterized only in terms of its explanatory role is a pseudo-explanation, like the appeal to donative virtue to explain the soporific effect of opium. But, in fact, Fichte himself later raises this objection, and responds to it. Already in his marginal note, he realizes that it is not enough to say in response to Schultz, as Reinhold may, that it is mistaken to ask whether the system agrees with the mind as a thing in itself. For there is a reformulated version of the question: can the system be shown to agree with the actual facts of our mind? That is, can the principles appealed to in the system be shown to have actuality within the day life we share? Fichte's response seems to be that the acts and structures discovered through transcendental philosophy are not characterized solely in terms of their explanatory roles, for they also play roles in the formulation of principles that are normative within everyday morality. To the uniqueness problem, Fichte responds thus in the Idealism review: it by no means follows from the fact that we can explain and conceive something in only one way at present that we will never be able to conceive it differently. This would be an appropriate remark to make against an empirical proof, but not against an a priori 01I proof from first principles. Here Fichte's point seems to be that Schultz's objection is invited by Reinhold's method, which fails to establish itself unambiguously as transcendental. Since Schultz himself cannot grasp the idea of a priori proof within philosophy, and thinks that philosophical grounding is a more abstract version of empirical explanation, which can at best be probable, and since Reinhold does not disabuse Schultz of this misconception, it would seem that the uniqueness problem can be set aside. The challenge is to develop an adequately transcendental method, and then the uniqueness problem will have been solved along the way. Once again, reading Maimon helps Fichte to see that reformulation yields a genuine challenge. It is not enough to say that the question concerns the facts of our mind. For even if Reinhold or Fichte, or some other German idealist succeeded in giving the only description we could give of those facts, hence of the chief fact of consciousness expressed by the first principle, and of all the subordinate facts expressed by subordinate principles, there would still be a genuine question whether our inability to specify any other first principle, or to make any other inferences from it, is anything more than the result of a psychological illusion, which is naturally explainable yet nevertheless unavoidable. This is especially pressing if one thinks that the necessity of an adequate transcendental argument must be synthetic, not analytic. And German idealists have good reason to think this. To see why, it is helpful to begin by considering a contemporary response to Kohlmer's version of the uniqueness problem. The response is to point out that contemporary transcendental arguments proceed not by showing that certain alternatives to the putatively necessary condition are incoherent, but rather by showing that the negation of the putatively necessary condition is incoherent, so that any alternative will be. 96. Thus, for example, Strawson argues for his purified version of the transcendental deduction by bringing out the incoherence of the sense datum hypoth : is / the hypothesis that all experience might be such that its esse is its purd. 97. But that hypothesis is the negation of the thesis that at least some experience is objective and has an esse distinct from its percipi. So, if the sense datum hypothesis is incoherent, then the objectivity of some experience is a necessary condition for there to be any experience whatsoever. Given this method of argument by reductio ad absurdum, uniqueness is not a problem. Reductio arguments of this sort might be either analytic or synthetic, depending on whether the putative incoherence of any alternative to one's inference is logical incoherence, that is, contradictoriness. If the incoherence is B of some other synthetic sort, then some account of that kind of incoherence will be owed. In particular, one will owe an explanation of our inability to think the negation of the condition that is not merely psychological. But German idealists have reasons not to respond to the uniqueness problem by reducing the negation of a putative condition to absurdity. Recall why Kant refuses to give what he calls the apagogic method the central place in philosophy that it has in mathematics. P. According to Kant, philosophical proofs must never be apagogical but must rather be ostensive. The direct or ostensive proof is, in all kinds of cognition, that which is combined with the conviction of truth and simultaneously with insight into the sources of its truth. The apagogical proof, on the contrary, can produce certainty, to be sure, but never comprehensibility of the truth in regard to its connection with the grounds of its possibility. Hence the latter are more of an emergency aid than a procedure which satisfies all the aims of reason. An apagogical proof that the negation of P is in some way incoherent cannot show us why P is true, cannot show us the ground of the possibility of P. So an apagogical proof cannot satisfy reason's essential demand for groundedness. More importantly, Kant thinks that in philosophy of proofs cannot even show us conclusively that something is true. Apagogic proof, however, can be allowed only in those sciences where it is impossible to substitute that which is subjective in our representations for that which is objective, namely the cognition of what is in the object. Where the latter is the dominant concern, however, then it must frequently transpire that the opposite of a certain proposition either simply contradicts the subjective conditions of thought but not the object, or else that both propositions contradict each other only under a subjective condition that is falsely held to be objective, and that since the condition is false, both of them can be false, without it being possible to infer the truth of one from the falsehood of the other. The transcendental attempts of pure reason are all conducted within the real medium of dialectical illusion, i.e., the subjective which offers itself to or even forces itself upon reason as objective in its premises. Now here it simply cannot be allowed that assertions of synthetic propositions be justified by the refutation of their opposites. Philosophical proof is called for precisely within the domain proper to dialectical illusion, where the subjective can appear in the guise of the objective, because here experience cannot provide the touchstone of objective reality as it does for empirical, and even mathematical, cognition. It is precisely because there is no such touchstone that we must confront Agrippan skepticism in the first place. Consequently, even if one succeeds in proving that the negation of P is absurd, one is not entitled to infer that P. The negation of P might still be true, if the reason for its absurdity lies in some subjective condition of our thinking, not in the object. Alternatively, both P and its negation might be false, if they share a false presupposition. Consequently, there is a good reason for German idealists not to employ apagogic proofs in order to establish necessary conditions, but to employ ostensive proofs instead. One possibility, which I have mentioned before and will discuss in Chapter 5, seems to be first considered by Fichte in the marginal note quoted above. Is not construction possible in the elementary philosophy? is it not possible to give an inner intuition that explains and proves thoughts? If that happens, then Aenosidemus would be refuted. 101 The thought is at least that philosophical construction could solve the uniqueness problem. Note that the problem must be solved on two levels. Construction must yield both a unique first principle and a uniquely necessary inference at DCQ stage in the development of the system from the first principle. But even to show this is not enough. For the necessities in question must also be shown to be rational, not merely effects of psychology. William Ames claimed to have succeeded only once in understanding Hegelian logic, when under the influence of nitrous oxide. As soon as the gas wore off, so did the illusion of comprehension, leading James to speculate that Hegelians may suffer from psychological abnormalities based in chemical abnormalities of their brains. 102 Whether or not James meant this suggestion seriously, it brings out the importance of the Maimonian version of the uniqueness problem for the German idealists, who depart from Reinhold by abandoning pursuit of universal acknowledgement and even his claim to universal intelligibility. Does Fichte mean to suggest, in this passage, that construction in philosophical intuition can solve the actuality problem too? If the intuition in question is accessible only within philosophy, then this seems to be a non-starter, once the actuality problem is construed in a Maimonian way. However, as I have mentioned, Fichte does not think that the intuition in question is accessible only within philosophy. He thinks that it is accessible within everyday moral life, where both the first principle and its derivatives are intuited. If, for Kant, the actuality of transcendental principles is secured through the fact of the mathematical, which is both presupposed in everyday sense perception and made explicit in mathematical physics, for Fichte it is the fact of morality, presupposed in philosophy and made explicit in everyday life, that plays that role. For others, this role is played by art or religion. 4.8. I have sought to convey some sense of Reinhold's achievement in his pioneering version of German idealism. It might be said had all the conceptions of transcendental argument developed in response to criticisms of Reinhold are already anticipated by Reinhold himself. But that is the source of the criticism. Incompatible conceptions are forced to coexist within Reinhold's system, with the effect of systematic ambiguity. Consequently, as we have seen, Reinhold's system brings us to a crossroads. One group chooses to pursue transcendental arguments that regress from putatively self-evident facts of consciousness to their homogeneous conditions. Another, the German idealists, chooses to pursue arguments that progress from a constitutive act to conditions that are heterogeneous to it. Whatever its difficulties may be, only the latter choice, I have argued, could offer any hope of responding to Agrippan and post-Kantian skepticism. But this means that German idealist transcendental methods are not going to resemble those explored under the name of transcendental arguments in contemporary philosophy, which are closer to the arguments undertaken by members of the Needhammer Circle and their allies. To take the second road is also, I have argued, to abandon Reinhold's goal of universal intelligibility and universal acknowledgement. This makes it all the more pressing to undertake another project pioneered by Reinhold in his investigation of Kant's reception, to account for one's failure to be universally intelligible, to explain the necessity of one's obscurity. Finally, I have argued that the methodology of the German idealists must confront some formidable challenges. These issue not directly from Schulz's objections to Reinhold but rather from Fichte's reformulation of those objections, under the influence of Maimon. Thus the agenda has been set for the development of the German idealist system, to lend a uniquely necessary, absolute Lust principle, heterogeneous with everything m per dash Eichel, yet with demonstrable actuality, and to progressively derive from this principle, in uniquely necessary steps, the a priori conditions of experience and its objects, while demonstrating that these conditions have actuality within experience. If realized, this program would amount to a transcendental grounding of experience in an absolute first principle that recognizes at the same time the mutual closure of the empirical and transcendental structures of grounding, such that the former is vulnerable to the Agrippan trilemma while the latter is not. The challenges are formidable. As is the case with many ambitious philosophical programs, however, there is much to be learned not only from success but also from the specificities of failure. 5. The fact of reason and the standpoint of German idealism. Objects of concepts whose objective reality can be proved are matters of fact, residential facti. This may be done by pure reason or by experience, and in the former case either from theoretical or from practical data of reason, but in all cases it must be done by means of an intuition corresponding to these data. Examples of matters of fact are the mathematical properties of magnitudes, in geometry, since they admit of a priori exhibition FO the theoretical use of reason. It is very remarkable, however, that even O/rational idea is to be found among the matters of fact, even though it is intrinsically impossible to exhibit rational ideas in intuition, and hence also intrinsically impossible to prove theoretically that they are possible. The idea of freedom, the reality of this idea, as a special kind of causality, the concept of which would be transcendent if we considered it theoretically, can be established through practical laws of pure reason and, in conformity with these, in actual acts, and hence in experience. Among all the ideas of pure reason this is the only one whose object is a matter of fact and must be included among the Sibylla. Kant, 1900 Q. 5:468. The beginning and end of all philosophy is freedom. Schelling, 1856-1861, UMFP, 111:177. Moreover, the scope of Kant's practical postulate is too narrow, for he limits it entirely to belief in God and immortality, but we will see that consciousness in its entirety is included within this postulate. Fichte, 1964, WLNM, 4/2:139. From the mistaken view that the inadequacy of finite categories to express truth entails the impossibility of objective cognition, we derive a justification for pronouncing and denouncing according to our feelings and subjective opinions. Assurances present themselves in place of proofs, along with stories about all the facts Tatsächliche that are to be found in consciousness, and the more uncritical they are, the more they count as pure. But philosophy itself experiences its worst fate at the hands of those enemies when they deal with it directly themselves, both interpreting it and passing judgment on it. It is the factum of the physical or the spiritual, but especially of religious vitality. 2. That is mishaped through the reflection that is incapable of grasping it. For itself, however, this interpreting has the sense of raising this factum for the first time into something known, and the difficulty lies in this passage from the matter to cognition that is produced by meditating upon it. In science itself, this difficulty is no longer present. For the factum of philosophy is cognition already elaborated, so the interpreting can only be a thinking over in the sense that it is a further thinking that comes later. But the uncritical understanding that we are discussing proves to be just as unfaithful in its naked apprehension of the idea determinately expressed. It has so little difficulty or doubt about the fixed presuppositions that it contains that it is even incapable of repeating what the bare one actum of the philosophical idea is. There is reason, on the one hand, not to designate as transcendental arguments the arguments developed by German idealists. After what has been said in Chapter 4, a German idealist system should not be expected to resemble the arguments known as transcendental arguments in contemporary philosophy. The Kantian model for these arguments is the refutation of idealism, an argument intended to refute a conception of mind that underlies what is now known as Cartesian skepticism, by regressing, c. from a premise that the conception acknowledges to a conclusion negating the conception. In light of the problems to which German idealists are responding, they should not model their arguments on the refutation, first, because they are not primarily concerned with Cartesian skepticism but rather with Agrippan skepticism and some of its descendants, such as the problem of simultaneously meeting the dualistic demand and the monistic demand, and the problem of nihilism. Second, because they do not seek to refute skepticism, although they are everywhere responsive to it, and, third, because no regressive argument could yield absolute first principle in which they are interested. On the other hand, there is good reason to use the term transcendental arguments with respect to German idealism. In at least two respects, German idealist argumentation inherits distinctive features of what Kant calls the transcendental. The arguments in question are, after all, intended to explain the possibility of the a priori conditions of experience. Furthermore, they involve the taking up of a standpoint that is distinguished, on the one hand, from the empirical standpoint of everyday and scientific practices of judgment and, on the other hand, from the transcendent standpoint of pre-Kantian philosophy. As I have argued in Chapter 4, the crucial importance of this last point emerges above all from criticism of Reinhold's pioneering efforts. What is it, then, to take up the transcendental standpoint? I will argue in this chapter that, here too, a Kantian model is utter transformation, the deduction of freedom via the fact of reason in eclectique oj practical reason. This deduction at first provides direct guidance for the German idealist understanding of taking up the required standpoint, and then becomes the basis for significant transformations, without ever losing its relevance. It is clear why the second critique should be relevant. In the third antinomy, only the logical possibility, that is, the non-contradictoriness of an absolutely unconditioned ground has been shown, not the real possibility, let alone the actuality of divine and human freedom, of grounding that escapes the Agrippine trilemma. Thus Kant's synthetic commitment to the in itself remains hypothetical. We must think of the transcendentally real ground of appearances in certain ways, on the supposition of intelligibility or of the actuality of reason. Only through the fact of reason does the actuality of freedom and reason show itself. Only thus does the synthetic commitment to the in itself become categorical a matter for belief and cognition, not merely an ideal for regulative employment, although as Kant always adds only in a practical respect. Here Kant seems to suggest that, at least in its practical division, philosophy must take account in an unprecedented way of the fact that a rational being has two standpoints from which he can regard himself and cognize laws for the use of powers and consequently for all his actions. And that at least practical philosophy should take up standpoint of autonomy for the first time. So it should not be surprising that German idealists, who seek to carry out a metaphysical deduction of the categories from the idea of God, a project envisaged but never carried out by Kant, and who seek to do so from a distinctively transcendental standpoint, should inherit some version of the deduction whereby Kant shows that idea to have actuality. Yet, appeal to the deduction of freedom via the fact of reason does not sound promising. For it is extremely unclear what the fact of reason is and in what sense Kant intends a genuine deduction of freedom. Some contemporary interpreters see Kant's appeal to a fact as an alternative to a deduction, as either as a modest retreat from an earlier philosophical ambition or as a unfortunate return to pre-critical dogmatism. Indeed, Fichte himself seems to criticize the appeal to facts of consciousness dat Sachen del Bewusstsein as dogmatic, and Schelling is repelled by the way in which Kant's practical vindication of God and immortality allowed his teachers at Tübingen to pour the old wine of Christian doctrine into new, Kantian bottles. Decades later, Hegel still polemicizes against any appeal to facts of consciousness. What these criticisms of Kant's deduction of freedom show, like German idealist criticisms of the metaphysical deduction, is how important it is for the German idealist program to get the deduction right, and how far they think their contemporaries have strayed from Kant's actual strategy, or, perhaps, from what we might call Kant's optimal strategy, the strategy that has the most philosophical promise and that is suggested by Kant's language, although he himself may not express or even grasp it with complete clarity. In this chapter, I will first discuss Kant's deduction of freedom in the second oidike, distinguishing the interpretations rejected by the German idealists from one they could accept, an interpretation focusing on the active taking up of the pertinent standpoint. Then I will develop some implications of this deduction for the obscurity of transcendental philosophy, and I will show how Fichte employs Kant's deduction as a model in his Jena Wissenschaftslehre. As Amerix has argued, Kant's appeal to the fact of reason in the second critique represents a great reversal in his thinking about the justification of morality. For some 15 years, Kant had sought a deduction of the moral law from practical freedom, which he had sought to deduce in turn from the spontaneity of our theoretical cognition. Around 1785 to 1788, however, Kant had realized that no such deductive strategy could work, for theoretical spontaneity does not entail autonomy, the ability to give oneself an unconditional practical law expressive of nothing more and nothing less than one's rationality, but practical spontaneity does entail autonomy. In the second critique, Kant expresses his realism in the form of what Allison calls the reciprocity thesis: freedom and unconditional practical law reciprocally imply one another. His argument for this thesis shows, once again, his abiding interest in maintaining both that theoretical reasoning within everyday and natural scientific practices of judgment is vulnerable to the Agrippine trilemma, although it is genuine reasoning nonetheless, and that there must be some form of reasoning that escapes the trilemma. First, consider the claim that practical freedom is a sufficient condition for being bound by the moral law. Kant's argument for this claim assumes his incompatibilist view that every imputable action is the effect of a practically spontaneous cause, a choice that is free in the sense that the person responsible could have done otherwise. Kant further thinks that every time I make such a choice, I expose myself to a request or a reason. You may ask me, why, when you could have done otherwise, do you choose to initiate that causal series? It is Kant's view that I regard myself as a practically free self who could have done otherwise, not only when I act, but also whenever I recognize something as a reason or autumn. To recognize a reason is to really adopt that reason, without being causally determined to do so. You may therefore ask me, not only why I act as I do, but also why I regard my reason for acting as a reason, when I could have done otherwise. Consequently, every action generates a series of why questions. The first question asks for a reason for action or first-order reason, the second asks for a second-order reason, a reason for recognizing a first-order reason, and so on. At this point, familiar considerations show that my answers will either regress indefinitely, end arbitrarily, turn in a circle, or culminate in the giving of an absolute ground. In theoretical reasoning about empirical objects, the only objects of which we have theoretical cognition, according to Kant, no absolute ground is available. Causal explanations regress indefinitely, while every theoretical cognition is grounded in brute facts about space and time. The situation is different, however, in the case of practical reasoning. To be sure, no content-specific practical reason could fit the bill. A content-specific practical reason would specify that all practical reasons should have a particular kind of content and should attribute value to some specified set of ends. Given Kant's view of practical spontaneity, however, any set of ends must be freely adopted. So it will always be legitimate to ask why I adopt that set of ends, and thus to continue the regress of why questions. The ultimate reason, however, can specify the phone that all reasons should have. This putatively formal reason must provide a reason valid for any spontaneous choice, not only for all spontaneous lower-order choices, but also for why it should itself be spontaneously chosen. This seems to be a tall order, but Kant thinks this characterization of the task actually provides us with just the ultimate reason we want: choose only those practical reasons which any practically spontaneous self could choose. This purely formal reason is self-justifying because any practically free self could choose it as a reason. Consequently, it ends the infinite regress non-arbitrarily. Kant also thinks that the ultimate reason is just a formulation of the moral law, so act that the maxim of your will could always hold at the same time as the principle giving universal law. In other words, Kant thinks that the reason that any practically free self could choose is equivalent to the reason capable of giving universal law. If so, then it not only justifies its own adoption, but it also constrains all lower-order adoptions of reasons and courses of action. If this argument succeeds, then it shows that any practically free self should adopt the moral law as its ultimate reason, on pain of irrationality. It follows that practical freedom is a sufficient condition for being bound by the moral law. Although Kant does not make the point explicitly here, it is clear that, in contrast, theoretical spontaneity is not a sufficient con. Condition for being bound by the moral law. In other words, we cannot exclude the possibility of a being who is capable of theoretical cognition but who lacks a rational will. Kant also argues that being bound by the moral law is a sufficient condition for practical freedom. Here the argument is simpler. The moral law prescribes the adoption of only those reasons that could always hold at the same time as the principle giving universal law. In other words, if I are bound by the moral law, then your highest reason for choosing reasons should be their fitness jar universal law. But fitness for universal law is a general feature of reasons, which Kant thinks is obviously irreducible to any empirical features of the world that might causally explain your choice. So if you are bound by the moral law, then you should see LOs for a reason irreducible to any empirical cause. But to choose for a raison irreducible to any cause just is to enact an uncaused, spontaneous ohoises, that is, to be practically free. $0 If you are bound by the moral law, then you are practically free. This completes Kant's argument for the reciprocity thesis. It is here that controversy arises. There is a circle: if I am practically free, then I am bound by the moral law, and if I am bound by the moral law, then I am practically free. But what response is available to the skeptical doubt that I am not practically free? After all, the third antinomy has shown that there can be no practical freedom in the empirical world. It has also shown that the idea of practical freedom in an intelligible world contains no contradiction. But this hardly amounts to a proof that practical freedom is a real possibility, let alone an actuality. And, for reasons given above, practical freedom does not follow from the spontaneity of theoretical cognition. How, then, can we find a firm foothold within the circle? How may we convert the hypothetical into a categorical affirmation of freedom and the moral law? Kant appears to be forced either to abandon the attempt to justify freedom and morality altogether, or to justify them both in a way that is circular without being vicious. Many Kant scholars think Kant takes the first alternative, thus conceding victory either to moral skepticism or to moral dogmatism. For Kant now says that the actuality of freedom is shown by the fact of reason, and he seems to mean nothing more by this than that we are immediately aware that the moral law is binding for us. Once the binding character of the moral law is affirmed as a fact, then, by the reciprocity thesis, it follows that we are practically free. Moreover, it now follows that, with the hypothetical removed from Kant's synthetic commitment to the intelligibility of the ground of appearances, we are entitled to postulate the actuality of whatever other ideas are rationally necessary for agents bound by the moral law. So Kant goes on to argue that agents bound by the moral law should direct their activity towards the highest good, and that we may rationally direct our activity towards the highest good only if we assume that there is a God and that we are immortal. Interpretations of this kind are common in the 1780s and 1790s. In the terminology of the day, it is said that Kant appeals to a fact of consciousness, Tatsachter, Bewusstsein, specifically, to the fact of moral consciousness. Reinhold interprets Kant in this way, as does Fichte in the second, 1793, edition of his first book, Critique of all Revolution. However, in one of a series of important book reviews, also published in 1793 and written while he is distancing himself from Reinhold and developing his own position, Fichte points out that appeal to the fact of moral consciousness is not an adequate response to skepticism about morality and freedom, and that it is incompatible with one of Reinhold's own best insights. After some background is provided, Fichte's arguments will turn out to be familiar. Here is the background, which concerns Reinhold's earlier criticism of the definition of freedom given by Karl Christian Erhard Schmidt, the first teacher of Kantian philosophy at Jena, in the second, 1788, edition of his Wörterbuch zum leichten Gebrauch der Kantianischen Schriften. Reinhold complains that Schmidt's attachment to the letter of Kant's text has led him to betray the spirit of Kant's philosophy. For Schmidt has taken Kantian expositions of essential determinations of the free will, which are true qua expositions, and has treated them as definitions, which are not merely inaccurate but are actually incompatible with practical freedom and even with practical agency in general. Schmid draws from the critique of practical reason the not unreasonable conclusion that Kant thinks there are two species of will, the pure will and the empirical will, which he defines as follows: a pure, absolute free will, autonomy, a faculty for acting according to principles of pure reason independent of sensibility, effectivity of the representation of pure laws, a will that is not determined through objects of sensibility, but rather subjects these and nature to itself, which is directed to the absolute good. Be empirical, sensible, pathological, aesthetic, affected will, a faculty for acting according to empirical principles of reason, dependent on practical sensibility, pragmatic laws, a will that is subjected to sensible nature, where the representations determining it are produced through sensible objects, that refers to the relative good, to happiness, and what is bound up with it. Our human will in Con Series 2 is called pure insofar as it contains pure principles laws independent of sensibility, although it must also be called empirical insofar as sensibility affects us and impels us to actions. The divine will in the idea is pure in the absolute understanding or holy, i.e. it contains throughout no other than pure rational principles and impulses, its satisfaction is wholly independent from all objects, etc. But these definitions unavoidably entail, as Schmid himself confesses in his Versuch immer moral philosophy, that only pure will, only will exercised in moral action, is free. The empirical will cannot be free because it is determined by representations, produced through sensible objects, whereas Schmid defines practical freedom as dependence of the will on the reason immediately determining it, on the pure moral law. Autonomy of the will is, as action produced by pure practical reason, action performed out of the motivation of the moral law. The dire consequences of Schmid's definitions go even further than his confession. For, as Reinhold argues, neither the empirical will nor the pure will, as defined by Schmid, is a will at all, since neither involves self-determination. Even the freedom of the Schmidian pure will, exercised in moral action, is problematic. For if, as Schmid admits, the will is free only with respect to ethical actions and the ground of unethical actions is to be sought outside the will in external obstacles to and limits of freedom, then also the ground of ethical action would have to be sought in the absence of these obstacles, quite independently of this practical reason, and in no way in the mere self-activity of practical reason. The entire freedom of this reason, and thereby of the person, would therefore consist solely in a contingent independence from external compulsion, limited to certain cases, which in no way lies within the power of the person. Ethical action would follow unavoidably through a wholly non-volitional effect of practical reason, as long as no obstacle existed, and ethical as well as unethical action would have to be attributed to the presence or absence of the latter obstacles. And if the freedom of the person were to depend, not on the person, but rather on the contingent absence of external obstacles, then it would be highly debatable whether this ought to be called freedom at all, or whether it should not rather be called a highly attenuated form of dependence. Reinhold thinks that Schmid's view is typical of those whom he calls Kantian determinists. In order to save the will from the slavery of instinct and theoretical reason, they make it the slave of practical reason, or rather they entirely nullify the same, in order to let only practical reason act in its place in so-called pure willing LL. Fidelity to the spirit of Kant's philosophy of freedom requires us to acknowledge that freedom of the will consists not only in 1. Independence from instinctual compulsion or the immediate demands of the self-interested drive, and 2. Independence from the demands of the self-interested drive mediated by theoretical reason, but 3. Also in the independence of person from constraint through practical reason itself. Thus, in Reinhold's view, free will in the positive sense is the capacity for self-determination through volition for or against the practical law. In short, freedom of the will must essentially include the capacity for personal self-determination. This means that it must essentially include the capacity to determine oneself against the moral law, the power to choose evil. Consequently, we must distinguish between two types of self-activity: Selbsttätigkeit, two utterances, Äußerungen, functions of the human spirit, 1. the non-volitional self-activity of practical reason, which consists in nothing but the self-legislation of the moral law, and 2. The volitional self-activity of the person, which consists in the capacity to determine oneself for or against the moral law. Both types of self-active are free, although in different senses. Practical reason is autonomous while persons are self-determining. Only the second kind of self-activity is what we ordinarily call a will. Furthermore, Schmidt is wrong to understand the distinction between the pure will and the empirical will as a distinction between two species of will. Rather, the pure and empirical wills are actually one and the same will, only treated from different viewpoints. The pure will is the will regarded as a priori determinable by pure practical reason, whereas the empirical will is the will regarded as a posteriori determinable by empirical practical reason, or the rationally mediated demands of the self-interested drive. All human willing is therefore both pure and empirical. It is quite incorrect, then, to identify as Schmidt does the pure will with the ethical will and the empirical will with the unethical. Rather, the ethical will is the human will insofar as it is actually determined a priori by pure practical reason, and the unethical will is the human will insofar as it is actually determined a posteriori by empirical practical reason, which becomes the immoral will if it is actually determined contrary to the moral law. No account of the will can afford to ignore self-determination, and no account of the freedom of the will can afford, Reinhold argues, to ignore the freedom to be unethical and even immoral. Now I turn to Fichte's review, in which he argues that Reinhold's interpretation of the appeal to the fact of reason amounts to a betrayal of the spirit of Kant's philosophy, which Reinhold had defended against Schmidt. Reinhold writes, from its effects, through which it comes forth among the facts of consciousness, freedom is fully comprehensible to me, and insofar it is no object of faith, but rather of proper knowledge for me. 13. But, Fichte argues, this is incompatible with Reinhold's own distinction, namely, one must distinguish between the determining, as free act of the intelligible I, and the being determined, as apparent state of the empirical I. The latter utterance of absolute self-activity of the human spirit appears in a Faktatsache, in the being determined of the higher capacity for desire, which to be sure must not be confused with the will but must just as little be passed over in a theory of the will. Self-activity gives this capacity determinate, in only one way determinable form, which appears as the moral law. The utterance of absolute self-activity in the determining of the will, which is to be distinguished from the former, does not appear and cannot appear, because the will is originally formless, it is merely assumed as postulate of the moral law given to consciousness through that form of the original capacity for desire, and is therefore the object of faith not or knowledge. The inclination, propensio as such, as being determined of the higher or lower capacity for desire appears, but not the raising of the same to actual willing. The will in the appearance is never determining, but rather always determined. The determination has already occurred. If it had not occurred, then it would appear not as will but rather as inclination. The apparent sensation of self-determining is no sensation, but rather an unnoticed consequence of the non-discovery of the determining force. Insofar as the will is self-determining, it is not at all a sense but rather a supersensible capacity. But the being determined of the will appears, and now arises the question, is that self-determining to a certain satisfaction or dissatisfaction assumed as a postulate of reason for the possibility of attribution, the cause of the appearance of the being determined to that satisfaction or dissatisfaction? iPhone answers this question affirmatively, as Reinhold actually answers it, from its effects, through which it comes forth among the facts of consciousness, the freedom of the will is fully graspable by me, etc. Then one drags an intelligible into the series of natural causes and thereby misleadingly brings it about that it is misplaced into the series of natural effect, assuming an intelligible that is no intelligible. L4 Fichte argues that only autonomy, not self-determination, can appear in a fact of consciousness. For a fact of consciousness is a determination of a person's consciousness with a determinate form. Autonomy has a determinate form, the form of the moral law, and this form can be manifested by a determination of consciousness, namely when a person is conscious of being bound by the moral law. However, this fact of consciousness of subjection to a self-given moral law might still be illiso-ly. For it might still be the case that the person in question does not actually have the capacity to determine him or herself for or against the law and therefore does not have the freedom to act out of the motivation of the law. But this second aspect of freedom, the capacity to determine oneself for or against one's own autonomy, does not and cannot have a determinate form, for it consists precisely in the activity of determining the form of the highest maxim of the will and is therefore prior to any such determinate form. Hence, the utterance of the absolute self-activity in the determining of the will does not appear and cannot appear, because the will is originally formless. What must be shown against the skeptic about freedom and morality, then, is that the fact of consciousness of autonomy is grounded in the absolute self-activity of the determining of the will. Now, Reinhold does indeed claim that the fact of moral consciousness is an effect of the capacity for personal self-determination. But in making this claim, Reinhold drags an intelligible into the series of natural causes and thereby misleadingly brings it about that it is misplaced into the series of natural effects, assuming an intelligible that is no intelligible. That is to say, Reinhold appeals to the principle of sufficient reason understood as the causal principle that every event is the effect of a necessitating cause in order to argue from the actuality of moral consciousness to the actuality, and therefore obviously to the possibility, of self-determination as the necessitating cause or sufficient ground of that consciousness. The problem is that, according to Kant's second analogy, every appearance or phenomenal event is the effect of a necessitating natural and sensible cause. So if the fact of moral consciousness is a phenomenal event, then it is the effect of a necessitating sensible cause. As Fichte puts it, an actual real ground in a preceding appearance must be assumed for the being determined of the higher capacity for desire as appearance, in accordance with the law of natural causality. But Reinhold wants to argue that the fact of moral consciousness is a phenomenal event that is the effect of a necessitating intelligible and supersentensible cause. There seem to be only two alternatives. Either, 1. Self-determination is the natural and sensible, necessitating cause of the fact of moral consciousness, but then this self-determination is an intelligible that is no intelligible and is not the absolute I.e., sensibly unconditioned freedom whose reality was supposed to be proven. Or, 2. The fact of moral consciousness has a sensible, necessitating cause that is distinct from absolute self-determination, but then the fact of moral consciousness has a ground by which it is fully explained, and the principle of sufficient reason cannot license the appeal to another, supersensible ground, which is entirely redundant. What, then, is to be done to save freedom and morality from skeptical doubt? Fichte's full answer to this question is not yet worked out, but he makes an important suggestion: the source of these misunderstanding can be stopped only through a return to what seems to the reviewer to be the true spirit of the critical philosophy. Namely to the determining of absolute self-activity through itself. To willing, the principle of sufficient reason cannot be applied at all, for it is one and a simple, and completely isolated act handlung. The determining itself is at the same time the begründung determined, and the determining is the determined. This should be reminiscent of a central theme of the previous 4 chapters. Reinhold's version of the appeal to the fact of reason is, in effect, a regressive argument intended to refute Agrippan skepticism. But, as Fichte in effect argues, there can be no regress to an absolute first principle, for the heterogeneity requirement cannot be met by any condition reached regress. In a second review, Fichte makes clear what the implications are for the confrontation between Kantians and skeptics. The main question is, whether that feeling of the absolutely right, not a benevolence proposing happiness, whose existence in consciousness the opponent can concede in his entire expansion, can be derived from something higher and indeed from a practical reason or not. One cannot appeal to a fact against someone who denies this, for he concedes what is actually a fact, and it is not a fact that reason is practical and affects that feeling through this capacity it possesses. Neither can one appeal to the feeling of a moral necessity, that ought, that is united with it, for this rises to inclination from the determination of the higher capacity for desire, as higher, in the Kantian system as well, nor finally can one appeal to the fact that in that system, the ground for assuming freedom of the will falls away, for if such a free will is no fact of consciousness but rather a mere postulate of the moral law assumed as effect of practical reason, then a system which does not need it, makes do without it. To be sure, proper morality would be nullified and we would be fettered again in the chains of natural necessity, but the facts of consciousness would still be explained satisfactorily and with the greatest consistency, all the inconceivabilities of the Kantian system would be avoided, and morality would be a demonstrable illusion. P. Fichte is hardly content with this situation. Instead, he says that practical reason cannot be passed off as a fact, nor postulated as the consequence of a fact, rather it must be proven. It must be proven that reason is practical. He then proceeds to give a sketch of such a proof, which is sometimes taken as anticipating the deductive strategies he goes on to develop. Such a proof, which could at the same time very easily be the foundation of all philosophical knowledge, with respect to its material, would have to go roughly like this: man is given to consciousness as unity, as one. This fact can only be explained under the presupposition of an absolute unconditioned in, therefore an absolute unconditioned in men must be assumed. But such an absolute unconditioned is practical reason, and then for the first time that moral feeling, above all given in a fact, ought to be assumed with certainty as an effect of this demonstrated practical reason. 18. Regarding this passage, Neuhauser comments that the proof Fichte proposes here is intended as a transcendental argument similar to Kant's mode of argumentation in the Critique of Pure Reason. It begins with a fact of consciousness that presumably will be universally admitted and argues toward its conclusion by elaborating the conditions that make that fact possible. Indeed, Neuhauser's view, Fichte maintains this strategy throughout the Jena period. All that changes is the fact of consciousness taken as a starting point, not the strategy which Neuhauser takes to be one of regressive transcendental argumentation, and not the goal, which is the demonstration of the practicality of pure reason. In the 1794–1795 version of the Wissenschaftslehre, Fichte starts from a fact of theoretical consciousness, which means that he is in effect returning to the very strategy that Kant had tried and then abandoned as doomed to failure. In the 1796–1799 version, Fichte starts from a practical fact of consciousness, which raises the question whether he has himself given up all hope of response to Agrippan skepticism. In my view, however, this cannot be correct. In 1793, Fichte has already recognized that no regressive argument from any fact of consciousness can demonstrate the actuality of an absolute first principle. Indeed, his greatest hostility seems to be directed against those who adopt the method of regressive argumentation from facts of consciousness, notably Schmidt himself. What, then, could Fichte mean? Does he think that, in the second critique, Kant himself is guilty of the same confusion as Reinhold? Or does he think that Kant employs a progressive strategy that Fichte now hopes to develop? The second passage is from Fichte's third and most important review, the Review of Aeneasidemus, published in 1794. This reviewer N.Y. is convinced that the principle of consciousness is a theorem which is based upon another first principle, from which, however, the principle of consciousness can be strictly derived, ap1 and independently of all experience. The initial incorrect presupposition, and the one which caused the principle of consciousness to be proposed as the first principle of all philosophy, was certainly the presupposition that one must begin with a fact. We certainly do require a first principle which is material and not merely formal. But such a principle does not have to express a Faktientatsache, it can also express an Aktientathandlung. If I may risk asserting something which can be neither explained nor proven here. 22. The first passage suggests that Kant's appeal to the fact of reason is not, when properly understood, the invocation of a fact of consciousness from which to launch a regressive transcendental argument. The second passage suggests that, when properly understood, what Kant calls the factum del Vernunft is not a Tatsache but rather a Tathandlung, not a fact but rather an act. So understood, Kant's deduction of freedom is a model for the systematic deduction that Fichte himself intends to undertake, thereby rendering philosophy systematic and scientific. This suggestion must be assessed in two ways, linguistically and philosophically. First, is it plausible that, when Kant speaks of a factum del vernungiati, he is talking about an act of reason? Second, does the suggestion enable a plausible reconstruction of Kant's deductive strategy? 23. Consideration of the first question has unfortunately been clouded by a factual error. Anglophone Fichte interpreters have thought that the term Tatsache has an established usage in the 1780s and 1790s. And that Fichte himself introduces the new term, T(2)LF. If this were true, then it would be prima facie implausible that what Katz means in 1788 is best expressed by a term invented by Fichte in 1793 to 1794, especially since Kant himself uses the term Tatsache to explain the factum der Vernunft in 1790. But the reverse is true. Tathandlung is an old German word, whereas Tatsache is a term coined in 1755, whose usage is widespread but far from clear by the end of the century. It is entirely plausible that, when Kant uses the Latin word factum in 1785, he is talking about an act, not about a state of affairs, which is what has come to be signified by the term Tatsache and residential facti or matter of fact, of which it is a translation. For factum is of course derived from the verb assere, meaning to do or make. In the 18th century, the term was still connected to its original, active meaning, although it was beginning to acquire other meanings. The connection is still perceptible in legal English, where an accomplice before or after the fact is someone who is complicit with the criminal, either before or after the criminal act. In short, it is entirely plausible that what Kant means when he speaks of the factum der Vernunft is an act of reason. Even when Kant characterizes the factum as a Tatsache or residential facti in the third critique, this does not count against Fichte's proposal. For Kant may have understood these terms in an active sense as well, especially if he saw no need to distinguish between the active sense and some other sense still in development. These linguistic points are worthless unless there is some philosophical profit to be gained by interpreting the deduction of freedom as deduction from an act of reason. So I now come to the deduction itself. At the outset, I note that the deduction is supplied by nothing less than the entire analytic of the Critique of Practical Reason. In this respect, among others, I differ from Louis Whitebeck and Henry Allison, who look for the deduction in the section of the analytic entitled On the Deduction of the Principles of Pure Practical Reason. As they both emphasize, Kant does not give a deduction of the moral law, which this title mentions. 26 Indeed, the point of the section in question is to explain why such a deduction is neither possible nor necessary, and in the first sentence Kant says, "This analytic shows that pure reason can be practical, that is, can of itself, independently of anything empirical, determine the will, and it does so by a factum in which pure reason in us proves itself actually in der Tat practical, namely autonomy in the principle of morality by which reason determines the will to deeds zur Tat. Ti. This sentence shows that the whole analytic provides the deduction, whereas Kant's double use of the active language of acts in his clarification of the factum is certainly striking, if not decisive. 28 The problem Kant faces, it will be recalled, is that he has established a circle in which practical freedom and the moral law entail one another, so that it seems unclear how we may break into the circle. How we may establish either freedom or morality without tacitly presupposing what is to be shown. Kant characterizes his new strategy in a well-known footnote to his preface. Lest anyone suppose that he find an inconsistency when I now call freedom the condition of the moral law and afterwards, in the treatise, maintain that the moral jw is the condition under which we can first become aware of freedom, I want only to remark that whereas freedom is indeed the ratio essendi of the moral law is the ratio cognoscendi of freedom. For, had not the moral law already been distinctly thought in our reason, we should never consider ourselves justified in assuming such a thing as freedom, even though it is not self-contradictory. But were there no freedom, the moral law would not be encountered at all in ourselves. I take this to mean that although there is indeed a circle here, there is nevertheless an epistemic asymmetry that enables us to make use of the circle in a way that is not vicious but virtuous. Kant explains the epistemic priority of the moral law as follows. Thus freedom and unconditional practical law reciprocally imply each other. Now I do not ask here whether they are in fact different or whether it is not much rather the case that a unconditional law is merely the self-consciousness of a pure practical raison, this being identical with the positive concept of freedom. I ask instead from what our cognition of the unconditionally practical starts, whether from freedom or from the practical law. It cannot start from freedom, for we can neither be immediately conscious of this, since the first concept of it is negative, nor can we conclude to it from experience, since experience lets us cognize only the law of appearances and hence the mechanism of nature, the direct opposite of freedom. It is therefore the moral law, of which we become immediately conscious, as soon as we draw up maxims of the will for ourselves, that first offers itself to us and, inasmuch as reason presents it as a determining ground not to be outweighed by any sensible conditions and indeed quite independent of them, leads directly to the concept of freedom. But how is consciousness of that moral law possible? We can become aware of pure practical laws just as we are aware of pure theoretical principles, by attending to the necessity with which reason prescribes them to us and to the setting aside of all empirical conditions to which reason directs us. Here Kant says that, although we are not immediately conscious of freedom, we are immediately conscious of the moral law. The immediacy of moral consciousness seems to have three aspects. First, acknowledgement of the moral law follows immediately, that is, without need for any further acknowledgement from the capacity for practical reasoning, the ability to draw up maxims of the will which are, for Kant, the proper subject matter of practical reasoning. Second, the moral law is immediately necessary in the way it directs the will. That is, the moral law immediately constitutes a reason for acting and a motivation for acting, without the need for any further desire or interest to accompany it. Third, the moral law is unradiated by empirical motivation in the further sense that it provides a motivating reason that outweighs any and, as we shall see, every possible competing reason. In the last two senses, although not in the first, consciousness of the moral law is like consciousness of pure theoretical principles, namely, the pure categorical principles, not their schematized counterparts which constitute unconditioned justifications that escape the Agrippine trilemma, and which can be realized only if the heterogeneity requirement is satisfied, if all empirical conditions are entirely set aside. The immediacy of which Kant speaks here is characterizable, then, not in terms of the epistemic certainty of that which is immediately in perception, but rather in terms of the unconditionality of any ground that escapes the Agrippine trilemma. Now Kant introduces what he calls an experience that confirms this order of concepts in us. On my reading, this example, although briefly described, plays a crucial role throughout the rest of the analytic. Suppose someone asserts of his lustful inclination that, when the desired object and the opportunity are present, it is quite irresistible to him. Ask him whether, if a gallows were erected in front of the house where he finds this opportunity and he would be hanged on it immediately after gratifying his lust, he would not then control his inclination. One need not conjecture very long what he would reply. But ask him whether, if his prince demanded, on pain of the same immediate execution, that he give false testimony against an honorable man whom the prince would like to destroy under a plausible pretext, he would consider it possible to overcome his love of life however great it may be. He would perhaps not venture to assert whether he would do it or not, but he must admit without hesitation that it would be possible for him. Hedges, therefore, that he can do something because he is aware that he ought to do it and cognizes freedom within him, which, without the moral law, would have remained unknown to him. The first question is intended to elicit from me the acknowledgement that my love of life outweighs any particular desire I may have. The underlying idea is of course that I cannot satisfy any desire once I am dead. Kant's second question is intended to elicit from me the acknowledgement that the moral law outweighs my love of life itself, since there are circumstances in which I recognize that, were I to act to save my life, I would be doing something morally wrong. 33. As it stands, this can hardly be an ug. A give Kant what he wants. First, there is the problem that not everyone will give Kant's questions the answers he expects. Some will say that they have desires for the sake of whose satisfaction it would be rational for them to die if necessary, and that, even if it would be rational for them to die rather than to defame an honorable man, this shows only that they have an overwhelming desire that accords with what Kant calls the moral law, say, the desire to be viewed as a moral hero. Second, even if everyone were to give Kant's questions the expected answers, this would still seem to prove only that, insofar as I believe I ought, I cannot help but believe I can. It does not show that I am actually free to act because of moral duty. Still, we are not yet at the end of the analytic. So we should not conclude that what Kant calls the immediacy of consciousness of the moral law is supposed to do all the justificatory work. We should not assume that Kant, like Jacobi, sees an appeal to immediacy as an alternative to a response to Agrippan skepticism. In the rest of Chapter 1 of the Analytic, we learn inter alia more about the active character of the factum, consciousness. Of this fundamental law may be called a factum of reason because one cannot reason it out from antecedent data of reason, for example, from consciousness of freedom, since this is not antecedently given to us, and because it instead forces itself upon us of itself as a synthetic a priori proposition that is not based on any intuition, either pure or empirical, although it would be analytic if the freedom of the will were presupposed, but for this, as a positive concept, an intellectual intuition would be required, which certainly cannot be assumed here. However, in order to avoid misinterpretation in regarding this law as given, it must be noted carefully that it is not an empirical factum but the sole factum of pure reason which, by it, announces itself as originally law-giving, sic volo, sic iubio. 34. Here Kant's point is that the moral law is not only immediately necessary in the three senses explained above, but is also entirely janal. It expresses nothing but the form of the will of an agent who is endlessly responsive to requests for reasons. So consciousness of the moral law does not involve any intuition, that is, any quasi-perceptual recognition of either the value of some end or the property of freedom in me. For any such recognition could give rise only to a content-based reason for acting, such as act so as to fulfill the ends you perceive as valuable or act so as to fulfill the ends that express your freedom. Instead, the immediate necessity of the entirely formal moral law must express neither the unconditional value of some end nor the unconditional value of some property I possess, but rather the unconditional value of a will that is capable of unconditional vol lat. In this very special case, willing suffices for reason giving. Thus, to will for the sake of the moral law is to will one's own will, or to act for the sake of one's own act. But this is true only because the will and act in question are not individual, but rather express the will of a rational agent as such. We also learn more in Chapter 1 of the Analytic about the freedom deduced through the factum of reason. For Kant emphasizes that, although we can have no intuition that would enable us to acquire theoretical cognition of the in itself, nevertheless the moral law provides a factum absolutely inexplicable from any data of the sensible world and from the whole compass of our theoretical use of reason, a factum that points to a pure world of the understanding and, indeed, even determines it positively and lets us cognize something of it, namely a law. In other words, the synthetic commitment to the in itself, which theoretical reason needed to resolve the third antinomy, but which it could still regard only as hypothetical, is now rendered categorical. For this factum is inseparably connected with, and indeed identical with, consciousness of freedom of the will, whereby the will of a rational being that, as belonging to the sensible world cognizes erkennung itself as, like other efficient causes, necessarily subject to laws of causality, yet in the practical is also conscious of itself on another side, namely as a being in itself, conscious of its existence as determinable in an intelligible of things. For Kant, a cognition or erkenntnis requires both linkage of concepts according to some universal necessary principle, and application of those concepts to actuality via something immediate and singular, For concepts are representations that relate to actuality only via general characteristic. In theoretical cognition, the immediate and singular application to actuality is supplied by sensible intuition, which can be pure or empirical. We now find that there can also be practical cognition, in which the immediate and singular application is supplied by the self-expressive or autonomous act of the rational will as such. Thus I can cognize practically that I can will the moral law and am thus subject to it. 38. This practical cognition is expressible in a synthetic a priori judgment. The practical character of the cognition is distinctive and sufficient to prevent me from employing it for theoretical purposes. For example, although I am aware that I am actually free, and although this awareness has cognitive significance, I can have no insight whatsoever into how my freedom is possible. There are no conditions for the unconditioned. So I cannot simply conjoin my practical awareness of my freedom with my theoretical cognitions of the empirical world. I can have no idea whatsoever of how to do this, since I cannot know how one and the same me can be both empirically determined and intelligibly free, although I can be sure that it is indeed true that I am but. It is in this sense that I cognize my subjection to the moral law practically, or only from the practical point of view. This does not mean that my cognition is epistemically weaker than my theoretical cognitions. Nor does it mean that it is cognition of something metaphysically weaker than an actuality. Rather, my practical cognition and its object are of an order entirely different from my theoretical cognition and its object. Chapter 1 of the Analytic still seems to leave open the possibility, as I have said before, of a skeptical response. For one may still want to say that Kant has shown at most that I cannot help but believe that I ought to act for the sake of the moral law and that I therefore cannot help but believe that I can act as an absolutely free agent. But a deduction of freedom needs to show that I actually ought to act for the sake of the moral one and that I actually can do so. In chapters 2 and 3 of the Analytic, Kant can be seen to respond to two versions or aspects of this skeptical response. In chapter 2 he can be seen as responding to the worry reminiscent of Maimon's worry about causality in the realm of theoretical cognition, that the moral law is not only free of content, but also free of determinate implications. In chapter 3 he can be seen as responding to the worry that, even if the moral law has determinate implications, I cannot actually implement them. If his response to either of these worries is inadequate, then the claim to have deduced freedom will seem hollow. It is Kant's response to the second worry that concerns me here because of its implications for German idealist argumentation. To understand this response, we need first to consider in more detail the sort of empirical story Kant thinks we should tell about motivation, about the determination of the will to action. According to Kant, what we might call a standard motivational story involves three elements: an inclination, a maxim, and a feeling. An inclination is a tendency to pursue some end. Animals, in Kant's view, are simply driven to action by their inclinations, but we humans are motivated only by those inclinations that we have chosen to incorporate into some maxim or policy. If I am inclined, for example, towards freedom from financial difficulty, then I may incorporate that inclination into the maxim: when in financial difficulty, acquire cash by falsely promising to pay it back later. 39. Suppose that I have adopted this maxim and that I now find myself in financial difficulty. According to Kant, my inclination will now affect my feelings, thus moving or determining my will. My representation of the end to which I am inclined, freedom from financial difficulty, produces a pleasurable feeling, and that feeling moves my will to action. The standard motivational story allows us to reformulate the skeptical worry that the moral law cannot actually motivate us. Motivation consists in a feeling of pleasure attending the representation of an end to which I am inclined. This feeling is empirical and can be explained in terms of antecedent empirical causes. Whether I am susceptible to a specific motivational feeling depends partly on my choice of maxims and partly on my inclinations. Which inclinations happen to me is a contingent fact about my empirical self. Now it seems to follow that contingent facts about my empirical self are necessary conditions for my being motivated. But these creates a problem for morality. Motivation seems always to require, as a necessary condition, the sort of empirical yenif that is inclined to feel pleasure when certain ends are represented. But Kant characterizes practical spontaneity as the capacity for the moral law to necessitate motivation, to be the sufficient condition for the determination of the will to action, regardless of contingent, empirical conditions. So it appears that if a. Motivation always involves feeling, and if b. Feeling always depends partly on contingent, empirical conditions, then we are not practically spontaneous. Kant retains thesis a. That motivation always involves feeling but jettisons thesis b. That feeling always depends partly on contingent, empirical conditions. In order to show that we are practically spontaneous, then, Kant needs to show that we are capable of some feeling that is necessitated by the moral law independently of the inclinations to which we happen to be subject. Kant calls this special moral feeling, the feeling of respect. Kant seeks to show us, I think, that the feeling of respect is implicit in the moral consciousness to which we have been brought by consideration oj the original example, the example that asks us to choose between obeying the moral law and life itself. Kant characterizes respect as follows: the consciousness of a free submission of the will to the law, yet as combined with an unavoidable constraint put on all inclinations though only by one's own reason, is respect for the law. When we consider an example in which the moral law opposes our love of life, we do indeed become conscious of a free submission of the will to the law, yet as combined with an unavoidable constraint put on all inclinations though only by one's own reason. Kant has already argued that, in considering the example, we are conscious of the moral law as freely self-imposed through the factum of reason. Now we must see that we are conscious of the moral law as outweighing all our inclinations. This is because our continued survival is a condition for the fulfillment of any end to which we are inclined. So if the moral law outweighs our love of life, then it must outweigh all our inclinations. Therefore the consciousness to which we are brought by the example implicitly constitutes respect for the law. To say that our consciousness implicitly constitutes the feeling of respect is to say that in considering the exemplary choice between duty and death, we actually produce the feeling of respect. So Kant is claiming that in reading the analytic, we demonstrate the reality of freedom by producing an effect necessitated by the moral law. But how does this production work? To understand it, we must examine Kant's distinction between two aspects of our natural desire for happiness and two corresponding aspects of moral constraint, all the inclinations taken together, which can be brought into a tolerable system and the satisfaction of which is then called one's own happiness, constitute regard for oneself, solipsismus. This is either the self-regard of love for oneself, a predominant benevolence towards oneself, philotia, or that of satisfaction with oneself, arrogantia. The former is called, in particular, self-love, the latter self-conceit. Following Andrew's wreath, we can identify self-love with what Rawls calls general egoism, the claim that my inclinations are sufficient reasons for my action, just as your inclinations are sufficient reasons for your action. Self-conceit, meanwhile, is what Rawls calls first-person dictatorship, the claim that my inclinations are sufficient reasons for everybody's action. The moral law constrains these two species of egoism in two different ways. Pure practical reason merely infringes upon self-love thut, blosse bruchel, inasmuch as it only restricts it, as natural and active in us even prior to the moral law, to the condition of agreement with this law, and then it is called rational self-love. But it strikes down Schlagzeiger nieder self-conceit, since all claims of esteem for oneself that precede accord with the moral law are null and quite unwarranted, because certainty of a disposition in accord with this law is the first condition of any worth of a person. We shall soon make this more distinct, and any presumption prior to this is false and opposed to the law. Self-love or general egoism is merely infringed upon by pure practical reason because there is nothing wrong with regarding my inclinations as reasons for action, provided I regard them not as sufficient reasons but only as reasons on which I act when so acting is morally permissible. But self Conceit or first-person dictatorship is struck down by pure practical reason because it amounts to a direct challenge to the supremely authoritative status of the moral law. Self-conceit is the claim that my inclinations should serve as the supreme ground of everyone's maxim choice, that my inclinations should supplant the moral law from its rightful place. It is a claim to absoluteness made on behalf of something that cannot be an absolute ground. Thus, although there is room within morality for morally conditioned self-love, there is no room whatsoever for self-conceit. We experience moral constraint, then, in two different forms. The law restricts our self-love and strikes down our self-conceit. Now we can say that the striking down of our self-conceit is one feature of the moral consciousness to which we are brought by the original example. I have a natural tendency to want my own inclinations to be the highest law of everyone's action, but in considering the example that pits my inclinations as a whole against the moral law, I see that the law outweighs my inclinations, that I ought to die on the gallows rather than act immorally. But, Kant argues, now, what in our own judgment infringes upon our self-conceit humiliates die Idealism. Hence the moral law inevitably humiliates every human being when he compares with it the sensible propensity of his nature. When I consider the example, I am humiliated. But humiliation is a feeling, a negative feeling of displeasure. So the mere idea of the moral law, when considered in a concrete example of characteristically human choice, produces a negative feeling expressing the moral law's inevitable constraint of my natural human drive to self-conceit. Thus acknowledgement of the normative force of the moral law necessitates a negative, painful feeling. It seems that Kant has shown at most that acknowledgement of the normative force of the moral law can produce a negative feeling, not that it can positively move me to action. But Kant claims that the a priori feeling produced in the consideration of such examples has a positive as well as a negative aspect. His idea seems to be as follows. Self-conceit directly opposes the moral law, claiming its place as my ultimate practical reason. So self-conceit may be said to negate the claims of morality. But when the moral law strikes down self-conceit, humiliating me, it thereby negates the negation of the claims of morality. Consequently, the idea of the moral law clears the space, as it were, for my adoption of the moral law as my ultimate reason. Thus my humiliation is not merely negative, but positively assists the claims of morality. Since, in considering the example, I am conscious of myself as responsible for the moral law by means of the factum of reason, the effect of the example on my feeling has two aspects. As an empirical subject of inclinations, I am humiliated, but as a rational, autonomous legislator of the moral law, I am elevated. Since, Kant argues, I feel respect for whatever humiliates me, it follows that I feel respect for the moral law and for myself as its legislator. Thus the idea of the moral law, as considered in the example, necessitates an effect upon my feelings that removes the obstacle of self-conceit, clearing the way for moral action. In what I earlier called standard motivation, feeling precedes the determination of the will, my feeling for a certain end moves my will to action. But in moral motivation, feeling of respect succeeds the determination of the will, the moral law determines my will by issuing an obligation, and that obligation strikes down my self-conceit, allowing my already determined will to issue in action. The feeling of respect is not a prior condition for determination of the will by the moral law, for the moral law determines the will unconditionally, immediately. However, that unconditional will determination expresses itself empirically through the feeling of respect, thus allowing humans, who have both reason and feelings, to act morally. If Kant's description of moral psychology is right, then serious consideration of his example should produce just the feeling of respect that can clear the path for moral action. Since I feel respect when the moral law opposes all my inclinations, Kant thinks it follows that the feeling of respect does not depend on any particular inclination to which I happen to be subject. So if we feel respect when we seriously imagine the example, then we are capable of action necessitated by the moral law. But then we are capable of freely initiating a causal series. In other words, we are practically spontaneous. And if we are practically free, then, by the reciprocity thesis, the moral law ought to be our ultimate reason, on pain of irrationality. Thus we reach the desired conclusion of the deduction of freedom, justifying both freedom and morality. At this point I want to emphasize a crucial difference between previous readings of Kant's deduction and the Fichtean reading proposed here. Even Allison's interpretation, perhaps the most sympathetic offered so far, has portrayed its conclusion as follows: our consciousness of moral constraint commits us to the belief that we are capable of respect, and therefore to the belief that we are practically 46. But, as critics like Barbara Herman have argued, in a fashion reminiscent of Aeneasidemus and Stroud, this conclusion is not an adequate response to the skeptical concern, because it leaves open the possibility that although we necessarily believe we are free, our belief may still be false. On my reading, however, the deduction reaches its conclusion only when we readers realize that, in the moral consciousness induced by the example, we actually feel respect. By producing an instance of motivation by the moral law, a rationally necessitated will determination, we actualize our practical freedom and so demonstrate that we are really free. Thus, in the factum of reason, I take up the standpoint of freedom. I take up this standpoint whenever I act morally, and I need no philosophical education to do so, according to Kant. But here I take up the standpoint. 1988, where he suggests that the deduction has an essentially performative nature and involves an act operatum. I should note that, although I am emphasizing the active nature of the deduction even more than Allison, I do not wish to follow him in calling the deduction performative. The confusion surrounding Austin's use of that term and Hinteka's interpretation of the Ogito are too thick and intertwined to disentangle here. However, Allison does not identify the deduction with the whole analytic and therefore interprets the performance in question only as taking an interest in or submitting to the moral law, not as bringing about in oneself the feeling of respect. The result is to leave his interpretation vulnerable to the following objection raised by Barbara Hellman: if the fact of reason could show that I can act out of respect for the moral law if I choose to, transcendental freedom would follow. What I cannot see is how any performance of submitting could show that acting from respect for the moral law was possible, when it was just the possibility of so acting that was in question. What the fact of reason so understood show is that in submitting to the moral law we cannot doubt that acting from respect for the moral law is possible. The fact of reason might thus explain why so many believe we can act from respect for the moral law. Such conviction, however, does not bootstrap us up to transcendental freedom. See Herman, 1988, 135. I suspect that it is because of this objection that Allison's second version of the interpretation, in Allison, 1990, makes no reference to the performative nature of the deduction, although he still emphasizes taking an interest in morality. Some of his formulations here suggest the line I take, such as, Kant's position is, that freedom is actual, or better, actualized, in the interest that we take in TB moral law, 248. But others show that Allison himself does not take this line, such as, this consciousness provoked by the question whether I could face certain death for the sake of the moral law, is of a mere possibility rather than an actual capacity, 246. Allison's second version is still vulnerable to Herman's objection. For this version depends on the claim that one cannot acknowledge a motive and deny the possibility of being motivated by it, 241. Herman could object that the deduction shows only that in acknowledging my interest I cannot doubt that I am capable of being motivated by it, not I actually am capable. My interpretation of the deduction is not vulnerable to this objection in the same way because the active nature of the deduction consists in the actualization of the capacity for motivation by the moral law, in the determining of the will that sensibly manifests itself as the feeling of respect. If I actualize a capacity, then I show that I actually possess the capacity. In contrast, the response to Herman suggested by Allison, 2004, is that there is no fact of the matter whether I actually am capable, since there are no facts of the matter about things in themselves. Self-consciously and for the sake of philosophizing, not immediately for the sake of deliberation and action. The idea that I can philosophize from the standpoint of practice, not theory, is truly remarkable. Although Kant is nowhere as explicit as I have been about the deductive role of the feeling of respect, some of his formulations seem to support my interpretation. For example, the objective reality of a pure will, or, what is the same thing, of a pure practical reason, is given a prior, in the moral law as it were by a factum, for so we may call a determination of the will that is unavoidable, even though it does not rest on empirical principles. F. It was also found in the dialectic of pure speculative reason that the two seemingly opposed ways of finding the unconditioned for the conditioned and the synthesis of causality, for example, to think for the conditioned in the series of causes and effects FO the sensible world, a causality that is not further sensibly conditioned, did not in fact contradict each other, and that the same action which, as belonging to the sensible world, is always sensibly conditioned sirat mechanically necessary, can at the same time, as belonging to the causality of an acting being so far as it belongs to the intelligible world, have as its basis a sensibly unconditioned causality and so be thought as free. Then the only point at issue was whether this can could be changed into is, that is, whether one could show in an actual case, as it were, through a factum lineum wirklichen Fall gleichsam durch ein factum, that certain actions gewisse Handlungen presuppose such a causality, intellectual, sensibly unconditioned causality, regardless of whether such actions are actual or only commanded, that objectively practically necessary. T. In the first passage Kant characterizes the factum as a determination of the will. To invoke Fichte's criticism of Reinhold's interpretation of Kant, Kant is surely referring not to the autonomy of pure practical reason but rather to that resolution of the individual will against self-love and in favor of the moral law manifested by the feeling of respect. In the second passage Kant speaks of proving the reality of freedom by means of an actual case, which suggests again that the proof essentially involves an occasion for actual will determination. Kant says that it is irrelevant whether the actions presupposing freedom are actual or only commanded, which might suggest that the proof does not involve an actualization of freedom. But Kant may be interpreted here as saying that what is irrelevant is whether the actual determination of the will is translated into behavior, which involves not only resolution but also opportunity and autocracy or self-control. For it is Kant's view that we can never be certain that any particular behavior is motivated by the moral law. If, however, we could not be certain that we are actually determining our wills in accordance with the moral law, that we are actually feeling respect, then the deduction of freedom as I have interpreted it would be impossible. I take Kant to be saying in this passage, then, that our uncertainty about whether our actual behavior is commanded behavior is irrelevant to the deduction of freedom. In contrast, our certainty about actual will determination is of the utmost relevance. What is crucial, it should be emphasized, is not my certainty that I would die for the moral law if necessary. If, when I contemplate the choice between duty and life, I feel ashamed at the thought that I would not choose duty, then that is enough. My shame is the negative aspect of respect, and it shows that I am performing the relevant action, determining my will by acknowledging the supreme normative force of the moral law. Two passages from the 1790s in which Kant characterizes the deduction also seem to confirm the proposed interpretation. First, in a passage from a letter written in 1790, Kant uses a formulation that might serve as a motto for the current proposal: the concept of freedom, as causality, is apprehended in an affirmation Beigehend Kantel 50. Second, and more significantly, Kant writes in the Critique oj Judgment, objects of concepts whose objective reality can be proved are matters of fact, residential jacti. It is very remarkable, however, that even a rational idea is to be found among the matters of fact. The idea of freedom, the reality of this idea, as the idea of a special kind of causality, can be established through practical laws of pure reason and, in conformity with these, in actual acts, and hence in experience. Among all the ideas of pure reason, this is the only one whose object is a matter of fact and must be included among the Sibylla. What always remains very remarkable about this is that among the three pure ideas of reason, God, freedom, and immortality, that of freedom is the only concept of the supersensible which, by means of the causality that we think in it, proves in nature that it has objective reality, by the effects it can produce in it. 51. Here Kant emphasizes that freedom proves its objective reality through actual acts, the effects it can produce in nature, and he explains that this is what it means for freedom to be a matter of fact, Tatsache, Res 4 Cti. Again, these acts or effects cannot be actual behavior produced through freedom, out of respect for the moral law, since we can never be certain that any actual behavior is so produced. What then could they be, if not actualizations of the capacity for respect, or determinations of the will in accordance with the moral law? We can now see how Kant's deductive strategy is circular without being vicious. The strategy is circular if represented as an argument from premise to conclusion. It starts with a belief in the validity of morality and concludes with a belief in the reality of freedom, but the premise presupposes the conclusion and has no independent justification. However, if one takes into account the transformation of the subject who makes the transition from premise to conclusion, then one sees that the circularity is not vicious. When I am brought, at the beginning of the deduction, by means of examples, to acknowledge the moral law, I have a theoretical reason, the causal law, to worry that my moral consciousness is illusory, even if it is necessary from the practical point of view. As the third antinomy shows, that theoretical ground is not compelling, but nevertheless the epistemic possibility that one might not be free is open. One might not be free, for all I know. But when I actualize my freedom, one provide myself with a ground that closes off that epistemic possibility. Since one can actualize my freedom, I must actually be free, and one have an actual ground for rejecting the worry that moral consciousness might be illusory. And at this point, since I am actually free and since my freedom gives me practical cognition of myself as one am in myself, an inhabitant of the intelligible world, I can see in retrospect that it was not really possible at the outset that one might not be free, for if I were not free then I would not be me. Thus my self-legislation of the moral law manifesting itself through the feeling of respect provides a ratio cognoscendi or epistemic ground for my cognition of freedom, while the actualization of my freedom provides a ratio essendi or ontic ground for my self-legislation of the moral law. My passage from premise to conclusion is not viciously circular because I am transformed in two ways during the transition. First, I pass from mere consciousness of the moral law to actual will determination. Second, I pass from practically necessary but doubtful belief in freedom to practically necessary and well-grounded cognition of freedom. It is true that the idea of the moral law and the idea of practical freedom form a circle of mutual entailment. But if I trace that circle in the way Kant wants, I do not end up back where I started. For one am transformed along the way. An important consequence of this procedure is the peculiarly first-person singular character of Kant's deduction and, accordingly, of practical cognition and belief. Kant already anticipates this view in the first critique. There Kant explains that what he calls moral belief in God and immortality is not on the same scale as theoretical opinion, belief, and knowledge. The certainty of moral belief is not logical but moral, and since it rests on subjective grounds, of the moral sentiment, I must not even say, it is morally certain that there is a God, etc., but one am morally certain, etc. 52 Moral belief has universal validity, but because it rests upon subjective grounds available to all human beings in virtue of their rationality, it is unlike theoretical belief and can never become knowledge. 4. All knowledge wissen, if it concerns an object of mere reason, can be communicated. As we have seen, Kant is prepared to speak of practical cognition, Erkenntnis, at least of subjection to the moral law, in the second critique when he thinks that he has succeeded at last in deducing freedom. But this cognition can never become knowledge, because it remains first-person singular. This feature of the cognition justified through the deduction of freedom underlies Kant's discussion in 1796 of what he calls the true secret of philosophy, a secret which can become possible to feel. 53. Here Kant is responding to Johann Georg Schlosser, brother-in-law of Goethe and friend of Jacobi, who had attacked Kant in the introduction and footnotes to his translation of Plato's letters. In Schlosser's view, true philosophy is a matter of refined feeling expressed poetically and mythically, and Kant has sought to clip the wings of metaphysics because he lacks the necessary innate spark. By restricting philosophy to that about which we can be certain, Kant has not purified but has rather emasculated reason. He has so sublimized virtue, God, and immortality, that the next generation of his adherents, wholly bereft of prejudice and superstition, are likely to fall into the most lawless libertinism. In contrast, the esoteric Platonism that Schlosser finds in Plato's seventh letter emphasizes the feelings of its initiates. Those who attain immediate intuition thereby experience what Schlosser calls a presentiment, Ahnung, of the veiled goddess Isis. 56. Although Schlosser never says so explicitly, he implies that this feeling, experience, or presentiment will inspire the initiate and effect a genuine moral improvement. Now Schlosser gives no clear account of how seventh-letter esotericism improves its adherents, nor does he address the questions raised by the fact that only a few people are capable of initiation. Seventh-letter esotericism is hardly likely to have any moral effect whatsoever on the masses it excludes. But what stands out from Schlosser's attack on Kant is the claim that Kant's critical philosophy fails to engage our feelings and therefore cannot motivate us to morality. It is the desire to respond to this claim that leads Kant to the surprising thesis that it is the critical philosophy that has discovered an inexplicable secret, a secret that cannot be told but that can be felt. Kant's account of this true secret turns out to be another version of the deduction of freedom. Thus Kant first characterizes what he takes to be the universal response to examples of the kind adduced in the second critique. Now every man finds in his reason the idea of duty, and trembles on hearing its brazen voice, when inclinations arise in him, which tempt him to disobedience towards it. He is persuaded that, even though the latter all collectively conspire against it, the majesty of the law, which his own reason prescribes to him, must yet unhesitatingly outweigh them all, and that his will is also capable of this. He then raises what he takes to be the key question: what is it in me which brings it about that I can sacrifice the innermost allurements of my instincts, and all wishes that proceed from my nature, to a law which promises me no compensating advantage, and threatens no loss on its violation, a law, indeed, which I respect the more intimately, the more strictly it ordains, and the less it offers for doing so. This question is unanswerable, and therein lies the mystery as well as the moral benefit of Kant's philosophy, by astonishment at the magnitude and sublimity of the inner disposition in mankind, and at the same time the impenetrability of the mystery that veils it, for the answer, it is freedom, would be tautological, since that is precisely what constitutes the mystery. This question arouses the whole soul. We can never grow weary of giving attention to it, and admiring in itself a power that yields to no power in nature, and this admiration is simply the feeling produced by ideas, and if, besides the teaching of morality in school and pulpit, the presentation of this mystery were made a special and oft-repeated topic of instruction, this feeling would penetrate deep into the soul, nor would it fail to make men morally better. 58. Kant's point here is that I can cognize my freedom, but only through first-person singular consideration of the normative force of the moral law compared with that of all my inclinations. Consequently, I can cognize the actuality of freedom, although I cannot comprehend what makes it possible. It is just here, as he goes on to say, that we find what Archimedes sought, a fixed point to which reason can apply its lever, in order by its principle to move the human will, even when the whole of nature resists, and this without resting it either upon the present or a future world, but merely upon its inner idea of freedom, which lies there as a sure foundation through the unshakable moral law. This, then, is the secret which can become possible to feel only after slow development of the concepts of the understanding, and of carefully tested principles, and thus only through work. It is given, not empirically, proposed to reason for solution, but a priori, as actual insight within the bounds of our reason, and even extends rational knowledge up to the supersensible, but only in a practical respect, not, say, by a feeling, which purports to be the basis of knowledge, the mystical, but by a dear cognition which acts upon feeling, the moral. In other words, through consideration of my response to cases in which duty opposes all my inclinations, I find the standpoint beyond the sensible world from which reason can move the human will in a way that manifests itself sensibly through the feeling of respect for the moral law. To bring myself into this condition is to bring myself into the condition appropriate for moral action, so it is morally improving. Although this procedure is first-person singular, it is available to every human being and hence universally valid. Unlike the divine spark claimed by Schlosser as innate to the few, the capacity for respect and hence for practical cognition of the supersensible involves labor, not superior birth. On this, which coheres well with the Fichtean interpretation of the deduction of freedom developed above, Kant provides us with an appropriately critical way of construing the key terms of esotericist tradition. Thus Kant joins Schlosser in worshipping the veiled goddess, Isis, but identifies her with the moral law. Kant, too, the possibility of a presentiment, Ahnung, of the goddess, which he characterizes as being guided by moral feeling to concepts of duty, before having yet been able to make clear to oneself the principles on which this feeling depends. 60. Thus Kant offers an account of the obscurity of his moral philosophy, which he diagnoses in terms of the mystery of practical freedom itself. This obscurity is compatible with universal validity, but it puts Kant in a position with respect to Schlosser and other opponents that is quite unlike the position of someone who wants to convince others about some theoretical principle that is synthetic a priori. If someone resists, say, the claim that the causal law is a synthetic a priori principle of the possibility of experience, then Kant should be able to show her, if he is right, that she already presupposes what she does not want to accept and that she would be contradicting herself by rejecting it. Although people frequently contradict themselves, is a sense in which they are not free to do so once the contradiction has been pointed out. But, as Kant says at the end of his response to Schlosser, if, as Fontenelle said on another occasion, Monsieur N is still quite determined to believe in the oracle, nobody can prevent him. 61. In other words, there is a sense in which Schlosser is free to reject Kant's claims about freedom, even if they are true. For it follows from those claims that we are all free to be heteronymous, to repudiate through individual will higher the law that will legislates to itself. 62. In broad terms, the deductive strategy developed by Kant in the second critique may be described as follows. By means of an act or Tathandlung, an absolute first principle s in this case, the moral law self-legislated by will is demonstrated not only as normatively supreme but also as effective. It thereby becomes the ratio cognoscendi of the absolute condition in this case, the practical freedom of Wilker without whose actualization the principle could not be effective. This absolute condition is the ratio essendi of the absolute first principle. The relationship between the absolute condition and the absolute principle is circular, yet the circle is virtuous because the argument is not a linear transition from premise to conclusion, but rather the taking up of a standpoint, a first-person singular transformation of the subject's self-consciousness, in which I come to see my agency not only as will like here but also as will as pure practical reason. At the same time, however, because this transformation is a free activity of the subject, the deduction is peculiarly open to free rejection. Having interpreted Kant's deduction of freedom in a way suggested but not developed by Fichte not as appeal to a fact of consciousness that avoids skeptical issues, but rather as the solicitation of a first-person singular, pure act or Tathandlung that manifests itself sensibly and that enables a response to skepticism, I now turn to the implications of this deductive strategy for the German idealist project. On the one hand, Kant himself connects the deduction of freedom to the idea of the ens realissimum, from which German idealists hope to deduce the categories that are both necessary for and determinately applied in experience. On the other hand, what Kant says about the connection suggests that such a deduction is impossible. In the second critique, while discussing the postulates of pure practical reason, Kant explains that, through these postulates, the moral law and the highest good lead to concepts that speculative reason could indeed present as problems but could never solve. 63. His third example is the concept of God, as for that which speculative reason had to think but to leave undetermined as mere transcendental ideal, the theological concept of the original being. It furnishes significance to this, for practical purposes, i.e., as a condition of the possibility of the object of a will determined by that law, as the supreme principle of the highest good in an intelligible world, by means of moral law-giving accompanied by power in it. 64. One might take this to mean that the basic ideas of rational theology are now to be discarded, replaced by new and unrelated practical ideas. But, in a footnote to his response to Schlosser, Kant notes that the deduction of freedom and the subsequent derivation of the postulates of God and immortality amounts to a reworking of the transcendental ideal from a practical point of view. The transcendental concept of God, as the ens realissimum, cannot be circumvented in philosophy, however abstract such a concept may be, for it pertains to the union and at the same time the elucidation, of everything concrete that may subsequently enter into applied theology and theory of religion. Kant goes on to argue that the ens realissimum must be thought not as the sum total, but rather as the ground of all realities. This is a familiar point that Kant has made both in his pre-critical writings and in the first critique. Here, however, the discussion takes an unfamiliar turn. Kant argues, not only that to think God as the sum total of all realities leads to illicit anthropomorphism, but also that God can be adequately thought as the ground of all realities only from the practical point of view. But if I frame to myself the concept of the ens realissimum as the ground of all reality, I am saying that God is the being who contains the ground of everything in the world for which we men have need to suppose an understanding, example everything purposive therein. He is the being from whom the existence of all worldly being originates not out of the necessity of his nature, per eminentiam, but according to a circumstance for which we men are obliged to suppose a free will, in order to make the possibility thereof intelligible to us. Now hear what the nature of the Supreme Being may be, objectively, can be posited as wholly inscrutable to us, and quite beyond the sphere of any theoretical knowledge possible to us, and yet reality still be, subjectively, left to these concepts in a practical respect, with regard to the course of life, in relation to which, also, an analogy of the divine understanding and will to that of man and his practical reason can alone be assumed, notwithstanding that in a theoretical sense there is absolutely no analogy between them. From the moral law which our own reason authoritatively prescribes to us, and not from any theory of the nature of things in themselves, there now proceeds the concept of God which practical pure reason constrains us to make for ourselves. 66. This idea that the absolutely infinite realities which may be ascribed to the ens realissimum without fear of anthropomorphism are practical realities is already mentioned in passing in a footnote to the second critique. Although one ascribes to God various attributes the quality of which is found appropriate to creatures as well, except that in him they are raised to the highest degree, example power, knowledge, presence, goodness, and so forth, there are still three that are ascribed to God exclusively and yet without the addition of greatness, and all of them are moral. He is the only holy, the only blessed, the only wise, because these concepts already imply the absence of limitation. According to the order of these attributes he is also the holy lawgiver, and creator, the beneficent governor, and preserver, and the just judge, three attributes which include everything by which God is the object of religion and in conformity with which the metaphysical perfections are added of themselves in reason. These absolutely infinite practical realities, then, are appropriate for a progressive metaphysical deduction from the idea of the ens realissimum. However, it would seem impossible to deduce categories capable of theoretical use from the idea thus characterized. In fact, however, there could be hope of employing the deductive strategy of Kant's deduction of freedom in order to deduce categories for theoretical as well as practical use, but only if practical and theoretical philosophy are not as separate as they are in Kant's critical philosophy, only if, say, there is an essential moment of practical freedom in theoretical cognition. This is exactly the point of Fichte's characterization, not only of consciousness of the moral law, but also of the pure self-consciousness involved in theoretical cognition, as both Tiefentwicklung and intellectual intuition. These are hardly promising claims. A deduction of the categories from the idea of the ens realissimum would have to retrace God's intellectual intuition of his absolutely infinite realities, which ground the sum total of possible reality. But how may we humans participate in divine cognition? It is central to Kant's view of human finitude that our cognition is discursive and that we do not have intellectual intuition, of which only God could be capable, of which we cannot even conceive. I do not think that German idealists simply deny the finitude of human beings, or even reject the Kantian idea that this finitude involves the unavoidable use of concepts in cognition. As holistic monists, however, they reconfigure the relationship between finite humans and the infinite yet immanent God. To explain the German idealist use of the notion of intellectual intuition, I will consider first the claim that consciousness of the moral law is intellectual intuition, and then the claim that intellectual intuition is a transcendentally necessary condition of all consciousness, including theoretical cognition. I will then consider the relationship within Fichte's Genauigkeitsschiffslehre between these two intellectual intuitions. In his second introduction, Fichte says, our consciousness of the categorical imperative is undoubtedly immediate, but it is not a form of sensory consciousness. In other words, it is precisely what I call intellectual intuition. 6b. An earlier passage suggests that Fichte understands consciousness of the moral law in the way that I interpreted earlier. By exhibiting the ethical law within us, the I becomes characterized as something absolutely active. Our intuition of self-activity and freedom has its foundation in our consciousness of this law, which is unquestionably not a type of consciousness derived from anything else, but is instead an immediate consciousness. Here I am given to myself, by myself, as something that is obliged to be active in a certain way. Accordingly, I am given to myself, by myself, as active in an overall sense or as such. I possess life within myself and draw it from myself. It is only through the medium of the ethical law that I catch a glimpse of myself, and insofar as I view myself through this medium, I necessarily view myself as self-active. In this way an entirely alien ingredient, viz., my consciousness of my own real efficacy arises for me within a consciousness that otherwise would be nothing but a consciousness of a particular sequence of my representations. R. Fichte accords epistemic priority to the moral law, through the immediate consciousness of which we achieve intuition of self-activity and freedom. He also emphasizes that this consciousness can be transformative, for through it one catch a glimpse of myself, which can only mean that, apart from this consciousness, I do not know myself as one am in myself. Moreover, he says that I thereby become conscious of my own real efficacy. Does this mean that I become conscious of a capacity, or as in the interpretation of Kant's deduction of freedom proposed above, of an actualization of a capacity? It means the latter is suggested by the following passages. One becomes immediately conscious of one's freedom through the deed du Realität, since one self-actively tears oneself loose from a state of indecision, and posits a definite purpose, because one posits it, especially if this purpose runs contrary to all our inclinations, and is nevertheless chosen for duty's sake. Desire applies to all finite reason. Anyone who wants to be released from desire wants to be released from consciousness. We cannot consider any finite, rational, conscious being to be holy, for every finite, rational creature is conscious of a desire that strives in opposition to the above-mentioned law. The union of pure willing and desire produces the feeling of an ought, of an inner, categorical drive toward acting. 11. In these passages, Fichte suggests that consciousness of freedom is attained through an act in particular, through an act opposed to all my inclinations, or to the desire that strives in all finite beings against the law. The negation of this desire, which Kant calls self-conceit, produces the feeling of an ought, the feeling, that is, of respect for the moral law. This negation is, then, the act through which consciousness of my freedom becomes possible. But why give the designation intellectual intuition to this act that enables consciousness of my self-activity, freedom and real efficacy? In brief, because it plays a role within practical cognition that is strictly analogous to the role played by sensible intuition, both pure and empirical, within theoretical cognition. It is the immediate relation to actuality that converts a mere linkage of concepts - a particular sequence of my representations into a genuine cognition. As we have already seen, Kant himself is well aware of this analogy of roles. Yet he denies that the actuality in question is intellectual intuition. There is a striking example in this passage. Since in all precepts of pure practical reason it is only a question of the decision of the will and not of the natural conditions, of practical ability, for achieving its purpose, it thereby happens that the practical concepts a priori in relation to the supreme principle of freedom immediately become cognitions, not needing to wait upon intuitions in order to acquire a meaning. This happens for the noteworthy reason that they themselves produce the reality of that to which they refer, the disposition of the will, an achievement which is in no way the business of theoretical concepts. Kant is fully aware of the analogy between the role played by the acts whereby practical precepts produce the will determinations to which they refer and the role played by intuitions in theoretical cognition. It is because of this awareness that he feels the need to deny that these acts are intellectual intuitions. But what is the justification for the denial? It is simply, Pick says, that Kant already has an established usage of the term intellectual intuition. In Kantian terminology, every intuition is directed at some being, a posited being, something fixed and enduring. Accordingly, intellectual intuition would, in this case, have to be a consciousness of a non-sensible being, an immediate consciousness of the thing in itself, and indeed a consciousness made possible by thought alone. I.e., it would amount to a creation of the thing in itself simply from the very concept of the same, similar to the way in which those who demonstrate the existence of God from the mere concept thereof must view God's existence as nothing more than a consequence of their own thinking. But Picht has no room for this usage. His idealism is a two aspects, not a two essences view. All being is sensible being. 74 Moreover, his two aspects idealism is committed to holistic monism, so he does not regard the ens realissimum as a being, but rather as the immanent principle of the totality of possible beings. Consequently, there is no reason why Hesch should not use the term intellectual intuition where it seems appropriate. The intellectual intuition of which the Wissenschaftslehre speaks is not directed toward any sort of being whatsoever, instead it is directed at an acting, 75. Consciousness of the moral law, and thereby of my individual freedom to obey or disobey that law, involves both immediacy in the senses of unconditionality discussed above and singularity of the individual will. Immediacy and singularity are the two distinguishing marks of intuition, while this consciousness is a priori and involves opposition to all inclinations or sensible sources of motivation. So, if the term intellectual intuition has no pre-existing usage within German idealism and there is therefore no confusion to prevent, why not say that consciousness of the moral law involves intellectual intuition of my Idealism? J. Fichte also speaks of what Kant calls pure consciousness or, better, pure self-consciousness as intellectual intuition. What case may be made for this? It is often said that Fichte conflates the necessary capacity for self-consciousness with the necessary actuality of self-consciousness. Certainly, Fichte insists on an actual self-consciousness conditioning every act of consciousness. Although Kant famously says that the I think must be capable of accompanying all of my representations. Fichte paraphrases the point as follows: as Kant puts it, all of my representations must be capable of being accompanied by the I think and must be thought of as accompanied thereby. Why? Note first that Fichte speaks about what is required for consciousness. However, consciousness is a notoriously slippery term, which can contrast with not being conscious in the sense of carelessness or negligence, or with unconscious in the psychoanalyst sense or in the anesthetists, and so on. Rather than assuming that we know in advance what the term consciousness means, we should look at how Fichte uses the term in the context of his philosophical project. Since Fichte's aspiration is to give an account of rational agency in general, the most charitable interpretation is the following: an act or state is conscious, in Fichte's sense, if it is accessible to the rational agency and the deliberation of the agent performing that act or in that state. Like Kant, Fichte thinks that some acts or states are bewusstlos or unconscious. These may have representational content, but their content is inaccessible to me as a rational agent. 80 On this construal of Fichtean consciousness, the Kantian thesis may be interpreted as follows: if I am to employ any representational content in me, rational deliberation and agency, that content must be capable of being immediately ascribed to me. For example, if I am to make use of the perceived fact that an obstacle is obstructing my path of motion, then it is insufficient that I be in an informational state representing that fact. I must also be able to access that information and to relate it to my actual motion and to my desire to reach a certain destination. If I am to respond rationally to the situation, I must be able to think of my course of action, my desire, as obstructed. I must be able to think of the obstacle as an obstacle for me. That the required capacity is for immediate self-ascription becomes clear from work by Wittgenstein, Hector Neri Castaneda, Peter Geach, and Gem. Anscombe. Suppose, for example, that Fichte's path of motion is 8. Obstructed by a carelessly abandoned pile of books, say, the collected works of Kant. If Fichte is to respond rationally to the situation, it is not sufficient that he able to think of one, G. Fichte, or of the first great post-Kantian, or even of this person here, as obstructed, even if those designations in fact refer to him. He must also be able to think of G. Fichte, or of the first great post-Kantian, or even of this person here, as himself. Since immediate self-reference is irreducible to any other variety of reference, it follows that immediate self-ascription is irreducible to any other variety of ascription. Any content that I employ in my rational deliberation and agency must be capable of being immediately ascribed to me. If I were capable of ascribing some content only mediately to myself, the content would not be accessible to me as a rational agent. Still, why should Fichte think that the capacity for immediate self-ascription requires some sort of actual self-consciousness that conditions my rationally accessible representation? See, because, I suggest, Fichte holds along with many contemporary analytic philosophers that capacities and, more generally, possibilities cannot be metaphysically basic, but must be grounded in actualities. As Nelson Goodman put it, the peculiarity of dispositional predicates is that they seem to be applied to things in virtue of possible rather than actual occurrences, and possible occurrences are no more admissible as unexplained elements than are occult capacities. T. Fichte makes the point in his own way, as a claim about our capacity to posit things, a merely possible efficacy, or an efficacy in general, is only posited through abstraction from a certain efficacy, or from all actual efficacies, but, before something can be abstracted from, it must be posited. T. If this claim is combined with the claim explored earlier that immediate self-ascription is irreducible to any mediated self-ascription, then we will need to find an actual ground for the capacity to immediately self-ascribe. We might attribute to Fichte the following line of thought: if the capacity for immediate self-ascription is irreducibly a capacity I or immediacy, then the actual ground for that capacity must already involve immediacy. On this view, I am able to produce thoughts of this irreducibly peculiar kind because I am merely making explicit an implicit actuality that is already of this irreducibly peculiar kind. Any other explanation of the capacity for immediate self-ascription will have to explain where the irreducible immediacy comes from. We are now prepared to make sense of Fichte's central claim, that the immediate actuality that grounds the capacity for attaching the I think is an act of self-positing as positing 86. What Fichte means is that the immediate actuality is an existential commitment with respect to oneself as the agent engaged in making existential commitments, predications, or inferences. Unlike other existential commitments, this one is necessarily presupposed by the capacity for rational agency. Any other existential commitment must presuppose existential commitment by the rational agent to herself as the positing agent. Thus the act of self-positing has an absoluteness surpassing that of any other existential commitment. Positing myself as positing is the condition of any other act of positing. but it is itself unconditioned by any other act of positing. Attending to the literal meaning of Setzend-: commonplace German word meaning to place or to locate, I propose that we construe Fichtean positing as locating within what analytic philosophers call the space of reasons. Thus, to posit a thing relatively or conditionally is to specify the location of that thing within the omnitudo realitatis, understood as a network of possible, existential, predicative, and inferential commitments, a location that may be occupied only by a possible thing of a specific kind. To posit a thing absolutely or unconditionally is to undertake the relevant commitments by affirming that a particular thing of that kind exists in an actual spatio-temporal location. Both sorts of positing necessarily involve self-positing as self-positing, the actual location of the positing agent within the space of reasons as a positing agent, and the capacity of the positing agent to locate herself within space and time. To understand why Fichte wants to characterize self-positing as self-positing in terms of intellectual intuition, it is helpful to consider a question raised by Geach and answered differently by John Ferry and David Lewis. After distinguishing a third-person indirect reflexive proxy, he himself, for the first-person pronoun, to be used in statements ascribing to se thoughts and utterances, Geach acknowledges a problem, but if we say of a number of people that each of them believes that he himself is clever, what belief exactly are we attributing to all of them? Certainly they do not all believe the same proposition, as proposition is commonly understood by philosophers. Perry develops Geach's problem in several two-stage examples. At stage 1, the subject knows all the true propositions there are to know about his situation but cannot locate himself with respect to those facts. For instance, an amnesiac is lost in a library, despite having read the map of the library and his own up-to-date biography. Since he does not know that he himself is the person described in the biography as wandering in the library whose map he has read, the knowledge is of no use. At stage 2, the subject succeeds in locating himself with respect to the facts. The amnesiac realizes that he himself is the person described in the biography as wandering on the 8th floor of the library. The knowledge already possessed becomes available for deliberation and action guidance. Perry asks how to characterize the change in the subject's beliefs occurring in the transition from stage 1 to stage 2. The locating beliefs, acquired, are essentially indexical. They have the irreducible immediacy of first-personal beliefs and their third-personal equivalents employing the indirect reflexive. The problem is that locating beliefs cannot easily be accommodated by the doctrine that belief is an attitude towards propositions, as traditionally understood. As Perry puts it, any attempt to specify a locating belief in first-personal terms, for instance, by saying, I am the amnesiac wandering on the 8th floor of the library, seems, from the viewpoint of the traditional doctrine of propositions, to have a missing conceptual ingredient. 92. From a Fichtean standpoint, however, we might say that any attempt to specify a locating belief in non-first-personal terms has a missing intuitive ingredient. Lewis's radical solution is to entirely abandon propositions as the objects of belief and desire. One say that all belief is self-locating belief. Belief de dicta is self-locating belief with respect to logical space. Belief irreducibly dis is self-locating belief at least partly with respect to ordinary time and space, or with respect to the population. One propose that any kind of self-locating belief should be understood as self-ascription of properties. In Lewis's view, every belief or desire involves immediate self-ascription. Every belief or desire is a self-location in logical space, whereas some are also self-locations in empirical space. Although Fichte is responding to Perry's problem not but rather to the perceived demand for an actual ground of the capacity for immediate self-ascription and rational agency, his response has an affinity with Lewis's proposal. For the ground in question is the activity of self-positing or self-locating in the space of reasons, an activity that need not be made explicit in every act of positing, but that is there to be made explicit when appropriate. Of course, this activity of self-positing is not a locating of myself in the space of reasons as a particular individual, conceived in a determinate way, on the basis of certain information. We are concerned only with that activity of self-positing that is presupposed by any act of positing whatsoever, namely, the act of self-positing as positing, the location of myself as a locator in logical space, as a thinker of determinate objects. For reasons quite different from Lewis's, then, Fichte reaches an apparently similar conclusion: every act of consciousness is conditioned by an actual self-consciousness, or every positing involves an immediate self-positing as self-positing. The act in question is, then, immediate and singular, since it relates to the subject signified by the first person singular. So it has the two distinguishing marks of an intuition. Moreover, this act of immediately positing myself as self-positing plays the role characteristic of an intuition, according to Fichte, because it enables me to have first personal cognition, in which I know what I am doing because I am the one doing it. 95. So there is good reason to call this act an intuition. Since the act in question is a pri01I necessary for any act of consciousness whatsoever and cannot be derived from anything sensible, Fichte calls it intellectual intuition. Fichte's account of pure self-consciousness as intellectual intuition is further from Kant than Fichte's account of moral consciousness as intellectual intuition. In the latter case, it is largely a matter, in light of what seems to be Kant's view, of whether or not to use the term. In the former case, it is a matter of developing an account where Kant himself is particularly cagey, and then finding use of the term appropriate in light of this account, to which Kant is not committed and might be opposed. P. Still, the view I have attributed to Fichte is not obviously incompatible with much of what Kant says on the topic, and it is philosophically interesting in its own right. We are now able to understand why, in attributing intellectual intuition to us, Fichte does not take himself to be denying the discursive character of human cognition. As he uses the term, intellectual intuition is not intuition of a being, which would stand in need 0f neither sensible intuition nor conceptualization. Rather, intellectual intuition is intuition of my own activity. Here is how Fichte characterizes his position with respect to Kant and Schulz. According to Kant, according to Schulz, and according to me, three elements are required for a complete representation. 1. There is that whereby the representation obtains a relation to an object and thus becomes a representation of something. We all agree in calling this sensory intuition. This remains true even when the object of representation is I myself. In this case I become for myself something that endures through time. 21. There is that whereby the representation is related to a subject and thus becomes my representation. Tills, according to Kant and Schulz, should not be called intuition. I, however, call it by this name, for it bears the same relationship to a complete representation that sensory intuition does. 3. Lastly, there is that whereby the first two elements are united and thus become a representation. Here again, we all agree in designating this a concept. 97. Thus human cognition remains both discursive and finite, not creative. Nevertheless, what Fichte calls intellectual intuition is self-actualizing, like the divine mode of cognition that Kant calls intellectual intuition. Positing myself as self-positing constitutes me as an agent who is able to posit. P. Positing myself as self-legislating constitutes me as an agent who is practically free to be autonomous or heteronymous. In Fichte's view, neither sensory intuition nor intellectual intuition ordinarily occurs on its own, as a fact of consciousness, although both can become facts of consciousness for the philosopher, like sensory intuition, which never occurs by itself or constitutes a complete state of consciousness. This intellectual intuition never occurs alone, however, as a complete act of consciousness. Both types of intuition must also be grasped by means of concepts, or comprehended. Nor is this all. In addition, intellectual intuition is always conjoined with some sensory intuition. I cannot discover myself to be acting without also discovering some object upon which I act, and I discover this object by means of sensory intuition, which I grasp by means of a concept. If, however, it must be conceded that there is no immediate, isolated consciousness of intellectual intuition, then where does the philosopher obtain his acquaintance with intellectual intuition and his isolated representation of the same? I answer this question as follows: he undoubtedly obtains this in the same way he obtains his acquaintance with and his isolated representation of sensory intuition, namely, by means of an inference from the obvious facts of consciousness. Hence the philosopher discovers this intellectual intuition as a fact of consciousness. It is a fact Tatsachal for him, for the original I it is an act. Tath and Lung. He does not, however, discover it immediately, as an isolated fact within his consciousness, but only insofar as he introduces distinctions into what is present as a unity within ordinary consciousness and thereby dissolves this whole into its components. P. Thus the transcendental philosopher, undertaking to account for the a priori possibility of ordinary experience, departs from ordinary experience by distinguishing within her own experience what is not ordinarily distinguished. At first, this is a matter of inference, there must a priori be certain conditions, or else experience could not be possible. But it becomes a matter not merely of inference but of consciousness. By forming concepts adequate for the comprehension of these conditions, she becomes capable of new and peculiarly philosophical states of consciousness in which she ascribes these conditions to herself. In these states, that which is ordinarily an act that enables consciousness and that is unavailable as a fact of consciousness, becomes a fact of consciousness. In the same way, a meaning is ordinarily that by which a word refers to its object and is ordinarily not the topic of discussion. But the practitioner of semantics makes the meaning into the topic of discussion and must frame new and appropriate concepts and words. When the transcendental philosopher adequately conceptualizes intellectual intuition, she acquires transcendental self-knowledge. This is not knowledge of the self as a thing in itself. For a thing in itself would be an entity that is available for the passive intuition of some possible being, and that is what it is in virtue of its intrinsic properties. As a holistic monist, Fichte must deny that the I is a thing in itself. For the I cognizes itself in action, hence as an I, not as a self, while there can be no room for intrinsic properties once holistic monism is taken to have defeated monadic individualism. Rather, transcendental self-knowledge is the I's knowledge of the I in itself. That is to say, it is knowledge acquired, not from a partial standpoint within the totality, but from the standpoint of the absolute principle that renders the whole an unconditioned whole, or a totality. P. What, then, is the relationship between these two intellectual intuitions? What role do they play in Fichte's systematic program? One view recently defended by Karl Ameriks and Frederick Biceris that the intellectual intuition of freedom through consciousness of the moral law provides the starting point for Fichte's transcendental account, which is therefore ineliminably moralistic. As Ameriks puts it, this commits Fichte to a radical, methodological primacy of the practical, which should be distinguished from a still stronger global primacy. It should be noted that what is meant here by the methodological primacy of pure practical reason, that is, the radical primacy of the practical, does not entail having to go so far as to claim a fully global primacy of the practical, since it need not require distinctively practical considerations to be an internal part of all substantive assertions. All that the claim of methodological practical primacy asserts is that to get to the first step of properly asserting any non-trivial existential assertions, one has to rely on at least one premise that is irreducibly moral and has no significant precondition in prior neutral ontological investigations. As this passage makes clear, Ameriks's view is that Fichte accords methodological primacy not to the practical in general but specifically to the moral. However, unlike some earlier proponents of this reading, notably Josiah Royce 10-2, Ameriks thinks that moral primacy, as one shall call it from now on, is characteristic of Fichte's views from approximately 1797 but not those of his earlier works. In this developmental claim, Ameriks follows Friedrich Neuhauser, who divides Fichte's development, before his Berlin period, into three stages: 1. A pre-systematic stage, in which Fichte explores the possibility of a theoretical first principle, the formal unity of consciousness, but abandons the attempt to formulate a principle expressing the unconditionality of the one. 2. The first presentation of the Wissenschaftslehre in works published in 1794, primarily the Foundations, in which Fichte's conception of the unconditionality of the one equivocates between theoretical and a practical or moral meaning in a way that is fatal to his attempt to prove the practicality of pure reason on the basis of a principle that is universally recognized, and 3. The second presentation of the Wissenschaftslehre in 1797–1799, in which the first principle now expresses an unequivocally practical commitment to autonomy. L. In Amarix's view, it is hard to understand why Fichte characterizes both consciousness of the moral law and pure self-consciousness as involving intellectual intuition. Thus Amarix says that Fichte unfortunately follows clear assertions of moral primacy with what seem to be non-moral claims about consciousness, thus complicating matters and generating a mistaken impression. Indeed, Amarix finds the clearest expression of Fichte's moral primacy in the Vocation O.J. Man, in which Fichte argues directly from consciousness of the moral law to anti-skeptical claims. 105. It seems impossible to reconcile this interpretation with Fichte's rejection of regressive transcendental arguments from facts of consciousness, which he expresses as early as 1793 and which he continues to emphasize not only in his methodological reflections but also in his polemical writings. If the interpretation summarized above is correct, then Fichte simply is giving a regressive argument from the fact of moral consciousness, and the difference between Fichte and Schmid lies not in methodology but only in Fichte's emphasis on morality. So, although this is not the place to give a full account of Fichte's development, I need to say enough about his development to show where and why I disagree with Amarix, Beiser, and Neuhauser. Although I agree with Neuhauser that there are some significant differences that are not only presentational but also substantive between the 1794–1795 version of the Wissenschaftslehre and the 1796–1799 version. I disagree with his and Amarix's characterizations of those differences. In the first place, I think that we should take seriously Fichte's own account of development. The first presentation was made somewhat awkward by the fact that the discussion of the conditions for the possibility of the principles did not present these conditions in their natural order, but was instead divided into a theoretical and a practical part. As a result of this division, many directly related issues were separated too widely from one another. This will no longer occur in the present version, which will follow a method of presentation that is just the opposite of that followed by the author in his compendium of 1794, where he proceeded from the theoretical portion of philosophy, i.e., from what had 1 be explained, to the practical part, i.e., to what was meant to serve as the basis for explaining the former. In the present lectures, however, the hitherto familiar division between theoretical and practical philosophy is not to be found. Instead, these lectures present philosophy as a whole, in the exposition of which theoretical and practical philosophy are united. The presentation follows a much more natural path, beginning with the practical sphere, or, whenever it would contribute to the clarity of the exposition to do so, inserting the practical into the theoretical, in order to explain the latter in terms of the former, a liberty for which the author was not yet sufficiently self-confident at the time that he published his Wissenschaftslehre. 107. Fichte states here that, in his second presentation, he dispenses with the traditional distinction between theoretical and practical philosophy. This means not only that he begins with the practical, a claim to which I will return shortly, but also that he inserts the practical into the theoretical. As becomes clear in the 1796–1799 texts, Fichte thinks that the distinction between theoretical and practical philosophy is an abstract, reflective version of an important distinction between ideal and real activity. Real activity is true activity, which is an instance of acting, whereas ideal activity is activity in a state of repose, an image or copy of the object to which real activity directs itself. 108. On the one hand, there can be no ideal activity without teal activity and no real activity without ideal activity. Thus, Intellectual intuition of both the kinds discussed above involves both moments or aspects. On the other hand, ideal activity is the ground of real activity. This reflects Fichte's commitment to holistic monism. Real activity is the first principle, which grounds ideal activity, but real activity is an immanent, not a transcendent principle, and could not exist without its derivatives. Fichte sometimes expresses his thesis by saying that the practical is the ground or foundation of the theoretical. But this should not be understood in a way that would allow the ground to exist without what it grounds. Unfortunately, Fichte's first presentation encourages this misunderstanding by observing the distinction between theoretical and practical philosophy, and thus by suggesting that there can be theoretical cognition that is in no way practical, and practical cognition that is no way theoretical. Neuhauser and Amerix ignore what Fichte takes to be significant about his development. They consequently fall into the trap of thinking that Fichte is committed to a practical first principle that is really distinct from its theoretical derivatives. When Fichte begins his new presentation by emphasizing the intellectual intuition involved in every act of consciousness, such as, famously, thinking of a wall, he means, then, to emphasize the real aspect of all such acts. He accordingly chooses an example that is not distinctively practical, let alone moral. I do not think that Fichte's discussion of non-moral intellectual intuition is unfortunate or confusing. Rather, it is essential for his program, which is to show that there is a real first principle that is both immanent within and foundational for every act of consciousness. What, then, does Fichte mean in those passages where he emphasizes that consciousness of the moral law involves intellectual intuition in an exemplary fashion, and where he expresses what Amerix takes to be moral primacy? To answer this question, we need to distinguish between, 1. The starting point of the transcendental philosopher, or the taking up of the transcendental standpoint, which is the precondition for transcendental philosophy; 2. The starting point of transcendental philosophy, which is the absolute first principle; and 3. The culmination of transcendental philosophy, which is the ultimate derivative of the first principle. Failure to make these distinctions has led to confusion. In my view, consciousness of the moral law serves, in Fichte's second presentation, as 1 and 3, but not as 2. The relationship between 1. The precondition or taking up of the standpoint of transcendental philosophy, and 2. The first principle of transcendental philosophy is equivalent to the relationship between the factum of reason and the actuality of freedom in Kant's second critique. In other words, the moral law is the ratio cognoscendi of real activity, while real activity is the ratio essendi of the moral law. At the same time, there is a circle in which each entails the other. To show that real activity is indeed actual and not merely a necessity of our thinking, which might be diluted, Fichte must show that, from the first principle or ratio essendi, follow not only the formal conditions of theoretical and practical cognition, but also the determinate applicability of those conditions to sensibly given objects. Thus his system culminates in a demonstration of the determinate applicability of the highest form. In other words, the system can be considered complete only when it deduces the possibility of consciousness of the moral law as a derivative of real activity, that is, only when the system demonstrates the possibility of its own precondition, hence when it demonstrates its own possibility. More needs to be said about the precondition and about the culmination of the system. First, how does consciousness of the moral law enable the transcendental philosopher to arrive at the first principle? There seem to be two possibilities. The first is that one cannot understand that every act of consciousness involves intellectual intuition, and one cannot discern real activity, unless one has first acknowledged the supreme normative force of the moral law, and hence the actuality of one's own practical freedom. The second is that, although one can understand that every act of consciousness involves intellectual intuition, and one can discern real activity, without first acknowledging the supreme non-native force of the moral law and the actuality of one's own freedom, what one cannot do without satisfying this precondition is acknowledge real activity as the absolute first principle of philosophy. The first option seems implausible. Fichte does not seem explicitly committed to it, and, if my previous account of intellectual intuition is correct, then understanding or affirming the thesis that every act of consciousness involves intellectual intuition does not seem to depend in any way on prior realization of one's practical freedom. The second option, however, is plausible. It is also, I think, what Fichte has in mind when he says, for example, intellectual intuition provides the only firm standpoint for any philosophy. I cannot be driven from this position. This is the point where my philosophy becomes entirely independent of all arbitrary choice and becomes a product of iron necessity to the extent, that is, that free reason can be subject to necessity, i.e., it becomes a product of practical necessity. I cannot go beyond this standpoint, because I am not permitted to go beyond it. With this, transcendental idealism simultaneously reveals itself to be the only type of philosophical thinking that accords with duty. It is the mode of thinking in which speculation and the ethical law are most intimately united. I ought to begin my thinking with the thought of the pure I, and I ought to think of this pure I as absolutely self-active and not as determined by things, but rather as determining them. Here Fichte is applying his version of the Kantian thesis that commitment to the moral law involves aiming at the highest good as a goal, not to the moral life, but to philosophy. The thought is that one cannot acknowledge the supreme normative force of the moral law without at the same time aiming at a condition in which an absolute first principle grounds all other principles, thereby grounding all valid forms of grounding in a way that escapes the Agrippine trilemma. Within the moral life, this means that one should aim at what Fichte calls a moral world order. Within philosophy, it means that one should aim at the completion of the German idealist system. In other words, an autonomous agent who engages in philosophy should aim at the completion of the system and should believe this goal to be not only possible, but possible through me. 112. Only such a person is able to see not only that there must be an absolute first principle on whose basis systematization is possible, but also that this principle can only be real activity, the practical moment in evil act of consciousness. In this light, we can understand a passage in which Fichte discusses a difference between Kant and himself. As he says, even if Kant's pure self-consciousness is understood as Fichtean intellectual intuition, it remains possible to object that, according to Kant, all consciousness is merely conditioned by self-consciousness, but may be grounded in something or other outside of consciousness, as long as this something or other does not contradict the conditions of self-consciousness, but, according to Fichte, all consciousness is determined by self-consciousness, i.e., everything that occurs within consciousness has its foundation in the conditions that make self-consciousness possible. What accounts for this undoubted difference between Kant and Fichte? I must show that in our case the determinacy follows from the conditionality, and thus that the distinction in question is not present in this case and makes no difference at all. If a person says all consciousness is conditioned by the possibility of self-consciousness and from now on I wish to view it in just this manner, then, as he proceeds in his investigation of consciousness, he will never know anything more about consciousness than this, and he will abstract from everything else he may otherwise believe that he knows about consciousness. He will derive everything required from the postulated principle, and only the consciousness he has derived in this manner will count for him as consciousness at all. Everything else is and remains nothing whatsoever. 113. This odd passage seems to argue that what is clearly a difference is not really a difference, on the grounds of a wish that it is not. But what is going on here, I suggest, becomes clear once one realizes that, by in our case, Fichte must mean in the case of those who philosophize from the standpoint of moral autonomy. We undertake, out of the motivation of the moral law, to find the absolute first principle from which every a priori necessary condition of the possibility of experience may be derived, and to carry out the derivation. So when we say that what Kant calls pure self-consciousness is the spontaneous and ubiquitous condition for the possibility of consciousness, we might equally say that it is the determining ground of consciousness. For we are interested in this spontaneous and ubiquitous that is, absolute and universal condition only because we take an interest in systematicity. It is only in this manner that we wish to regard consciousness, for our wills are directed to the goal of systematicity by the moral law. Still, that pure self-consciousness, intellectual intuition, or real activity is the absolute first principle has not been demonstrated until the system is complete, until it culminates, not merely in the derivation of the moral law as the highest form, but in the derivation of this form as a normative principle capable of determinate applicability to sensible objects and, indeed, as really efficacious within the empirical world. Until this has been achieved, Fichte's system is vulnerable to Maimon's version of the actuality problem. For the possibility has not been excluded that the system traces nothing but the formal necessity of our own thinking and that the circle formed by the moral law and freedom is a massive self-delusion. There is much confusion in the literature about the relationship between the absolute first principle and the normative principles that Fichte seeks to derive therefrom, including the principle of right and the moral law. Fichte himself is partly to blame for some misleading formulations. However, those formulations can be understood on the basis of transcripts from the 1796/1799 lectures, which reveal some central features of the second largely unpublished presentation. This confusion is most apparent in discussions of the foundations of natural right. In the second and third theorems of this work, Fichte seems to argue that the normative principle of right is a transcendental condition for the possibility of finite rationality or individuality. Then, in the rest of the work, Fichte apparently seeks to derive, from this normative principle, substantive norms whose implementations characterize any social and political arrangement that is to count as just. The project sounds exciting. What could be a more compelling deduction of a normative principle than a demonstration that every finite rational being is governed by that principle as a transcendentally necessary condition? On the other hand, the claim seems implausibly strong and hence unlikely to have been proven. Commentators commonly criticize Fichte for equivocating at some crucial point and hence failing to keep his promise. But there is a textual puzzle. For Fichte himself seems later to reject the thought that a normative principle is at the same time a transcendental condition. Indeed, he seems to deny exactly what he argued for earlier, when he says, for example, that rational, sensible beings and their sensible world do not first come to be through the concept of right. LL5. What is going on? The solution to the puzzle, I believe, lies in the lecture transcripts. There the new method is said to undertake two equally necessary movements, first an ascent and then a descent. In its ascent, the new method seeks to adequately formulate a first principle in accordance with a Spinozist conception of systematicity. As I have said, the principle is real activity. But Fichte takes himself to have found an adequate expression for this principle only in section 13, when he arrives at what he calls the pure will 1L7. On the one hand, Fichte says that the pure will is the categorical imperative U8. On the other hand, he says that one should not yet think here of the categorical imperative. V-. What he means by this last statement is that, as a transcendental condition, the pure will is entirely indeterminate, an abstraction introduced solely for the sake of systematic explanation. Thus, as Fichte readily concedes to Maimon, the pure will, the highest point to which the new method ascends, is to this extent a qualitas ultas. No, in its descent, the new method gradually concretizes its abstractions by showing that transcendental structures are instantiated within everyday consciousness. The first such concretization is the reciprocally recognitive summons, in which both the pure will and individuality achieve their initial expressions within the empirical world. In his account of the summons, Fichte's immediate goal is to explain how the origination of individuality is possible without invoking intrinsic properties, hence to show that holistic monism does not lead to nihilism. The basic idea first worked out in the foundations of natural right but also central to the lecture transcripts is that I first achieve immediate self-consciousness when I recognize that someone is summoning me to action, hence recognizing me as an agent. As surely as this X, which can be comprehended either as determinability or as the summons, is comprehended at all, one acts freely. Even my resistance to acting freely is an expression of my freedom. Here one necessarily discover myself to be something determinable, something that has to act. As surely as I comprehend the summons, I first discover myself as subject with the predicate of freedom that is to be discovered. 121 Two moments are distinguishable here. First, there is the unavoidability of responding to the summons by acting freely. This is the moment of pure will or willa, which unconditionally wills willing. 122 Second, there is the free choice whereby I myself determine to respond to the summons in some determinate way, by doing what the other wants, by resisting what the other wants, or even by ignoring the other. This is the moment of individuality or willker. 123 But this descent is only the beginning of an adequate response to Maimon's worry that transcendental philosophy is merely formal, not real. Consequently, Fichte's so-called applied Jena works The Foundations OJ Natural Right and the System OJ Ethics take on particular importance for the completion of his foundational project. For it is in the applied works that certain structures derived in the foundational account as transcendental conditions for the possibility of finite rationality become structures of voluntarily assumed, action-guiding ends. Thus the reciprocally recognitive structure of the summons becomes the structure of the voluntarily assumed end of individuality, the concept of right in the normative sense. Someone who elects to live within society adopts the end of individuality as such in herself and in others, and thereby commits herself both to rightful or just action and to the achievement of a just society. Similarly, the unconditionally self-willing structure of the pure will becomes the structure of the voluntarily assumed end of moral autonomy, the moral law. Someone who acknowledges the moral law as supremely normative adopts as an end the unconditionally free willing of unconditional free will itself, thereby committing herself both to autonomous action and to the achievement of the highest good. If this transformation of transcendental conditions in normative principles succeeds, then the reality of transcendental philosophy will have been deduced. For transcendental conditions are, rather, normative principles exhibiting the same structures as transcendental conditions will have been shown to determine everyday practices of judgment and to be available to everyday consciousness. They will no longer be vulnerable to the charge of being occult qualities, introduced solely for the sake of explanation, out of the exigency of our perhaps deluded thinking. The upshot of all this is that Fichte himself distinguishes between transcendental conditions and normative principles. But he claims that there is an isomorphism between the transcendental and the normative. Consequently, he uses the same terms for both, although this can be misleading. The transcendental conditions provide the a priori grounds of the normative principles, while the normative principles show that the transcendental conditions are not merely occult qualities. Hence, although transcendental explanation appeals to abstractions, it is not therefore pseudo-explanation. Returning to the textual puzzle of the foundations of natural right, we can now see that Fichte uses the term concept, or relation, of right in two ways, transcendentally and normatively. 124 He uses the same term because he wants to show that a transcendental condition for the possibility of finite rationality is isomorphic with the normative principle. But this should not mislead us into thinking that the transcendental condition is itself normative. Reciprocal recognition, as it is deduced in sections 3 and 4 of the Foundations of Natural Right, has no non-native import whatsoever. There is no action that it forbids. For, as Fichte emphasizes in the lectures, anything one does in response to the summons of another becomes a moment of reciprocal recognition. Whether you act or refrain from acting, you acknowledge the other who acknowledges you. 125 Indeed, even if you respond violently, even if you treat the other as a thing, you are still responding. So you still acknowledge the other as having summoned you, hence as a finite rational being who is not a thing. In the summons, the pure will expresses itself as a demand for responsiveness, a demand that cannot be evaded. But an inescapable demand is not a norm. For norms can be transgressed only when individuality is taken as an explicit end. Only when a community of individuals is voluntarily entered into does reciprocal recognition become the structure of a normative principle. Similarly, it is only in the system of ethics, when pure will is shown to be taken as an explicit end by autonomous individuals, that the system can succeed in explaining the possibility of its own precondition, hence of its own possibility. The idea that Fichte is committed to moral primacy arises in part from the confusion between the moral law as ratio cognoscendi and real activity as the ratio essendi or absolute first principle of the system, and partly from the understandable but nonetheless mistaken interpretation of the pure will in its transcendental sense as the pure will in its normative sense. Now that we have seen how the factum of reason can be the precondition of the German idealist system, as the taking up of the transcendental standpoint, we can also understand the claim that a German idealist system is a philosophy of postulates, and the emphasis on the special kind of obscurity that pertains to the system. The fragment known as the oldest system programmio of German idealism, variously attributed to Hegel, Schelling, or Hölderlin, begins as follows: an ethics. Since the whole of metaphysics will in the future fall under the moral, of which Kant, with both his practical postulates has given only an example, has exhausted nothing, therefore this ethics becomes nothing other than a complete system of all ideas or, what is the same, of all practical postulates. 127. Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel all share the idea that the German idealist system should be a system of all the postulates, whose model is Kant's derivation, from the factum of reason and the actuality of freedom, of the postulates of God's existence and the immortality of the soul. Thus, in the central section 13 of his 1796/1799 lectures, Fichte remarks, moreover, the scope of Kant's practical postulate is too narrow, for he limits it entirely to belief in God and immortality, but we will see that consciousness in its entirety is included within this postulate. To construct this system of postulates, Fichte adds, is tantamount to revising the first critique on the basis of the second and third, which would have required enormous effort from Kant himself, and so was never done. In Schelling's philosophical letters on dogmatism and criticism, one of Kant's principal contributions is said to be the development of a method of practical postulates that is employable by both dogmatism and criticism. P. Thus Spinoza gave the title ethics to the optimal version of dogmatism, and thus the optimal version of criticism must also take the form of a derivation, from an absolute first principle, of postulates capable of playing a determinative role within an individual life. Meanwhile, in his early correspondence with Schelling, Hegel declares that, if only he had time, he would try to show how, once moral faith has been established, the legitimate idea of God may now be employed retrospectively in order to export the notion of end-directedness from ethico-theology to physico-theology. P. In other words, Hegel wants to derive, from the idea of the ens realissimum known through the factum of reason, postulates pertaining to nature. In another letter, Hegel says that he once considered writing an article about how to satisfy the postulate that practical reason governs the world of appearances, and the other postulates. Tp in conjunction with their discussion of the German idealist system, as involving postulation. Both Fichte and Schelling try to explain the peculiar obscurity of the system. Thus Fichte points out that it follows from the fact that the first principle is a postulate that if one wants to communicate this philosophy to someone else, one has to ask the other person to perform the action in question. But since this action can be performed in the requisite way only by someone who has already attained consciousness of the moral law, it follows that not everyone will be in a position to perform the action and hence to have the Wissenschaftslehre communicated to him. Similarly, when explaining that he always intended the first principle to be understood as a postulate, Schelling says, philosophy itself is only an idea whose realization the philosopher can expect alone from practical reason. Therefore, philosophy must remain incomprehensible and even ridiculous as long as the student remains incapable of rising to ideas and also fails to learn from Kant that ideas are objects not of idle speculation but of free action, that the entire realm of ideas has reality only for the moral activity of man, and that man may not find any further objects where he himself begins to create and to make real. No wonder, then, that in the hands of a man who wants to determine ideas theoretically anything that goes beyond the table of categories, and especially the idea of the absolute, is the same to him as some story of no one at all. and at the spot where others first feel really free, he is confronted with a big void which he does not know how to fill and which leaves him with no consciousness other than that of his own vacancy of mind, proof only that his mind has never learned to act freely nor to reflect on itself, and that he can maintain his own place among minds only by means of a mechanical kind of thinking. 132. A few lines earlier, Schelling has declared his own indifference to a universally valid philosophy, a philosophy of which only a wiseacre should boast who, like Lessing's windmill, lives in friendship with all 32 winds. This brings me back to a point argued in Chapter 4, Reinhold wanted both universal validity and universal acknowledgement, but criticism of his systematic ambiguity shows that a German idealist system cannot have both. Schelling chooses to give up both. In his letters, he explains that, properly understood, the primacy of the practical means that no man can convince himself of any system except practically, that is, by realizing either system of dogmatism or criticism in himself. Consequently, one believe that one can also explain why, for a spirit who has made himself free and who owes his philosophy only to himself, nothing can be more unbearable than the despotism of narrow minds who cannot tolerate another system beside their own. B3. Thus Spinoza realizes the system of dogmatism by striving to annihilate free causality in himself, while the German idealist realizes the system of criticism by striving to annihilate objective causality in the external world. In other words, philosophical systems are realized by living one's nihilism, which is directed towards either the subject or the object. This is why there is no such thing as the one universally valid system, and also why either of the two absolutely opposed systems, dogmatism and criticism, is just as possible as the other, and both will coexist as long as finite beings do not all stand on the same level of freedom. Which of the two we choose depends on the freedom of spirit which we have ourselves acquired. We must be what we call ourselves theoretically. And nothing can convince us of being that, except our very striving to be that. This striving brings to pass our knowledge of ourselves, and thus this knowledge becomes the pure product of our freedom. We ourselves must have worked our way up to the point from which we want to start. Man cannot get there by arguing, nor can others argue him up to that point. 135. Neither Fichte nor Schelling intends, I think, to make what Amerix calls the bad Fichtean suggestion that the compelling power of a theoretical proof is incompatible with freedom, an argument that confuses rational and physical compulsion. What they mean rather is that there is a precondition for engaging in the German idealist programme, namely, the philosopher's recognition of his own autonomy, which alone enables him to take up a properly transcendental standpoint from which to philosophize. But this precondition can be satisfied only through a transformation in one's self-understanding, which cannot be the effect of a theoretical proof. As Schelling explains in his appendix on postulates, Socrates could demonstrate a geometrical theorem even to a slave because, unlike philosophical construction, geometrical construction does not involve an understanding of one's own autonomy. In their responses to this situation, however, Fichte and Schelling part company. Schelling gives up the claim to universal validity, but Fichte never does. Already in 1793 to 1794, however, while first working out his conception of the system, he worries about the possibility that the first principle will fail to win universal acknowledgement. But he is already prepared to find the ground for the failure in the uncomprehending, neither by us, nor by anyone whosoever, is the first principle to be proven by means of something else. Whoever has it not, is spoiled. Ferder Benel for philosophy. In 1794, he is already sure that, the majority of men could sooner be brought to believe themselves a piece of lava in the moon than to take themselves for an one. Hence they have never understood Kant, or grasped his spirit, hence, too, they will not understand this exposition, though the condition for all philosophizing lies at its head. Anyone who is not yet at one with himself on this point has no understanding of any fundamental philosophy, and needs none. Nature, whose machine he is, will lead him, even without his own cooperation, into all the occupations that are his to pursue. Philosophizing calls for independence, and this one can only confer on oneself. 139 Yet Fichte maintains that this failure of universal acknowledgement does not impugn the system's claim to universal validity. In 1797, he explains why, we have not maintained that there exists any sort of original and innate difference between human beings which makes some people capable of thinking of or of learning something that others, because of their very nature, are simply unable to think. Reason is the common possession of everyone and is entirely the same in every rational being. The same talent possessed by any one rational being is also possessed by every other rational being. Indeed, as we have often stated, and as we have repeated in the present treatise, the concepts with which the Wissenschaftslehre is concerned are concepts that are actually operative in every rational being, where they operate with the necessity of reason, for the very possibility of any consciousness whatsoever is based upon the efficacy of these same concepts. V. The situation of Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, as characterized here by Fichte, is exactly that of Kant's moral philosophy, as characterized in Kant's response to Schlosser. There Kant explains, as we have seen, that practical freedom is the true secret of philosophy, for I can deduce the freedom of my Willher only through acknowledging the autonomy of Wille, but my Willher is just as free not to acknowledge the autonomy of Wille as it is free to acknowledge it. I am free to be heteronymous, even to be evil. Although it is more rational to be autonomous, for only autonomy constitutes an escape from the Agrippine trilemma. Heteronomy acting for practical reasons vulnerable to the trilemma involves no straightforward intellectual error or irrationality that could be demonstrated through some theoretical proof. Of course, the major difference between Fichte and Kant in this respect is that Fichte is extending to the transcendental standpoint required for philosophy as a whole what Kant thinks true of the standpoint required for practical philosophy alone. Does this mean that Fichte must regard those who fail to acknowledge the universal validity of the system, those who fail to understand him, as heteronymous, even immoral? He can sometimes suggest as much, for example, when he describes them in the above passage as mere machines of nature. However, he gradually develops an account of the stages of Bildung to which there corresponds an account of the preconditions for transcendental philosophy, not all of which are under the individual's control and not all of which are moral. In short, the precondition of transcendental philosophy, the factum of reason, has its own preconditions. On this view, only a few survive the destructive effects of an education system designed to reduce the individual to a mere fragment of a human being, fit for a society dominated by the division of labor. Thus only a few are able to actualize their freedom in the way the factum of reason requires. Only when there is a new education system, indeed, a new society, can there be a generation capable of acknowledging the universal validity of the system. This explains, I think, Fichte's notorious polemical tone in passages such as these: my philosophy is nothing for Professor Schmidt, on account of incapacity, just as his philosophy is nothing for me, on account of understanding. He is unable to enter the realm which I embrace, he cannot even put a foot across its border. Where I am, he never is. We do not have a single point in common, on the basis of which we might be able to reach a mutual understanding. Whatever the Wissenschaftslehre may be in itself, it is at least not up to Professor Schmidt to judge it, since it lies in a world which does not exist for him at all, for he lacks the sense through which it becomes present to one. If it is a painting which is supposed to be evaluated, one listens to the opinion of people that can see. However bad a painting may be, I do not think that it should be criticized by people who are blind from birth. I am firmly convinced that Professor Schmidt will never acquire this sense, though one might hope that a young person who lacks it might be able to acquire it. Point 141 I write only for readers who continue to harbor an inner sense for the certainty or the dubitability, the clarity or the confusion, of their own cognition. I write for readers for whom science and conviction still retain some meaning and who are themselves driven by a lively zeal to seek the same. I wish to have nothing to do with those who, as a result of protracted spiritual servitude, have lost their own selves and, along with this loss of themselves, have lost any feeling for their own conviction, as well as any belief in the conviction of others. To those for whom it is simply folly for anyone to seek truth on his own, for those who see in the sciences nothing but a comfortable livelihood, who shrink from any extension of the same, as from a new job, and for whom no means is shameful so long as it is employed in order to silence the person who disrupts their business as usual, to them I have nothing to say. I would be sorry if I were understood by people of this sort. To date, this wish has been fulfilled so far as they are concerned, and I hope that, in the present case as well, these prefatory remarks will so confuse them that, from now on, they will be unable to see anything beyond the mere letters, inasmuch as what passes for spirit in their case will be yanked back and forth by the secret fury pent up within them. 14. This fantasy of annihilating one's uncomprehending colleagues makes hard reading. The mutual incomprehension of philosophers may sometimes give one occasion to entertain such fantasies. But should we want to hold on to such thoughts, even to publish them? What is really going on here, I think, is not that Fichte wants to annihilate his colleagues. Rather, he thinks in accordance with the Jacobian problematic of nihilism that many of them have already been annihilated. What he wishes is that these unfortunate creatures should wear their annihilation on their sleeves and find appropriate employment, instead of occupying chairs of philosophy. 143 Moreover, among the preconditions for taking up the transcendental standpoint is to be found, not only recognition of the normative supremacy of the moral law, hence of my duty and ability to recreate the world in accordance with morality, but also aesthetic taste. Indeed, aesthetic cultivation is crucial for taking up the transcendental standpoint. The ideal philosopher contemplates the real human being. But the philosopher is, after all, only a human being as well, and, as such, he too occupies only the real viewpoint. How then is he able to elevate himself to the transcendental viewpoint? If no middle term exists, then according to our own first principles rare is no means to make the transition from the one to the other. It has now been demonstrated, however, that a transcendental philosophy does exist. From this it follows that these two viewpoints must not be absolutely opposed to each other, instead, they must also be united with each other through some middle term. Consequently there does exist such an intermediary between the transcendental perspective and the ordinary one. This midpoint is aesthetics. From the ordinary point of view, the world appears as something given; from the transcendental point of view, it appears to be something produced, entirely within me. From the aesthetic point of view, the world appears to be given to us just as if we had produced it and to be just the sort of world we would have produced. V. I take this to mean that art is the production not of artificial objects but of artificial worlds. Morality requires us to strive to remake the world in its image, as a totality grounded in an absolute. Art involves the construction of artificial worlds. Only if one has achieved both stages of cultivation is one prepared for the standpoint of transcendental philosophy, which involves the artificial reconstruction of the world as the totality it must be, despite appearances, since consciousness of the moral law is a factum. Although Fichte does not explicitly discuss the case, it should be possible, then, that some of those who do not acknowledge the universal validity of the system are autonomous but lack aesthetic cultivation. Such philosophers, perhaps Fichte should call them Kantians, understand what the moral law demands of them in practical terms, but they do not understand what it demands of them philosophically, for they do not appreciate the possibility of artificial world construction. They should be able to grasp the ideas that consciousness of the moral law and pure consciousness are intellectual intuitions in Fichte's sense. What they cannot grasp is the possibility of constructing a system in which the former is the ratio cognoscendi of the latter's role as ratio essendi. The results of this chapter are best understood in relation to those of chapters 1 and 2. In chapter I argued that there is a Kantian model for the deductive program of German idealism, the deduction, from the idea of the ens realissimum, of the categories, first as transcendental realities composing the omnitudo realitatis, within which every grounding terminates absolutely, then as empirical realities, with respect to which no grounding escapes the Agrippin trilemma. Chapter 2 showed why German idealists rethink this model, substituting holistic monism for the monadic. Individualism espoused by Kant. Since Kant's commitment compels him to distinguish sharply between the intrinsic properties that can alone constitute transcendental realities for him and the irreducibly relational properties that can alone constitute empirical realities, he must also distinguish the omnitudo realitatis or intelligible world from the empirical world, which cannot in principle be understood as a totality. But the German idealists regard all realities as irreducibly relational. So theirs is not a two existence or two essences but rather a two aspects view. Relational realities may be viewed from two standpoints, either from the empirical standpoint, a partial perspective located within the whole, or from the transcendental standpoint, the perspective from which alone the whole can be seen as a totality, with an absolute first principle. In this chapter, I have undertaken to explain what is involved in taking up the transcendental standpoint by introducing a further Kantian model, the deduction of freedom through the factum of reason. The idea is that, by self-consciously acknowledging the normative supremacy of pure reason, I make available for explicit philosophizing an understanding of Mischelf's free that has previously been available only implicitly for practical deliberation and action. In so doing, I demonstrate the actuality of an absolute first principle that, from the holistic monist point of view, cannot express the voice of a transcendent divinity but can only be the immanent principle of the omnitudo realiuates. Now the deduction of the categories may proceed not from the mere albeit necessary idea of the ens realissimum but from the actuality of the ens realissimum. 145 Since the categorial forms are derived as necessary conditions for the actuality of the first principle, as Kant's postulates are derived as necessary presuppositions for the actuality of the moral law, the German idealist system may be regarded as a philosophy of the postulates. In the factum of reason, I take up a standpoint that is both familiar and universally accessible in everyday life, yet extremely unfamiliar in philosophy. It is a standpoint, moreover, that is peculiarly open to repudiation. For human freedom is the freedom either to be autonomous or to be heteronymous. Of course, heteronomy does not present itself as heteronomy, let alone as irrationality. It presents itself as a seductive rationality that expresses my empirical self. As soon as I see that I have a choice between heteronomy and autonomy, between a grounding vulnerable to the Agrippin trilemma and a grounding invulnerable to it, the choice is, as they say, a no-brainer. The difficulty lies in seeing that heteronomy is heteronomy and that I have a choice at all. If the very possibility of autonomy can be obscure to me in everyday life, then it can certainly be obscure to me in philosophy, where the idea of taking up the standpoint of freedom is so unaccustomed. Thus the esoteric character of Kant's deduction of freedom and derivation of the postulates extends to the entire German idealist program. Indeed, there are even more stumbling blocks before the German idealist system. Not only is the factum of reason a precondition for what German idealists regard as transcendental philosophy, but there are also additional preconditions that I must satisfy before I am in a position to see that the factum of reason is a precondition for participating in the German idealist program. On the basis of this understanding of the esoteric character of German idealism, it should be possible to explain the linguistic peculiarities of German idealist texts, insofar as they arise from the exigencies of the program, such as Fichte's use of nominalized verbs to express acts, performed and characterized from the transcendental standpoint, not the products of those acts, regarded from the empirical standpoint. I have focused heavily in this chapter on Fichte's Lehrne Wissenschaftslehre. And, by extension, on Schelling's early works, in which he understands himself to be participating in the same project as Fichte. The justification for this focus is that it is here, I believe, that the significance of Kant's deduction of freedom can first be appreciated. It may seem that what I have said about the role of the factum of reason within the German idealist program can only be pertinent to the stage in the development of German idealism. But I do not think that the relevance of the factum is limited in this way. In the next chapter, I will address the worry that the account given in this book is irrelevant to German idealism after 1800. In closing this chapter, however, I want to observe that Fichte's use of the factum of reason is only one possible use, one that adheres closely to the Kantian thought that the principle acknowledged in the factum is the moral law. Formulated more generally, the factum of reason is the acknowledgement of the supreme normativity of pure reason in whatever form one tells to be appropriate. If one takes the best expression of pure reason's normativity to be, not Kantian morality, but rather the beauty of nature or, say, the sublimity of divine love, then one will have a different view from Pick's of the transcendental standpoint that is the precondition for the German idealist program, of the absolute first principle with which the system begins, and of the self-consciousness with which it culminates and closes the circle. But the underlying model will continue to be Kant's deduction of freedom in the second critique. 6. Intuition, negation, and the possibility of evil. God, as an infinite representational power, thinks from all eternity of all possible beings, i.e., he thinks himself limited in all possible ways. He does not think discursively like us, but rather his thoughts are at the same time presentations. If one objects that we have no concept of such a manner of thinking, then I answer, we certainly have a concept of it, since we possess it in part. All concepts of mathematics are thought by us, and at the same time presented as real objects through construction a priori. Thus we are in this respect similar to God. Maimon, Iooa. Str. 442. The Wissenschaftslehre is mathesis not only with regard to its external form, but also with regard to its content. It describes a continuous series of intuitions and it establishes all its propositions within intuition. It is the mathesis of reason itself. Just as geometry comprises the entire system of our ways of limiting space, so this system comprises within itself the system of reason as a whole. Fichte, 1964, Ankneigung, I. 7:160. The difficult requirement of intellectual intuition has aroused general complaint, and we have sometimes heard tell of people who went mad in their efforts to produce the pure act of will and the intellectual intuition. Both the complaint and the madness were no doubt occasioned by the name of the thing. Not by the thing itself, which Fichte describes as simple and ordinary enough, the only difficulty being perhaps to convince oneself that it really is just the simple and ordinary. Hegel, 1970, 6W, 2:398. In the previous 5 chapters, L have developed a skeletal account of the German idealist program, which, I claim, is fleshed out in different ways by the 3 major idealists after Reinhold, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. I. 337. Have focused on what, I claim, unifies the work of these 3, and I have drawn on resources developed in the 1780s and 1790s. Yet there are significant developments in the thinking of each of these figures, as well as fateful disagreements between them, especially after 1800. There are the differences not only between Fichte's first and second Jena presentations of the Wissenschaftslehre during the 1790s, but also between the Jena presentations and the versions developed in Berlin after 1800. There is the schism between Schelling and Hegel on the one hand, and Fichte on the other, in 1800 to 1801. There is Hegel's criticism of Schelling and of his own earlier version of absolute idealism in 1804 to 1807, and last but not least there is Schelling's later criticism of Hegel, which is rightly seen as foundational for much of the post-Hegelian tradition of continental philosophy. Can my account accommodate these differences? Or does it lose its relevance when these differences, especially the developments after 1800, are considered? It goes almost but not quite without saying that each of these demands far more extensive treatment than I can give them here. My limited purpose here, however, is to respond to the worry that these developments and differences are incompatible with the account one have developed of the problems and methods of German idealism. I will argue both that the differences are compatible with my account, and that my account promises to help illuminate them. In more than one difference between versions of German idealism, a central role is played by a distinction between 2 methods. They are the methods of construction in intellectual, transcendental, or speculative intuition, and dialectic or negation, in which the negation of a presupposition shared by the members of some set of relevant alternatives generates a new presupposition that resolves the tensions exhibited by the members of the set. Fichte initially considers the constructive method but then develops the dialectical in his first Jena presentation, returning decisively to the constructive method in his second Lena presentation. Schelling and Hegel transform the constructive method by applying it within Nader philosophy. Then Hegel becomes critical of the constructive method and turns to dialectic, of which he becomes the exemplary practitioner, while Schelling develops a criticism of the German idealist program itself, a criticism directed especially against Hegelian dialectic. This is a rough sketch, but it is sufficient to raise the question of the relationship between the two methods. Are they fundamentally opposed? Or are they competing conceptualizations of what remains, if not a single method then, at any rate, a family of methods with fundamental affinities? To answer this question, it is helpful to consider how Fichte could have developed both methods at approximately the same time, in 1793 to 1796. He is not, I believe, engaged in a violent oscillation between two fundamentally opposed methods. Instead, construction in intellectual intuition and dialectic can be seen as distinct conceptualizations of a relatively unified set of methodological ideas. The unity becomes apparent when these texts are read in light of the characterization of the German idealist project as a progressive metaphysical deduction from the idea of an ens realissimum, understood in holistic monist fashion as the immanent principle of the totality of real possibilities. If we can understand the underlying unity of Fichte's first and second Jena presentations without, of course, denying the significant differences between them, then we may also to understand the underlying unity between the German idealist program of the 1790s and its descendants after 1800. To see that there is a unity underlying the dialectical and constructive conceptions of idealist method, we need to recall the connection in Kant's thought between space and the sum total of all reality. In the dissertation, Kant calls space the phenomenal omnipresence of God. The idea that space is a derivative expression of the omnitudo realitatis available for divine cognition is still present in the following sentence from the first critique. All manifoldness of things is only so many ways of limiting the concept of the highest reality, which is their common substratum. Just as all figures are possible only as different ways of limiting infinite space. For Kant, however, there is also an important difference here. Spatial and, more generally, empirical objects are what they are solely in virtue of relational properties. But transcendentally real things are what they are in virtue of intrinsic properties. So spatial and empirical objects are what they are in virtue of the objects they are not, and in virtue of their relations to those objects they are not. But transcendentally real things are what they are in virtue of what they positively are. However, as finite things, the intrinsic properties of transcendentally real things are limited versions of the absolutely infinite intrinsic properties of God. So, although it is true that all figures are possible only as different ways of limiting infinite space, it is not true that all things are possible only as different ways of limiting the omnitudo realitatis, because the position of each thing within the omni-iudo realitatis may be positively characterized. However, all things are possible only as limitations of the absolutely infinite realities of the ens realissimum, which are the objects of God's intellectual self-intuition. But all this assumes monadic individualism. If holistic monism is assumed instead, then the analogy between spatial figures and possible things becomes closer. For now there are no intrinsic properties and the determination of all things involves negation. So it is true that all possible things are only so many limitations of the omnitudo realitatis, just as all possible spatial figures are only so many limitations of space. The upshot is that, even for Kant, construction in intuition is determination by negation. One describes a space and then limits that space in a way that picks out just one of infinitely many figures. But Kant does not think that ontology involves determination by negation, because things in themselves are individuated by positive determinations, which are limitations of divine originals. For German idealists, however, it is not only geometric construction but also transcendental ontology that involves determination by negation. What God cognizes when he cognizes himself by intellectual intuition are the fundamental forms of ontologically determinative negation. So the idea of intellectual intuition and the idea of determinate negation are both attempts to conceptualize the same thing, the relationship between the ens real simum or absolute first principle, and the fundamental forms or categories in virtue of which all possible entities may be determined and individuated. Still, if we were limited to texts published in Fichte's lifetime, his development of these methodological ideas would be quite confusing. In his 1794 review of Idealism, Fichte makes some assertions about intellectual intuition that will be central to later developments of his system, as we saw in Chapter 5. The absolute subject, the I, is not given by empirical intuition, it is, instead, posited by intellectual intuition. The mind is a transcendental idea which is distinguished from all other transcendental ideas by the fact that it is realized through intellectual intuition, through the I am, and indeed, through the I simply am, because I am. For if, in intellectual intuition, the I is because it is and is what it is, then it is, to that extent, self-positing, absolutely independent and autonomous. Here the one is said to be posited in intellectual intuition. In the second passage, this claim seems to have implications for theoretical cognition, since it concerns the existence of the one which is surely a necessary condition for the possibility of any cognition whatsoever. In the third passage, the claim seems to have implications practical freedom, since it is somehow connected to absolute independence presumably, practical freedom and autonomy. But these claims are merely asserted, without argument or explanation. In the 1794 to 1795 Foundations, the first presentation of the fundamental ideas of Fichte's system, there is no mention of intellectual intuition whatsoever. Instead, I am is said to express a Tathandlung, as Fichte had claimed for the absolute first principle in the Idealism review. The argument is a variant of what, thanks to Hegel, will come to be Khalil dialectic. Thesis and antithesis form an antinomy, which is resolved through synthesis, which gives rise to another antinomy, and so on. Meanwhile, it is in Schelling's writings from this period that the notion of intellectual intuition is employed. In the 1797 to 1798 introductions to a new presentation of Fichte's system, however, intellectual intuition is prominent once again. It is said to be the only firm standpoint for philosophy, and Kant is said to have implicitly described intellectual intuition in his accounts of consciousness of the moral law and pure consciousness. By 1800 to 1801, Fichte is insisting that philosophy, properly practiced, is rational cognition by means of intuition, as is mathematics. Indeed, philosophy is the mathesis of mathesis. The gaps in the development of Fichte's methodology may be filled in with the help of posthumously published texts, the Private Meditations of 1793 to 1794, published in 1971, Lavater's transcript of the Zurich Lectures of 1794, published in 1996, and two student transcripts of the 1796 and 1799 Lena Lectures on the Wissenschaftslehre Nova Methodo, published in 1937 and 1982. 7. The idea that we humans possess a capacity for intellectual intuition which may be employed in philosophy is already present like so many other German idealist ideas in Reinhold. For him, cognition of the pure forms of the cognitive and conative faculties is intellectual intuition. But it is Fichte, in his Private Meditations, who first explores the possibility of deploying the notion of intellectual intuition to defend the German idealist program against skeptical challenges. Is not construction possible in the elementary philosophy? Is it not possible to give an inner intuition that explains and proves thoughts? If that happens, then Aeneasidemus would be refuted? The idea comes from Fichte's reading of Maimon, who is mentioned in the same note. For Maimon had objected to Kant's generalization of the problem of the possibility of synthetic a priori judgments, pointing out the difference between Kant's solution of the mathematical version of the problem, by means of construction in pure sensible intuition, and his solution of the empirical version of the problem, by means of categories like causality, that do not enable construction in intuition. Fichte's idea seems to be that a uniform solution might be available if there is not only mathematical construction in pure sensible intuition, but also categorical construction in intellectual intuition, which would be the cognition of the transcendentally necessary forms of experience. If, instead of using a linear method of derivation from a principle presented as a premise, Reinhold had used the constructive method suggested by his use of the dot term intellectual intuition, Fichte seems to think here, he could have developed a system immune to the skeptical objections of Schultz, and even to the reformulated objections of Maimon himself. In the Meditations, Fichte makes some exploratory attempts to develop a constructive method. But he soon abandons the attempt, as a letter written in January 1794 shows, but isn't it true that philosophy, unlike geometry and mathematics, is quite unable to construct its concepts in intuition? Yes, this is quite true. It would be unfortunate if philosophy were able to do this, for then we would have no philosophy, but only mathematics. But philosophy can and should employ thinking in order to deduce its concepts from one single first principle which has to be granted by everyone. The phone off deduction is the same as in mathematics, that is, it is the phone prescribed by general logic. Why it would seem that Fichte is right to abandon the idea of deriving the categories by construction in intellectual intuition. First, further reading in Maimon shows why he would not be sympathetic to the idea. For Maimon is in fact dissatisfied by mathematical proofs that depend on intuition. Geometrical constructions, he argues, show us that a synthetic a priori judgment is universally and necessarily true, hence that it is grounded in the form of our sensibility, but they cannot show us how it is grounded, for we do not know why our sensibility has the form it has. As Maimon puts it, construction in sensible intuition answers the quaestio quid jacti, which Maimon takes to be the question of whether we have genuine knowledge. But it does not answer the quaestio quid juris, which Maimon takes to be the question of how our knowledge is grounded. Only a conceptualization of the proof, a liberation from intuition, could answer the quaestio quid oil 1s. 12. Kant does not think that such a conceptualization will ever be possible, and he is prepared to accept the form of our sensibility as a fact whose bruteness reflects our finitude. But Maimon thinks that nothing less than conceptualization will do, and calls for mathematical developments that will in fact occur in the 19th century. Second, even from Kant's point of view, the fact of construction in pure sensible intuition is also insufficient to answer the quaestio quid juris, but for a different reason. For the fact of geometrical construction shows only that, through the form of our sensibility, we are able to constitute mathematical forms. It does not show that these forms are applicable to empirical objects, which Kant considers the sale objects of theoretical cognition. Let alone that these forms have guaranteed application to empirical objects, as they must if mathematical science and the natural science of mathematical physics are to be possible. As Manly Thompson helpfully puts the point, construction in pure intuition resembles intellectual intuition, which Kant characterizes in the Aesthetic as intuition that is self-activity, b. 68. The difference that still defeats the rationalist's claim is that the constructions are not themselves existing objects. Thus, as Charles Parsons has emphasized, the cognitive status of geometrical construction stands in need of transcendental warrant, which it receives in the transcendental deduction. Turning the point around, a method of philosophical construction modeled on geometrical construction could not answer the quaestio quid juris raised by transcendental philosophy, for it could construct at most mere forms of objects, for whose guaranteed applicability to objects it could not on its own account. Maimon would certainly agree that the fact of mathematical construction, even if adequately conceptualized, could not answer the quaestio quid juris and, indeed, also the quaestio quid facti of mathematical physics. But he seems to think that this fact does suffice to show that there is mathematical cognition, presumably because, unlike Kant, he holds that mathematics is the science of mathematical objects, which are not mere forms. The recently discovered transcript of Fichte's 1794 Zurich lectures shows that Fichte was aware of at least the first of these difficulties, and that this was why he abandoned the constructive method in the 1794 to 1795 foundations. Noting that, from the absence of construction in philosophy, all skeptics, Maimon especially, have drawn implications against philosophy and its worth. Fichte nevertheless argues for the distinctness of the two disciplines. In geometry the act is given and the product is to be sought. In the Wissenschaftslehre the product is given, and the act, in virtue of which it exists, is to be sought. Geometry asks, quid facti? The Wissenschaftslehre, quid juris? 15 Here he shows himself to be aware of Maimon's view that geometric construction shows at most that there is mathematical cognition, hence that certain synthetic a priori judgments are grounded, but not how they are grounded, which is the central question of philosophy after Kant. Consequently, the methods of geometry and philosophy are different. The principle of all geometrical demonstration is as follows. Because in consciousness a certain act is presumed, which is not in itself necessary, consciousness must be modified in a certain way, if it is to be one. In contrast, the principle of all philosophical deduction is as follows: because consciousness is one, a certain action must necessarily be presumed. In other words, geometry deals with hypothetical necessities that are grounded in but do not express the unity of consciousness. Given an arbitrarily assumed starting point, such as the construction of a triangle, certain truths follow necessarily, such as the fact that the sum total of the angles equals 180 degrees. In contrast, philosophy deals with absolute necessities that express the unity of consciousness. Certain acts must occur in order for there to be consciousness at all. It is important to note, however, that Fichte does not abandon the claim that we have intellectual intuition, and even that there is construction in intellectual intuition. For he also argues in the Zurich lectures that nothing in any special science can be without a ground in the foundational science or Wissenschaftslehre. Consequently, since there is pure sensible intuition and construction in intuition in mathematics, there must be intellectual intuition and construction in intuition in philosophy. Thus, it will further be shown that the I is originally also an intuition, but not a sensible, rather an intellectual one. The Wissenschaftslehre is thus initially in possession of pure intuition, just as much as geometry and all intuitions of geometry are grounded in the intuitions of the Wissenschaftslehre. It will further be shown that, by the same token, the pure intuition of space is produced through the activity of imagination, not only freely, like geometrical intuitions, but rather with necessity, and thereby constructed, therefore that the Wissenschaftslehre is also in possession of a construction, which is however the only one. 18. So the I is an intellectual intuition. We saw in chapter 5 that this can be explained in terms of the capacity for unmediated self-ascription constitutive of agency, and space is constructed in intellectual intuition. But there are no further constructions, so there are no infinitely iterable constructions of the geometrical sort. There is no reason to think that Fichte gives up this view when he writes the 1794-1795 foundations, where, for reasons that are now clear, he does uses a method, not of construction in intuition, but rather of iterable antinomy resolution. This method also, it can be argued, has roots in Maimon, who, as we saw in chapter 3, conceived transcendental philosophy as the unending attempt to resolve a general antinomy of thought. However, this method is also problematic. As we saw in the case of Kant's third antinomy, an antinomy can show that none of a given set of apparently exhaustive alternatives is adequate, which on its own would be grounds for skepticism, and an antinomy can establish a requirement that any adequate alternative must meet, but it would seem that an antinomy cannot produce its own solution, or warrant any requirement meeting suggestion as the unique solution. Thus Hartkopf argues that if Fichte employs antinomy in any way that is more than heuristic, then he commits the fallacy of affirming the consequent. The fallacy could be represented as follows: 1. Antinomy X must be avoided. 2. If 1 and not I stand in relationship Q, antinomy X is avoided. 3. Therefore I and not I stand in relationship Q. What this shows, however, is neither that Fichte's method is no more than heuristic, nor that he has misunderstood the force of his own argumentation. It shows rather that his method is meant to employ synthetic, not only analytic necessity. A synthetically necessary inference from an antinomy, or from the negation of a presupposition shared by both the thesis and the antithesis of an antinomy, is just what Hegel later calls determinate negation, a negation that does not merely amount to criticism of a presupposition but that generates a new presupposition immune to the old criticism, thus giving insight into the categorical structure of the totality of beings. Again, the underlying idea is that, given the holistic monist reconstrual of the transcendental ideal, all determination is negation, involving contrastive and relational rather than intrinsic properties. Consequently, a metaphysical deduction could begin from the idea of the ens realissimum, considered as immanent principle of the omnitudo realitatis, and derive from that idea those negations that constitute the highest or categorical determinations of every possible thing. However, the difficulty is that, even if all determination is negation, it does not follow that all negation is determination. What guarantees that the negations of our presuppositions will be just the negations enabling determination of the categories of every possible being? What is the ground for the synthetic necessity that negations of our presuppositions will be determinate in the sense of corresponding to categorical determinations of every possible being? On the other hand, as Michael Friedman has argued, geometric construction is a kind of synthetically necessary inference. P. So it is not hard to understand why Fichte returns to the geometric model and hence to the idea of construction in intellectual intuition in 1796, in what he calls the Wissenschaftslehre Nova Methodo, or in accordance with a new method. As we have seen, he had not given up either the idea of intellectual intuition or the idea of construction in intellectual intuition. But he now needs to solve the two problems discussed above. First, he needs to arrive at a view on which there is iterable construction in intellectual intuition. Second, he needs to deal with Maimon's version of the actuality problem, by showing not only that the categorical forms constructed are uniquely necessary but also that they have determinate applications to empirical objects. In Chapter 5, we saw how Fichte hopes to respond to the second problem, through the isomorphism of transcendental and normative principles. Insofar as transcendental principles such as pure will and reciprocal recognition can be shown to be isomorphic with normative principles of morality and justice, the determinate and effective role played by the latter within our lives shows that the former are not merely empty forms introduced, like occult qualities, solely for the sake of explanation. But this still leaves us with the first problem: how could intellectual intuition be thought, in Fichte's second Lena presentation or new method, to be iterable and thus to enable not only the construction of space but also constructions analogous to those employed in geometric proof? The key is what Fichte calls the principle of determinability. F. The law of reflective opposition, or the law of reflection. Y. Which he formulates as follows: it is only through opposition that it is possible to obtain a specific and clear consciousness of anything whatsoever. Y. Once again, we see Fichte inheriting Kant's transcendental ideal, through the transforming medium of holistic monism. For in the ideal, Kant discusses the principle of determinability, which specifies that, for any pair of contradictory predicates, only one can apply to a single object. 26. He distinguishes this merely logical principle from the transcendental principle of thoroughgoing determination. This latter principle specifies that everything is thoroughgoingly determined, which means that, for every pair of contradictory predicates, one and only one must apply to it. In other words, everything has a complete concept such that 0, the concept is composed of real predicates constituting a pre-given omnitudo realitatis, and, 2, for every possible question about whether a certain predicate from this totality applies to some particular thing, there is a determinate answer. Underlying Kant's discussion is the assumption of monadic individualism, The transcendental principle is concerned with transcendentally real predicates that signify intrinsic properties. But Fichte's version of the principle assumes holistic monism. Everything is what it is in virtue of its contrast with and relation to other things. In other words, determination is negation. Now, Fichte's principle of determinability enables him to iterate acts of consciousness involving intellectual intuition in the following way. First, I engage in an arbitrary act of consciousness, say, by thinking of a wall. Then I explicitly and immediately ascribe this act to myself. I see that this explicit and immediate self-ascription is only possible if my first act involves not only the ideal act of thinking the wall but also a real act, an implicit and immediate self-reverting act or intellectual intuition. Now, by the principle of determinability, I find that I can think this real act only in contrast to a prior state of repose or ideal act, which I can think only in contrast to a real power, and so on. Fichte's underlying idea must be: the principle of determinability is not merely a principle requiring me to think in certain ways. It is a principle requiring me to immediately self-ascribe certain acts. Only thus can it enable the iterable acts required for a method of construction in intuition. Unlike Euclidean constructions, however, Fichtean constructions are not infinitely iterable. It would be bad if they were, since the whole point is to avoid infinite regression and to arrive at an adequate expression of the absolute first principle that enables escape from the Agrippine trilemma. This arrival occurs, as I explained in Chapter 5, in Section 13 of Fichte's lectures, and we can now understand better how it happens. Real activity turns out to be possible only on condition of conceiving a goal, which is possible only on condition of an ideal activity of cognizing an external object. But the ideal activity of cognizing an external object is in turn possible only on condition of the real activity of immediate self-ascription. So the system has coiled back on itself in a circle and nothing is explained. However, the circle turns out not to be vicious because what it calls for is an act of consciousness that is at once both real and ideal, an act that is simultaneously conative and cognitive. This act is the summons, which is at once a self-determination to free activity and a cognition of an external object, namely, a cognition of another individual whom I recognize as summoning and hence as recognizing me. As discussed above, the summons has two moments, the pure will and individuality, such that pure will is fit to be the absolute ground of individuality, but not vice versa. At this point, Fichte changes direction from ascent to descent, presumably because he thinks that it would be impossible to immediately self-ascribe any act transcendentally prior to the pure will. There is much more to say about the details of Fichte's argument and about whether it is or could be made convincing. But here my point concerns his method alone and the way in which he works out the C1 aim first explored in 1793 to 1794, then abandoned, then taken up again, that transcendental philosophy may employ a method of construction in intellectual intuition. Both this method and the method of dialectic or determinate negation, I have argued, can be seen as conceptualizations of one program, the deduction of the categories, hence of the a priori possibility of experience, from the ens realissimum, which is the absolute ground disclosed in the factum of reason. Once we understand how one might think that the method proper to this program is either the method of construction in intuition or the method of determinate negation, we may also understand the unity underlying two interpretations of the claim that the German idealist system is a philosophy of the postulates. On the first interpretation, the term postulate is understood with reference to its use in Kant's moral philosophy. On the second, it is understood with reference to its use in geometry. Fichte and Schelling start using the term postulate in a geometrical sense in response to Jacob Sigismund Beck, who, in the third volume of his semi-official exposition of Kant's critical philosophy, the standpoint from which critical philosophy is to be judged, which Fichte recommends as the best preparation for his own WRLNNGS, attacks the idea of a systematic derivation from an absolute first principle, declaring that an adequate system must begin with a postulate. In response to Beck's attacks, not only here but also in hostile reviews of their work, see, as well as to the hostility of Reinhold's former students in Jena to the project of derivation from an absolute first principle. Fichte and Schelling protest that they have been misunderstood and that their first principle was always intended as a postulare. One believe that they are correct and that these protests are neither apologetics nor changes undertaken in response to criticism. But this may not be readily apparent. For it is one thing to say that the categories derived from the first principle are postulates because they are necessary conditions for the actuality of freedom, as are the existence of God and the immortality of the soul, which Kant calls postulates. But it is quite another thing to say that the first principle itself is a postulate. How could this be what Fichte and Schelling have intended from the start? As mentioned in Chapter 1, Fichte's 1794 prospectus already says that the first principle of geometry is the overall task of limiting space in accordance with a rule, or the task of spatial construction. 29. Here he is referring to the conjunction of, at least the first three of, Euclid's postulates, which specify infinitely iterable constructive operations that suffice for the description of a space, the drawing of a straight line from any point to any point, the continuous production of a finite straight line in a straight line, and the description of a circle with any center and radius. In his 1795 presentation, there is some analogy insofar as the first principle expresses an act, namely, the act of self-positing as self-positing, which involves an intellectual intuition that is the foundation of inter alia the act of describing a space or constructing in pure sensible intuition. In the 1796 to -1799 presentation, as we have seen, the analogy becomes more thoroughgoing. For thanks to the principle of determinability, intellectual intuition becomes the source of iterable constructive operations, analogues, and indeed grounds of Euclidean constructive operations. Perhaps it is because he has not yet worked out a way of iterating intellectual intuition that he does not yet use the term postulate in the 1794 to 1795 presentation. But he could have legitimately used the term then. In fact, we now know that he did use it in his private meditations. 32. In Schelling's case, the issue is more complicated. For he changes his usage of the term postulate. In the 1795 letters, he sees Kant's contribution as the development of a method of practical postulates that is in principle neutral between dogmatism and criticism, as I have mentioned, and he attempts to develop a critical ethics of freedom that will serve as a counterpart to Spinoza's dogmatic ethics of nihilism. To this end, he interprets Kant's postulates of the existence of God and the immortality of the soul, not as theoretical assumptions for the sake of moral progress and therefore in a merely practical intention, but rather as the demand to realize practically the idea of God and of immortality through infinite, moral striving. This interpretation is part of Schelling's attempt to rework Kant's doctrine of the postulates in a way that is compatible, not with the personal, individual being who reigns above in heaven worshipped by the Tübingen theologians, Gottlieb Christian Storr and Friedrich Gottlieb Seguin, but rather with the absolute I whom he takes to be the proper God of Fichtean Spinozists. However, in an appendix to his 1797 to 1798 treatise Explicatory oj the Idealism in the Wissenschaftslehre, on the topic of postulates in philosophy, Schelling now declares that God and immortality are not postulates at all, suggesting that many Kantians have been misled because they have read Kant on the postulates of practical reason but have not read Euclid. In fact, he says, the expression postulate is borrowed from mathematics. In geometry, the most primordial construction is not demonstrated but postulated. This most primordial, simplest, construction in space is the extended point or the straight line 35. Although they specify acts, geometrical postulates are theoretical. That is to say, they specify acts of theoretical spontaneity which do not involve self-conscious exercises of practical freedom. In contrast, a philosophical postulate must be both theoretical and practical. For a merely theoretical first principle would have to be an existential assertion, which could be the first principle only of a dogmatic system in which the goal is to know things as they are in themselves. A merely practical first principle would have to be an imperative from which, presumably, no science could arig. Consequently, it is appropriate to call the first principle of philosophy a postulate, since it calls for a science-founding act in response to what he calls the primordial ought, which is presumably the moral law. But now it turns out that Kant's postulates of practical reason are misnamed. Regarding postulates of practical reason, I suppose that they will have played their role in philosophy for the longest time. A postulate is the requisite of a primordial, transcendental, construction. However, God and immortality are not objects of a primordial construction. In practical philosophy, there exist merely precepts. Insofar as their object is infinite and shall be realized in an empirical infinitude and under empirical conditions, these become tasks, indeed infinite tasks. To call them, therefore, postulates, is hardly any better than referring to infinite tasks in mathematics with that name. This represents a shift in Schelling's thinking. But it does not represent a shift away from a commitment to the progressive derivation of a PRI01I necessary conditions from the absolute first principle bound up with practical freedom. Schelling's point is that the demands to realize the ideas of God and immortality should be called tasks, not postulates. So his own earlier usage is confused because, in its designation of postulates, it stays too close to Kant's usage. But Kant understands these postulates to be theoretical in form but practical in content, not to signify infinite tasks. And Schelling's point is not that he is giving up the derivation of postulates in the sense of a priori necessary conditions of the absolute first principle. But it is in this period that he first begins to develop his views in nature philosophy, and he is now primarily interested in deriving transcendental conditions that constitute natural phenomena, not in deriving the normative principles with which he had previously been occupied. Although Schelling does not say so, these transcendental conditions, which are to be constructed in intuition, could appropriately be called postulates in accordance with the usage that he endorses in 1798. To return to the main point, whatever differences there may be between Fichte's dialectical method of 1794 to 1795 and his constructive method of 1796 to 1799, and between Schelling's versions of the foundations of the Wissenschaftslehre in the same period, there is an underlying unity. Fichte and Schelling may be regarded, at each of these stages, as attempting to deduce the categories from the ens realissimum, which is the ratio essendi disclosed in the factum of reason, specifically in the acknowledgement of the moral law. There can be no doubt, however, that Schelling's development of nature philosophy from 1798 either introduces or makes explicit some fundamental differences between Schelling's and Fichte's conceptions of the German idealist program. It takes Schelling until 1801 to attain what he himself takes to be clarity about these differences. By that time, Hegel's intervention on behalf of Schelling and against Fichte has helped to create what may be called a schism. Meanwhile, partly for internal reasons and partly because of the atheism controversy that leads to Fichte's unhappy departure from Jena, Fichte's own thinking undergoes significant developments expressed in the post-18 Berlin versions of the Wissenschaftslehre, which have yet to receive much attention in the Anglo-American literature. Is my account of the Jenan idealist program still relevant to these dramatic shifts? The proof, of course, is in the pudding. Here I can only specify some of the ingredients called for by the recipe. I will start with the schism in which Fichte is accused of developing an idealism that is merely subjective and not genuinely absolute. What could this often repeated charge mean? Even the most developed versions of the accusation, in Hegel's earliest publications, tend merely to contrast Fichtean idealism with the idealism developed by Schelling, showing why the former might be called subjective and the latter objective, without explaining why it is bad for idealism to be subjective in the relevant sense and why Fichte cannot claim to develop a systematic account of genuinely absolute grounding. I will discuss four alternatives. The first possibility is that Fichte is a subjective idealist in the sense that he thinks that the mind his mind creates itself and everything else. In fact, neither Schelling nor Hegel makes this accusation against Fichte. In 1801, in his first major publication, The Difference Between Fichte's and Schelling's System of Philosophy, which first makes public and irreversible a schism between Fichte and Schelling that has, until now, been a subject of private correspondence, Hegel rejects this charge, when he criticizes Reinhold's understanding of Fichte. 40 Some of the forms in which Fichte has presented his system might mislead one into believing that it is a system of dogmatic idealism denying the opposite principle. Indeed, Reinhold overlooks the transcendental significance of the Fichtean principle, which requires one to posit the difference of subject and object in one eye at the same time as their identity. He regards Fichte's system as a system of absolute subjectivity, that is, a dogmatic idealism. But precisely what distinguishes Fichte's idealism is that the identity which it establishes is one that does not deny the objective but puts the subjective and the objective in the same rank of reality and certainty, and that pure and empirical consciousness are one. For the sake of the identity of subject and object, I posit things outside myself just as surely as I posit myself. The things exist as certainly as I do. Continuing Fichte's criticism of Reinhold for inadequately grasping the transcendental standpoint in his initial version of the German idealist system, Hegel now argues that Reinhold has misunderstood Fichte's version as an empirical idealism. Thus Reinhold has failed to see that Fichte inherits Kant's refutation of empirical idealism, maintaining that there can be no pure self-consciousness without empirical consciousness, no self-positing without positing a world of empirically external objects. Hegel does not explicitly address the question of the one creating its objects. But there is a straightforward connection: what the mind creates is mental and does not exist outside the mind in an empirical sense. So, to interpret Fichte as holding the view that the I, whether absolute or individual, creates objects is to interpret him as an empirical idealist, which is the interpretation that Hegel here rejects. Before turning to more plausible interpretations of the charge of subjective idealism, it is worth showing in some detail what is wrong with this version of the charge, because it has been made by major figures in both the Anglo-American and continental traditions, and because it continues to be repeated, at least in the Anglo-American literature. Thus Bertrand Russell writes, Kant's immediate successor, Fichte, abandoned things in themselves and carried subjectivism to a point which seems almost to involve a kind of insanity. He holds that the ego is the only ultimate reality, and that it exists because it posits itself. The non-ego, which has a subordinate reality, also exists only because the ego posits it. The ego as a metaphysical concept easily became confused with the empirical Fichte. 42. Heidegger sometimes characterizes Fichte similarly. Russell and Heidegger are neither the first nor the last to understand Fichte in this way. Here is an extract from an 1803 work by Jean Paul, in which the insane character Liebgeber comments on Fichte's philosophy. I astonish myself, said I, casting a cursory eye over my system, while my feet were being bathed, and looking significantly at my toes while their nails were being cut, to think that 1 am the universe and the sum of all things. Oh, what a being, who creates all but himself, for it only becomes and never is. At this point my feet refused to remain in the tub, and one paced up and down, barefoot and dripping. Make thee a rough estimate, said I, of thy creation's space-time, now well into the 18th century, what is contained in those two the worlds, what is within those the three realms of nature, the paltry realms of royalty, the realm of truth, that of the critical, i.e., the Kantian school, and all the library is and consequently the few volumes written by Fichte, because it will only be after I shall have posited or made him first that he will be able to dip his pen. In this passage, positing is explicitly equated with creating or making. As Peter Heath and John Latches remind us, it is of no small importance how one understands Fichte's talk of positing or setzen, at certain points. Fichte writes almost as if setzen and its compounds were the only verbs in the German language. They go on to suggest that by setzen Fichte refers to a non-temporal, causal activity that can be performed only by minds. As it stands, This explanation is not terribly helpful because it leaves unspecified what sort of causal activity is intended. But Heath and Laches later ascribed to Fichte the view that through the creative power of reason whatever is posited is made real, and that in positing an undivided self is totally engaged in a single creative, all-encompassing enterprise. Although they do not explicitly say that positing is creating, they strongly suggest it, as Laches does elsewhere. To be sure, Heath and Laches do not think that the individual I is supposed to be creative. But the suggestion remains that Fichte is some sort of empirical idealist. There seem to be three confusions underlying this misinterpretation of Fichte. The first is the assumption that Fichte uses the term representation in an empirical sense. Like Kant, Fichte both affirms empirical realism and draws our attention to the fact that transcendental philosophy sometimes uses terms in a sense that differs from the ordinary sense. So, when Fichte says that we are trapped in the circle of our own representation, as when Kant says similar things, he should not be interpreted unsympathetically as affirming empirical idealism, hence as contradicting himself. The sympathetic interpretation is that when Fichte calls empirical objects sensations, he means that although we accord reality, that is, status, as grounds within everyday reasoning, we should regard them as lacking reality and as needing to be grounded in an absolute ground that is not an empirical object, within philosophical reasoning. Indeed, Fichte thinks that it is only if philosophy treats empirical objects as representations in the sense that the status of these objects as empirically real can be justified. For only then can there be an adequate response to skepticism and nihilism arising from the fact that everyday reasoning is subject to the Agrippine trilemma. The second confusion is that, by positing, Fichte means creating. This is explicitly denied by Fichte himself. We cannot absolutely think up Erdenken anything, or create Erschaagen through Hinking 50. In roughly contemporaneous lectures, he tries to guard against the creativist misunderstanding of his thesis that the representing subject is whatever it is only by means of self-activity. He says, this proposition should not be taken to suggest any creation of representations. Fichte takes this term from metaphysical and logical tradition, as transmitted by Wolff and Kant. Thus Wolff formulates both the logical principle of modus ponens and the metaphysical principle of sufficient reason in terms of positing, 5I in syllogismo hypothetico antecedens ponetur, ponendum quoque est consequens. 52 nihil est sine ratio sufficient, cur poteus sit, quam non sit, hoc est, si alicid esse ponetur, ponendum entium est aliquid, unde intelligitur, cur idem poteus sit, quam non sit. 53 Kant criticized the ontological proof by arguing that it confused relative position or predication with absolute position or existential commitment. The concept of position or Setzen is perfectly simple, it is identical with the concept of being in general. Now, something can be thought as posited merely relatively, or, to express the matter better, it can be thought merely as the relation, respectus logi. Cause, of something as a characteristic mark of a thing. In this case, being, that is to say, the positing of this relation, is nothing other than the copula in a judgment. If what is considered is not merely this relation but the thing posited in and for itself, then this being is the same as existence. 54. Kant continued to use this terminology when describing Hume's Challengeto reason, to give him an account by what right she thinks that something could be so constituted that if it is posited, something else necessarily must thereby be posited as well, for that is what the concept cause says. 55. Since Fichte needed to construct a holistic monist system, and since he wanted to so in a way that avoided nihilism by demonstrating the possibility of individual freedom and autonomy, it makes sense that he would make much use of a maximally general term designating the mind's active relationship to its objects of judgment. The third confusion not committed by all who accuse Fichte of subjective idealism in this sense is between what Fichte calls the pure or absolute I and the individual one. Like the first confusion, this depends on maintaining the empirical standpoint. From the transcendental standpoint, however, the pure I of the published Wissenschaftslehre, i.e., The 1794 1795 foundations of the entire Wissenschaftslehre is to be understood as reason as such or in general, which something quite different from personal I-hood. Fichte addresses this instance of the inability to assume the transcendental standpoint in characteristic style. Our opponents continue to insist that they are unable to think of the concept they have been asked to think of, and we must take them at their word on this. To be sure, insofar as they are rational, spiritual beings, at all, they cannot simply dispense with the general concept of the pure I as such, for in that case they would have to refrain from making any objections against us just as a block of wood would have to do. What they do lack, however, and are unable to elevate themselves to the level of, is the concept of this concept. They certainly possess this concept within themselves, they simply do not realize that they possess it. The reason for this incapacity does not lie in any particular weakness of their intellectual power, but rather in a weakness of their entire character. The final goal of their acting is their own I, in the sense in which they understand this word, i.e., their own individual person, which thus also constitutes the limit of their ability to think clearly. For them, their own individual I is the only true substance, and reason is merely an accident of this substance. Their own person does not present itself to them as a particular expression of reason, instead, reason is present simply in order to assist this person in making his way in the world, and if he were able to manage equally well without reason, then we could dispense with it, and it would not exist at all. The relationship between reason and individuality in the Wissenschaftslehre is just the reverse. Here, the only thing that exists in itself is reason, and individuality is something accidental. Reason is the end and personality is the means. The latter is merely a particular expression of reason, one that must increasingly be absorbed into the universal form of the same. For the Wissenschaftslehre, reason alone is eternal, whereas individuality must ceaselessly die off. Anyone who will not first accommodate his will to this order of things will never obtain a true understanding of the Wissenschaftslehre. Why here, incidentally, we have a straightforward case in which philosophical failure to understand the Wissenschaftslehre is said to reflect moral failure to understand autonomy. For the pure or absolute I, or, in what turns out to be the most adequate formulation according to the new method, the pure will is the transcendental ground of the moral law. So anyone who does not grasp this transcendental condition must also not grasp its normative derivative. A second way to understand the charge that Fichte is a subjective idealist does not commit the mistake of denying that he is an empirical realist. According to this version of the accusation, however, his empirical realism is inadequate because it is based on grounds that are subjective in the sense that they are merely practical and thus leave open the possibility of theoretical skepticism about freedom. Thus Amerix points out that, whereas Kant sees the need for a theoretical demonstration of transcendental idealism and of the non-contradictoriness of practical freedom prior to any affirmation of the primacy of practical reason, Fichte's version of practical primacy precludes any such theoretical demonstration. 58 Surely this means that, even if Fichte were right about the demands of the moral law, it would remain possible that the best position in theoretical philosophy is incompatible with practical freedom, which would then come out along with the moral law itself to be no more than an unavoidable but nevertheless illusory idea. There is something to this criticism. Fichte is hardly at his best when engaging with positions other than his own, and his depictions of transcendental realism do not account for either the attractions or the multiple possible variations of the view. One might also find some basis for ascribing this version of the accusation of subjective idealism to Schelling and Hegel. Certainly they think both that Fichte gives too much primacy to the practical and that, as a result, he is inadequately guarded against skepticism. The idea that Fichte is a subjective idealist because he is totally unguarded theoretical objection seems to depend on an interpretation that I have already criticized, according to which the moral law is not only the ratio conoscendi but also the ratio essendi of the system. If this were true, then Fichte could respond to theoretically grounded skepticism only with moral dogmatism. But in fact, as I have argued in Chapter 5, the ratio essendi is both practical and theoretical. So, if Fichte's derivations are successful, he should be able to develop an account of fundamental conditions of experience that ground theoretical cognitive claims. A purely theoretical philosophy may reach conclusions contrary to Fichte's, but such a philosophy will be genuinely competitive with Fichte's only if it enables an escape from the Agrippine trilemma at least as well as Fichte's does. Fichte does not think that any such theoretical philosophy is possible. But his task is to develop the system in the way he thinks possible, not to develop every possible alternative. The onus lies upon anyone who thinks that an alternative system to Fichte's is possible, that is to say, not merely an alternative philosophical position, but a system that responds to Fichte's complex of problems to exhibit this alternative. A third sense in which Fichte may be accused of subjective idealism is that the first-person singular character of his method is hard to reconcile with communication between subjects. This problem is connected to Fichte's inheritance from Leibniz and is reminiscent of the difficulty that pre-critical Kant had in accounting for real interaction between substances. 59. However, Fichte's problem does not arise from monadic individualism. For him, each subject comes to be through reciprocal recognition with another subject, and each subject can show herself to be transcendentally justified in claiming immediate awareness of empirically external objects. So no subject could constitute a world unto itself in the sense of existing in a world bereft of other subjects and objects. Nevertheless, each subject must originally construct the world for herself, otherwise this construction could not be available for first-person singular reconstruction in philosophy. So it would still seem that each subject has her own world. I construct my world in which you exist, while you construct your world in which I exist, and so on. In what sense, then, do we inhabit one world that is common to all? How is communication including the reciprocal recognition without which no subject could come to be possible at all? Is there merely pre-established harmony between these worlds, of which there are as many as there are subjects? Fichte himself becomes worried about this problem and works out an important response at some point between the spring of 1798 and the winter of 1799. 60. A letter to Schelling shows that Fichte is aware of the importance of his response, which he calls an even wider extension of transcendental philosophy, even with respect to the very principles of the same. 61. This extension is a transcendental system of the intelligible world, by which Fichte means a system of the shared world of subjects, within which real interaction is possible. In his Vocation O.J. Mann, Fichte explains both the problem and his solution. The basic methodological principle is the principle of the immediacy of first-person singular self-ascription or intellectual intuition. I know it, i.e., my action, because I myself am the one who is acting. Employing this principle as the monistic ground of consciousness, it turns out that everywhere I intuit only myself and no alien true being outside of me. To be sure, in this my world I also assume the activity of other beings who are supposed to be independent of me and autonomous just like me. There is no difficulty in understanding how these beings can know their own actions, for they know in just the way that I do. But how I can know of them is simply incomprehensible, just as it is incomprehensible how they can know of me existency and of me activities, which knowledge I do after all ascribe to them. How do they enter my world, and I theirs, since the principle according to which the consciousness of ourselves and our activities and of their sensible conditions is developed out of ourselves, the principle that evil intelligence must indisputably know what it is doing, since this principle simply does not apply here? How are free spirits informed about free spirits, now that we know that free spirits alone are real, and that an independent, sensible world through which they might act on one another is quite unthinkable? 62. In other words, it seems that intellectual intuition cannot help explain communication between subjects, because it can explain only those acts that I can ascribe to myself in a first-personal singular manner, and the acts that I ascribe to other subjects are precisely not acts. Fichte's solution to this problem is that pure will, as we have seen, the transcendental counterpart of the moral law, is reason itself. 63 is one eternal infinite will. 64 which is not only the common source of all free individuals, but is also the general mediator between all subjects, which constitutes the world as one world. P. Hence arises the great secret geheimnis of the invisible world and its fundamental one so far as it is a world or a system a number individual wills, that union and direct interaction a number autonomous and independent wills with each other, a secret which already in the present life lies clearly open to everyone's view without anyone noticing it or bothering to wonder about it. 67. It is interesting to compare Fichte's situation with that of the pre-critical Kant, discussed in Chapter 1. Kant had to find some way to reconcile reciprocal interaction, to which he was committed by Newtonian physics, with the individuality of substances, which he conceived in a Leibnizian way, in terms of intrinsic properties. He wanted to say that, in a single and undivided creative act, God brings into being both a plurality of individual substances and a law-governed system of their real interaction, which gives rise to a maximally intelligible world. But he could not show that God's creative act was undivided because he could show no connections between the logical ground-consequence relations pertaining to individual substances in virtue of their intrinsic properties and the real ground-consequence relations pertaining to them in virtue of their community. Now Fichte is trying to account for individual freedom without intrinsic properties. To that end, he treats individual freedom as a derivative aspect of pure will, which serves as the principle of a holistic monist system that necessarily includes both other subjects and external objects. But he finds himself nonetheless in a position that is somewhat analogous to Kant's, for he seems unable to account for what he regards as necessary interaction between subjects, who seem to constitute multiple worlds. Like Kant, Fichte attempts to solve the problem through the idea that the common source of these subjects is at the same time not merely the source of their pre-established harmony but rather the constitutor of the medium of their interaction. It seems to me, however, that Fichte's account is in better shape than Kant's because of Fichte's holistic monism. At most, it would seem that Kant can show God to constitute the commonality of substances as possible beings within the omnitudo realitatis. But he cannot show that God constitutes their commonality as actual beings. For Kant, God is himself characterized by intrinsic properties that render him extramundane. For Fichte, however, it is simply a matter of showing that there is exactly one pure will, and hence that each of us is in fact constructing one world system, with the same pure will as its immanent principle. This move marks the transition between Fichte's Jena Wissenschaftslehre and his post-1800 development at Berlin. Arguably, these later versions of the system deserve to be called not subjective but absolute idealism. Here the interactive system of all individual subjects is treated as the one divine life. Fichte continues to speak of intellectual intuition. But an important difficulty now pertains to this notion. As we have seen, the plausibility of the notion depends on its linkage with the immediacy of first-person singular self-ascription. But to the extent that pure will is not my will, but rather reason as such, it becomes unclear how I may immediately self-ascribe both pure will and the normative principle to which it gives rise. How can one identify myself with something common to every subject? If this identification cannot be adequately explained, then the claim to immediacy, to intellectual intuition, begins to collapse into the dogmatic-sounding claim of an intuition of something that is metaphysical and external to me. As we shall see, Fichte's absolute idealism is not the only one that must face this problem. There is yet a fourth sense in which Fichte may be charged with subjective idealism. It is in this sense, I believe, that Schelling and Hegel make the accusation, which can be adequately understood only in light of our discussions in previous chapters of the problems to which German idealism is responsive, and of the way in which it hopes to resolve these problems by systematizing from an adequately transcendental standpoint. The criticism divides accordingly into two parts. First, Fichte's version of the program is argued to remain vulnerable to some connected objections raised by Maimon, although his name is not mentioned. Second, these objections are said to result from Fichte's failure to maintain his footing at the transcendental standpoint, which he is nevertheless said to have genuinely attained. The Maimonian objections to which Fichte is said to remain vulnerable are formalism in philosophy and skepticism with respect to the science of nature that is supposed to be grounded in the philosophical system. The connection between these objections, which together constitute Maimon's version of the actuality problem, has been discussed in Chapter 3. If transcendental philosophy shows only that certain conditions are a prime necessary for the possibility of experience, but fails to show how these conditions have a priori determinate application to the empirical world, then its transcendental conditions are merely empty forms without actuality, assumed for the sake of explanation, while our actual claims to empirical knowledge remain open to skeptical doubt because they have not been shown to apply a priori conditions. Hegel raises these Maimonian objections in at least two respects. First, he argues that, even where Fichte tries to avoid formalism, he fails to do so. For his ethical doctrine is incapable of determinate application. Although Hegel does not draw the consequence, it follows that Fichte has left morality open to skepticism, despite his best intentions. Second, Hegel argues that Fichte does not even try to avoid formalism with respect to his deduction of nature. Here the implication is that Fichte has left empirical knowledge claims open to skepticism. I want to focus on the second argument because, unlike the first, it amounts to the charge, not merely that Fichte fails to execute the German idealist program, but that he misconceives it. Here is one passage in which Hegel lays Goethe's criticism in very abstract terms: the end of the system is untrue to its beginning, the result is untrue to its principle. The principle was 1 equals 1, the result is I not 1. The former identity is an ideal real one, form and matter are one. The latter is merely ideal, form and matter are divided, the identity is a merely formal synthesis. 70. As we saw in Chapter 5, the German idealist system should inherit the circularity of Kant's deduction of freedom. The factum of reason should serve as the ratio cognoscendi of its own ratio essendi, from which subsequent postulates are derived, culminating in the factum of reason itself. Hegel argues here that Fichte's program does not and cannot succeed in completing the circle. To be sure, Fichte's principle, which Hegel here characterizes in terms of the 1794 presentation, as the identity of pure self-consciousness, is a genuine expression of the absolute ground, which must manifest itself as one and the same in both the real factor that plays the primary role in transcendental grounding and the ideal derivatives from that real factor, as holistic monism requires. But Fichte cannot return to this identity of real and ideal in his result, which never closes the circle by arriving at a determinate and actual expression of his principle. Consequently, the synthesis carried out in Fichte's version of the system remains merely formal and lacks actuality. This is because, Hegel explains, Fichte regards nature as something essentially determined and lifeless in both the theoretical and practical aspects of his philosophy. In the practical respect, this is because Fichte shows at most that nature ought to become an expression of freedom and autonomy, not that it is such an expression. But Fichte would not recognize this point as a criticism. If nature were already expressive of freedom and autonomy, he would argue, then there would be nothing of moral worth to do, since the moral project of rationalizing nature in ourselves and in the world would already be completed. The deeper issue here concerns Hegel's claim that Fichtean morality cannot give rise to any determinate normative judgments, which I will not discuss here. In the theoretical respect, Hegel says that, although Fichte deduces nature as a condition of self-consciousness and so accords it an independent status equal to that of self-consciousness, he nevertheless ascribes to it a fundamental character of oppositeness. In other words, Fichte conceives nature as the noti, as what I am not. But then nature has to be lifeless, irrational, and causally determined in a way that is incompatible with freedom. So, although nature is deduced within the system, as a necessary condition of the first principle of real ideal identity, nature can never be an expression of this identity. It is only ideal or derivative, and it does not involve real or free activity. Hegel does not accuse Fichte of failing to derive any constitutive principles of nature. In this respect, Hegel thinks Fichte better than Kant, who maintains the determinacy of nature only as a maxim of reflective judgment, valid on the hypothetically necessary assumption of an intuitive intellect other than our own. But it is one thing to derive constitutive principles of nature and another to derive constitutive principles that manifest the absolute first principle. Light is no eruption of the divine principle in nature, no symbol of the eternal, primordial knowledge imaged by nature. It is rather that through which rational beings that have been put together physically out of enduring and pliable matter can, while speaking to one another, at the same time see one another, just as air is that through which, while seeing one another, they can at the same time speak to one another. Fichte can derive determinate features of nature such as light and air, on account of which claims to be ridiculed by Kantians who do not see how any such features may be derived a priori. 73 only as instrumentally necessary for the exercise of human reason, but not as intrinsically necessary for the expression of absolute reason. In this respect, he contrasts with Schelling, who views light precisely as the eruption of the divine principle in nature, the third potency of nature, which anticipates human reason. 74 Fichte must concede this point, while regarding it as unavoidable and hence unobjectionable. For in his view the factum of reason is the active realization of the possibility of autonomy, and the ratio essendi thereby disclosed can only manifest itself in other rational agents like myself, not in merely natural objects. A properly transcendental philosophy, in Fichte's view, must progress from what is disclosed in this first personal singular factum and must therefore proceed only to conduums that I may ascribe first personally to myself. This requirement is supposed to be met even when he develops the foundations of the system theologically, beginning at least in writings published during his lifetime with the vocation O.J. Mann. When God becomes foundational, it is as the divine life and will that lives and wills in me, hence as a will and life in which I participate and which I ascribe first personally to myself, although it is not peculiar to me as an individual. But Fichte sees no way in which I may first personally self-ascribe the life of the natural world. Since natural objects including the natural world as a whole are incapable of autonomy, I cannot identify with them on the basis of the first principle disclosed through the factum of reason. So transcendental philosophy has no choice but to treat nature as something found, not as something constructed systematically that expresses the first principle. If Schelling and Hegel envisage a system that regards nature as an expression of its first principle, then their project is no longer transcendental. To be sure, there is a demand that the circle be closed, that nature be an expression of the absolute. But that, according to Fichte, is the source of the moral project, not a philosophical objection. Thus, as Fichte says in a letter to Schelling, the reality of nature appears in transcendental philosophy as thoroughly geundenel and indeed prepared and completed, that is, not as something constructed in intellectual intuition, hence not as an expression of the absolute. 75 To this, Schelling and Hegel may respond, however, that, if Fichte is right, then transcendental philosophy ultimately fails to answer Maimonides' skepticism about natural science. For the most Fichte's program could do is to validate those determinate features of nature which we presuppose O.J. necessity in our everyday agency. These features alone could be shown by Fichte to be grounded in an absolute ground from the philosophical standpoint, although they are capable only of grounding that is subject to the Agrippine trilemma from the empirical standpoint. But when it comes to those determinate features of nature which we presuppose of necessity in natural science, Fichte's program can have nothing whatsoever to say, although he himself promises to ground natural science in his original prospectus. Against Fichte, Hegel thinks that it is possible to carry out the German idealist program in a way that includes a response to Maimonides' skepticism about natural science. What is required is a rethinking of the transcendental standpoint itself. Unlike Reinhold, Fichte has some idea of the transcendental standpoint, but it is obviously not an adequate idea. To explain the inadequacy, Hegel thematised what he calls reflection, which is the form taken by empirical reasoning, that is, reasoning that is subject to the Agrippine trilemma and hence inadequate for systematic philosophy, though adequate for non-philosophical usage when it is employed in the service of philosophical system construction. Reflection should be compared with what Kant calls empirical practical reasoning, for each, regarded in isolation, intends to establish a totality with an absolute first principle, each is immensely seductive, and each according to Kant and Hegel is doomed to failure. Hegel characterizes reflection in isolation as the positing of opposites, and it is not difficult to see here, inter alia, some reference to Fichte's law of reflection or principle of determinability, which, as we saw in Chapter 5, underlies the method of construction in the second presentation of the Wissenschaftslehre. Part of what Hegel means by this characterization is that reflective philosophy can show the need not only for self-positing but also for the positing of nature, yet it cannot bring the self and nature into a holistic monist system, as distinct expressions of one and the same absolute first principle. Thus, for Hegel, an adequately transcendental standpoint is, first and foremost, one that enables the fulfillment of the holistic monist requirement. For this alone can satisfy the demand for an absolute grounding, an escape from the Agrippine trilemma. Since Fichte has in effect given up the project of demonstrating the absolute grounding of experience, that empirical knowledge, including scientific knowledge of nature, his project is not adequately transcendental. The program must be judged by its fruits. Since, in Fichte's case, those fruits do not include the absolute grounding of natural science, it follows that the transcendental viewpoint and reason have succumbed to mere reflection and to the understanding has succeeded in fixing the rational as an absolute opposition in the form of an idea. And 77 This must mean that there is a flaw in Fichte's understanding of the program from the outset. It must mean that his first principle, although it may be a genuine expression of the absolute, is not the genuine first principle, but rather is one of its derivatives. Since Fichte's first principle is disclosed through consciousness of the moral law, it must also be the case that this is not, after all, the factum of reason, not the actuality in which the absolute ratio essendi is disclosed. What, then, is the factum of reason? In Schelling's system transcendental idealism, it is with aesthetic experience that the system culminates and with which, presumably, the philosopher but not the system must begin. 78 As is well known, Hegel suggests that religious experience, more specifically, a Christian experience that focuses on the incarnation, should play this role. In Faith and Knowledge, for example, he writes, "This view of the world in the philosophy of absolute subjectivity, i.e., Fichte's program, is not the religious view at all. The philosophy of absolute subjectivity conceives of the bad das Übel merely as contingency and whim in an already finite nature. Religion expounds evil das Böse rather as a necessity of finite nature, as one with the concept of finite nature. But at the same time, it expounds an eternal redemption for this necessity, which is to say that it is a truly present and real redemption, not one that is put off into an infinite progress and hence never to be realized. Religion offers a possible reconciliation with nature viewed as finite and particular. The original possibility of this reconciliation lies in the original image of God on the subjective side, its actuality; the objective side lies in God's eternal incarnation in man, and the identity of possibility with the actuality through the Spirit is the union of the subjective side with God made man." Hegel does not here develop the radical and Spinozistic implication that, if the incarnation is supposed to disclose a first principle capable of grounding a science of nature, then it must be the incarnation of God, not only in man but in the whole of nature. Nor does he explain how such an experience, formulated in the terms of a particular religion based on revelation, may claim universal validity. The exact character of the factum of reason remains unresolved for Hegel at this point, one believe. I will return to the issue shortly, when I discuss Hegel's departure from the position developed in alliance with Schelling. What is clear from the criticism of Fichte as a subjective idealist, who cannot establish the absolute grounding of natural science, is that for those who accept this criticism the first principle must be neither peculiarly subjective nor peculiarly objective, but must be equally capable of expression both in rational agency and in nature. But if it is unclear what actuality might disclose this principle, it is no clearer how to formulate it. Hegel adopts Schelling's talk of the indifference of distinct expressions of the absolute, which is not equivalent to no difference at all but which is a difference compatible with sharing an essence. The system is now envisaged as tripartite, consisting of 1. A philosophy of nature, corresponding to theoretical philosophy, 2. A philosophy of spirit, corresponding to practical philosophy, and 3. A philosophy of the indifference between nature and spirit, culminating in an account of art and religion. 81. 6.4. I now come to Hegel's criticism of the program he had previously shared with Schelling and its appeal to intuition. Does this mark a fundamental break that renders my account no longer relevant? The absolute idealist version of the program, discussed in the previous section, is seen initially by both Hegel and Schelling as employing some conception of construction in intuition. Now, however, the notion of intellectual intuition is no longer guided by Kant's account of moral consciousness in the second critique. Instead, it is guided by Kant's account of intellectual intuition in sections 76 and 77 of the third critique. There Kant characterizes an intuitive intellect, other than our own, which goes from the synthetically universal, of the intuition of a whole as such, to the particular, i.e., from the whole to the parts, in which, therefore, and in whose representation of the whole, there is no contingency in the combination of the parts, and with respect to which there is no distinction between possibility and actuality. As Beatrice Longuenis has argued, these sections like the doctrine of the postulates in the second critique rethink the transcendental ideal in the first critique. 83. For Schelling and Hegel, the key notion is that, in intellectual intuition, everything is seen not as particular but rather as expression of the totality, hence as expression of the one absolute principle immanent within the totality. Such a principle can be characterized in neither the objective terms of Spinoza nor the subjective terms of Fichte, thus the philosopher too does not know distinct beings, but rather only one being in all original schematisms of the world intuition. He constructs, not the plant, not the animal, but rather the absolute form, i.e. the universe in the form of the plant, the universe in the form of the animal. Those schematisms are possible only insofar as they can take up into themselves the undivided fullness of unity, thus insofar as they become annihilated as particular. For as such they would limit the absolute being, since they would exclude other forms from themselves. But insofar as each grasps the absolute, and all return to each while each returns to all, they prove themselves as forms of divine imagination, and are truly or really unique, because they are possible with respect to the absolute, for in the absolute no distinction between possibility and actuality is valid. 84. But once the absolute principle is no longer understood in a way that privileges subjectivity, the idea of a constructive method analogous to that of geometry runs once again into variants of the problems discussed in 6.2. In a striking formulation, Schelling says, to say, I know or I am knowing already involves the proton pseudos. I know nothing, or my knowledge, to the extent that it is mine, is no TME knowledge. Not I know, but only totality knows in me, if the knowledge that I consider my own is to be a real, true knowledge. Is it still legitimate to speak of intellectual intuition once the Fichtean linkage to the immediacy of first-person singular self-ascription and to the immediacy of autonomous self-legislation has been severed? Moreover, if Fichte's law of reflection or principle of determinability is now regarded as incompatible with the German idealist program, are there iterable constructive procedures, as in geometry? The answer appears to be that there are not. Schelling sometimes seems to suggest that what he means by construction is nothing more than exhibition, Darstellung, in intuition, in other words, the demonstration of the universal in the particular. 86. Kant himself says that to construct a concept means to exhibit Darstellung a priori the intuition which corresponds to the concept. For the construction of a concept we therefore need a non-empirical intuition. But not all exhibition need involve iterable procedures in the way that geometric construction does, so the analogy between philosophical and geometric procedure is weakened considerably. These problems, I believe, motivate Hegel's abandonment of the language of intuition and construction. Instead, he develops his own version of the other alternative pioneered by Fichte in 1794–1795 presentation of the Wissenschaftslehre, the successive development of contradiction and resolution that comes to be known as determinate negation or dialectical logic. What should be noted, however, is that, as I have argued in 6.2, construction in intuition and determinate negation are competing interpretations of the same underlying methodological idea, the idea of a metaphysical deduction that begins with the ens reausimum and proceeds to trace the necessary delimitations or determinate negations of the space of all possible transcendental realities. So the terminological shift need not signify any radical departure, either from Hegel's own earlier work or from Schelling's, especially since it may be possible to show that contradiction and its resolution actually play a central role in what the earlier works call construction in intuition. This is not to say that there is nothing at stake in the shift from talk of intuition to talk of determinate negation. As we saw earlier, a significant distinction exists between appealing to a Tatsächliche Bewusstseins or fact of consciousness, which amounts to claiming an immediate presence to the mind and is not responsive to skepticism, and appealing to a factum of reason, which amounts to acknowledging the immediate and supreme normativity of a principle and which can figure in a complex, virtuously circular response to skepticism. Once the intuition appealed to by Schelling and Hegel is no longer connected to immediate normativity or, for that matter, to the unmediated character of first-person singular self-reference, which is also quite different from the immediate PR sense of a Tatsächlich. Here is a danger that the immediacy in question will collapse back into the immediacy of a Tatsächliche Bewusstseins, in this case, a fact of philosophical, not ordinary consciousness. Unless this can be prevented, the German idealist program will turn out to be esoteric in the same way as the seventh letter Platonism championed by Johann Georg Schlosser. As we saw in Chapter 5, Schelling abandons the claim to universal validity in his early works. Unlike Fichte, he does not seem troubled by the thought that the system is not universally accessible, and he does not develop any explanation of its obscurity. He sometimes seems to suggest that the difference between those who understand it and those who do not is a result of either innate differences or divine grace. Thus he asks, can philosophy be taught or not? Can it be attained through practice, or is it perhaps acquired neither through instruction nor diligence, but rather inborn through nature, or bestowed upon man by a divine gift? 89. Though not unequivocal, his reply hardly rejects the last two alternatives in the way that Fichte would have done. It is clear that it is nothing which can be taught. All attempts to teach it are therefore completely unnecessary in scientific philosophy and introductions to it, because they presuppose as necessary an entrance into philosophy. Preliminary expositions and the like are not to be sought in rigorous science. Hegel, however, is closer to Fichte in this respect. For him, the abandonment of the claim to universal validity is intolerable, and the suggestion that the system is intelligible only to those with innate or divine gifts must be repudiated. According to Karl Rosenkranz's report of his lectures at Jena after Schelling's departure, he, i.e., Hegel, protests in the most explicit way against the idea that by its very nature philosophy existed only for the few elect, that it required a special genius and a peculiar organization. We must note briefly that philosophy as the science of reason is by its very nature meant for everyone because of its universal mode of being. Not everyone achieves it, but that is not to the point, any more than it is to the point that not every man gets to be a prince. The disturbing thing about some men being set over others only lies in this, that it might be assumed that they were distinct by nature and were essentially of another kind. 90. Notice, however, that, unlike Reinhold, here Hegel claims that the system must be universally valid without claiming that it must be universally acknowledged. He may even be suggesting that the system cannot be universally acknowledged. For, if princes are not distinguished from their subjects by their innate or God-given gifts, then anyone can be a prince, but it nevertheless remains true, indeed, necessarily true, that not everyone can be a prince. Still, the crucial point is that, like Fichte and unlike Schelling, Hegel thinks that the German idealist system must be able to claim universal validity, even if it cannot hope for universal acknowledgement. To overcome the suggestion of dogmatism and elitism, it is not enough for Hegel to shift from the terminology of construction in intuition to one of determinate negation. He must also reject Schelling's impatience with introductions and preliminary expositions, and rethink the factum of reason through which the first principle is disclosed. For, if the system has universal validity, then this must show itself initially in the universal validity of the factum and of the standpoint that the philosopher thereby takes up. It is here that Hegel makes a series of remarkable moves that are peculiarly his own, while drawing on the resources of the 1780s and 17905. Returning to Jacobi's characterization of philosophical reason as nihilistic, he affirms that negation is indeed the characteristic expression of absolute grounding. It is in the contradiction-driven dissolution of a set of exhaustive and exclusive alternatives with a common presupposition that Hegel, in the Phenomenology oj Spirit, locates the factum of reason that discloses the absolute first principle of the system. Negation occurs both locally and globally. Each shape of consciousness aspiration to absolute knowledge is claimed to lead to antinomy and hence to its own negation, and, by the end of the work, all shapes of consciousness are said to lead to antinomy. Since the presupposition shared by all the shapes is the non-identity of knowing subject and known object, it follows that absolute knowledge is impossible on this presupposition. Both locally and globally, the negations may be understood entirely negatively or positively in Hegel's terminology, abstractly or determinately. Locally, the negation of each shape of consciousness may be seen merely as the dissolution of a particular attempt at absolute knowledge and as nothing more. Globally, the negation of all shapes of consciousness may be seen as grounds for thoroughgoing skepticism about absolute knowledge and as nothing more. But the negation of each shape may also be seen as giving rise to the next, and the negation of all may also be seen as giving rise to absolute knowledge that expresses the identity of subject and object, spirit and nature. Whether or not Hegel can successfully make out this claim to determinate negation, it is worth noting that, in this respect as well, Kant's deduction of freedom provides a precedent. Recall that, in the active consideration of conflict between my individual pretension to the absolute and universal normativity of my happiness, and the supreme normativity of the moral law, my response has two aspects. First, there is the wholly negative moment of my humiliation as an empirical subject, then there is the positive moment of my elevation as a free subject capable of autonomy, the moment of respect for the moral law and for myself as autonomous legislator of the law. Negation of my aspiration to absoluteness as an empirical subject has a determinate aspect, my recognition of myself as free, hence as capable of and responsible for either acknowledging or repudiating the law of my freedom in my deliberation. Similarly, for Hegel, negation of our aspiration to absolute knowledge as a subject distinct from the object has a determinate aspect, recognition of ourselves as expressions of an absolute principle that is heterogeneous with every empirical ground, hence as capable of either annihilating all putative groundings or elevating them as derivatives from an absolute ground. In both cases, demonstration of the inadequacy of a putative absolute that turns out to be merely incapable of escaping the Agrippine trilemma is at the same time the exhibition of the genuine absolute. Like the factum of reason in Kant's deduction of freedom and in Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, Hegel's deduction of pure science is supposed to show how the first principle can be universally valid, while leaving each of us free to repudiate it. Through this factum of reason, Hegel hopes to disclose the first principle of the system, which is initially articulated, neither as natural nor as spiritual, but rather as indifferent to the distinction between nature and spirit, within what he calls the science of logic. Here Hegel makes another important move that differentiates his mature version of the German idealist program from the version on which he had collaborated with Schelling. Whereas he and Schelling had previously insisted that the system must begin with the absolute, by which they meant the idea of the ens realissimum from which the totality of the real is to be derived, Hegel now says that the absolute is essentially a result, that only in the end is it what it truly is. 92. This might mislead one into thinking that Hegel has given up the project of a progressive derivation from the idea of the ens realissimum. But this would be incorrect. What he means is that the first principle disposed through the factum of thoroughgoing skepticism f is an initial and still inadequate expression of the first principle, which achieves adequate expression only through its dialectical articulation in the system. Hegel's system is still progressive and, moreover, still progresses from the idea of God, although this idea is at first expressed in its most impoverished form, as mere being. For being and all the other determinations of Hegelian logic are the metaphysical definitions of God. 95. Hegel's logic is the logic of what he calls the concept, and so he might seem to depart entirely from the program worked out in alliance with Schelling, which involves construction in intuition. But the concept is a universal that is also singular, whereas intellectual intuition is singular and also universal. They are competing ways of doing the same thing, articulating the relationship between the individual and the totality in a holistic monist system. Hegel's understanding of the relationship between intellectual intuition and logical concept is illuminated by comparison with Manon's understanding of the relationship between intuition and concept in mathematics, discussed in Chapter 3. In Maimonides' view, intuition is the indispensable medium in which our finite intellects discover universally valid truths. But exhibition in intuition shows only that some theorem is true, not why it is true. Only when the theorem is conceptualized freed from intuition can its ground be grasped. Similarly, Hegel says, we have already spoken above of the form of intellectual intuition, it is the most convenient manner of asserting knowledge respecting anything one likes. This intuition is intellectual indeed, because it is a rational intuition, and as knowledge it is likewise absolutely one with the object of knowledge. But this intuition, although itself knowledge, is not as yet known, it is the unrenunciated, the postulated. As it is in this way and immediate we must possess it, and what may be possessed may likewise not be possessed. Thus since the immediate presupposition in philosophy is that individuals have the immediate intuition of this identity of subjective and objective, this gave the philosophy of Schelling the appearance of indicating that the presence of this intuition in individuals demanded a special talent, genius, or condition of mind of their own, or as though it were generally speaking an accidental faculty which pertained to the specially favored few. For the immediate, the intuitively perceived, is in the form of an existent, and is not thus an essential, and whoever does not understand the intellectual intuition must come to the conclusion that he does not possess it. Or else, in order to understand it, men must give themselves the trouble of possessing it, but no one can tell whether he has it or not, not even from understanding it, for we may merely think we understand it. Philosophy is, however, in its own nature capable of being universal, for its groundwork is thought, and it is through thought that man is man. 96. In other words, the intellectual intuition claimed by Schelling and Hegel is genuine absolute knowledge. But it is still inadequately grasped and hence not yet known until it is conceptualized. For the same reason, the absolute idealist program shared by Schelling and Hegel has the appearance of being the esoteric possession of a specially favored few, an appearance that is overcome when it is translated into Hegel's conceptual idiom. Thus Hegel develops Maimonides' idea, differing from Maimon insofar as Hegel's practice of conceptualization is not mathematical, and thus Hegel shows that the intuitional method employed by Schelling and by his former self, though open to serious objection, was not a dispensable error. Rather, it was a necessary stage on the way to a method better suited for the attainment of the goal held constant throughout. F. 6.5. I turn now to Schelling's late criticisms of Hegel. As is well known, these criticisms set forth by Schelling in Berlin in the 1840s, after Hegel's death, although he had developed them earlier, certainly by the IS-20s, are of great importance for several strands of post-Hegelian continental philosophy, including Kierkegaard's existentialism and Marxism. In contrast, Schelling's positive suggestions, such as his attempt to work out a narrative philosophy of revelation, have little immediate impact in the 19th century. But they are foundational influences upon the 20th century work of Franz Rosenzweig and Paul Tillich, and upon the work of those who philosophize and theologize in their wake today. Is the account of the German idealist program developed here still relevant to Schelling's criticisms, which might well be called epical and which surely mark the end, in some sense, of German idealism? It should be noted first that Schelling never abandons the German idealist program. What he criticizes is the claim that the German idealist system is all OJ philosophy, not the necessity of constructing the system. More specifically, Schelling argues that the absolute idealist version of the program, pioneered by himself and developed by Hegel, should be considered negative philosophy, which must be distinguished from and supplemented by positive philosophy. The criticism may be put in two connected ways. First, there can be no derivation of the actual from the absolute first principle or ratio essendi. This is because, as Schelling puts it in terms that invoke both Jacobi's interpretation of Spinoza and the leap of faith he recommends as an alternative to Spinozism, in a word, there is no constant transition from the absolute to the actual. The origin of the world of the senses is thinkable only as a complete breaking off from absoluteness, by a leap. P. Therefore, the origin of no finite thing leads immediately back to the infinite, but can instead be grasped only through the series of causes and effects, although this series is itself endless and its law has, therefore, not a positive but rather a merely negative meaning, namely, that nothing finite can arise immediately from the absolute and be deduced from it. In virtue of which, the ground of the being of finite things is already expressed as an absolute breaking off from the infinite. P. We know as a matter of fact that there is something rather than nothing and that this something is grounded in a way that is vulnerable to the Agrippine trilemma, so we seek to ground what there is in the absolute by constructing the system. But we cannot explain why the absolute gives rise to something rather than nothing. Indeed, in his lifelong attempt to construct a philosophy of freedom that is the counterpart to Spinoza's system, Schelling comes to think that the absolute must be conceived as freely choosing to create the world if there is to be freedom for humans in the world. Here nothing more can be explained by necessity, rather, the transition into being is a free deed. Here all deduction ceases, to the extent to which it is a deduction of something absolutely given from premises that have been determined in advance. Here we separate ourselves from the concept of the dialectician. Here is the point where not the concept but only the deed is decisive. On the supposition of the fact that there is something rather than nothing, the system can exhibit the absolute ground for this something being as it is. But the system cannot explain its supposition. It cannot explain why there is something rather than nothing. By the same token, even if the categories deduced in the system have determinate actualizations, and even if they can be shown to have them, the system cannot explain why they have them, for this, too, depends on there being something rather than nothing, on the free deed of creation. Here Schelling turns a familiar Kantian line of thought on its head. First, it is central to Kant's thinking that much follows of necessity on the supposition that the world is intelligible, that the demands of reason are met, and that there is nevertheless great difficulty in justifying this supposition in a way that supports positive metaphysical cognition. For Schelling, however, we are justified in assuming the intelligibility of the world and in claiming positive metaphysical cognition of its rational structure. The difficulty lies in explaining the supposition that the world exists, which we can only treat as an arbitrary fact, an act of divine will. Kant thinks that the existence of the world is unproblematic. What is problematic is the essence or intelligible structure of the world. For Schelling, it is just the reverse. The essence of the world is knowable, but the existence of the world is an incomprehensible mystery. Second, the culmination of the system, in which the ratio conoscendi is derived from the ratio essendi, the normative principle rom the transcendental principle, can never be the completion of the system. As we have seen, once the absolute does give rise to an actual world, the actuality cannot be fully grounded in the absolute as first principle, or else it would be derivable from the absolute. By the same token, however, the actuality of the world cannot be fully comprehended in the absolute as result, or the normative culmination of the system. The point may be put both epistemologically and ontologically. Epistemologically, Schelling's argument is that Hegel's Maimonian project cannot be carried out, intuition can never be fully resolved into concept. The preconceptual, singular actuality remains present and even guides the conceptualization. The identity philosophy was with its first steps in nature, thus in the sphere of the empirical and thereby also of intuition. Hegel wanted to erect his abstract logic above the nature philosophy. But took the method of the nature philosophy there with him. It is easy to see how forced the result had to be of wishing to elevate into the merely logical the method which definitely had nature as its content and the intuition of nature as its companion. It was forced because he had to deny these forms of intuition and yet continually tacitly assumed them, whence it is also quite correct to remark, and not difficult to discover, that Hegel already presupposed intuition with the first step of his Logik and could not take single step without assuming it. 102 Once again comparison with Maimon is illuminating. For Maimon, transcendental philosophy could answer the quaestio quid juris, the question of justification, only on the supposition of the fact of science. But it could not justify this supposition. Meanwhile, geometry, along with the best of mathematical physics, could show at most that certain universally valid theorems and laws are in fact true. But it could not show us why they are true, for the mathematical demonstrations depended on intuition and were inadequately conceptualized. Consequently, the fact of science remains open to skeptical doubt, and transcendental philosophy, which depends on this fact, remains vulnerable to the charge of empty formalism. Similarly, for Schelling, the German idealist system can answer the question of justification only on the supposition of the fact of existence. But it cannot justify the supposition. Meanwhile, what Schelling calls positive philosophy, which appeals to intuition as expressed in the symbolic language of revelation and mythology, can show at most that certain universally valid claims about the free activity of God are true. It cannot fully conceptualize these claims and so cannot show why they are true. Thus the free activity of God remains open to skeptical doubt, while the German idealist system remains vulnerable to the charge of empty formalism. Put into ontological form, Schelling's argument appeals to the point, first made by Reinhold against Schmid, that the absolute in both God and humanity is free, not only to be autonomous but also to be heteronymous, and indeed to be evil. The significance of a philosophy that makes the principle of the fall expressed in its highest generality, albeit unconsciously into its own first principle, cannot be advertised with sufficient fanfare. It is true that, as principle of the whole science, it can have as its result only a negative philosophy, but it has achieved much already insofar as the negative, the realm of nothing, is separated from the realm of reality and the uniquely positive through a boundary effect cut, since the latter could only shine forth once again after this separation. Whoever intends to know the good principle without the evil, finds himself in the greatest of errors, for, as in Dante's poem, so too in philosophy, the way to heaven goes only through the abyss. When the abysses of the human heart open themselves in evil and those terrible thoughts come forth which ought to remain eternally buried in night and darkness, only then do we know what possibility is in man and how his nature is for itself or when left to itself. A system whose first principle is disclosed through the factum of reason, the self-conscious acknowledgement of the normative supremacy of pure reason, whether it is expressed in morality, art, or religion, and which culminates in the deduction of the possibility of this factum, will not be able to comprehend the freedom to be heteronymous and the freedom for evil, for heteronomy is not merely the absence of autonomy, and evil is not merely the privation of good. Heteronomy is the inversion of autonomy, evil the inversion of good, and they have their own seductive facade of rationality. Strictly speaking, heteronomy and evil cannot be comprehended at all. For comprehension is full conceptualization and rationalization, which is impossible in these cases. To extent that heteronomy and evil can be understood, this cannot occur within a system whose entire orientation is to autonomy and the good. Putting the two arguments together, we might put Schelling's point as follows. It is possible, even necessary, to construct the German idealist system, thereby exhibiting the absolute ground that is immanent within the totality of the real. But this system can only be a lifeless skeleton, a merely conceptual account of the totality. Once the world comes freely into actuality, there is also the freedom to repudiate freedom, the freedom for evil. Without this actuality, the system is empty. With this actuality, the system is, to be sure, a closed circle, exhaustive but nevertheless incomplete. The German idealist program can and therefore should be carried out. But it can never give rise to the system of freedom that Schelling once envisaged as a counterpart to Spinoza's ethics. Freedom both divine and human makes the system possible, but at the same time freedom remains unsystematizable. Thus the system cannot be the whole of philosophy, and it is a short step from this point to the argument that mistaking the system for the whole of philosophy leads, not only to a failure to give an adequate account of freedom, but to a nihilism in which freedom negates itself, a nihilism that can manifest itself beyond the academy. These are thought-provoking ideas that point in many fascinating directions. Without impugning Schelling's originality in any way, I have sought to show that, here too, he is working with resources drawn not exclusively but nonetheless centrally from the formative debates of the 1780s and 1790s, in which Jacobi, Maimon, and Reinhold are central figures. Conclusion. Finally, in light of the account offered in this book, I want to reflect on three ways of articulating the sense that German idealism can be of little interest to contemporary Anglo-American philosophy. The first is that, as idealists, they cannot also be genuine realists. The second is that their views are irrelevant to contemporary naturalism. The third is that they are simply too obscure to take seriously. Like Kant, each German idealist claims to be a realist as well as an idealist and, indeed, to be able to defend realism precisely on the basis of idealism. This becomes at least plausible in virtue of 2 points argued in this book. First, in many philosophical texts, including those of Kant and the German idealists, the basic point of drawing a distinction between the real and the ideal is to distinguish between the sorts of things and properties that are capable of grounding the coming into existence and properties of other sorts of things, which are real, and the sorts of things and properties that are thus grounded, which are ideal. 1 second, Kant and the German idealists differentiate two standpoints from which to draw the distinction between the ideal and the real, an empirical standpoint appropriate to ordinary and natural scientific practices of judgment, and a transcendental standpoint appropriate to philosophy after the Kantian revolution. If the ideal is identified as the mental and the physical as the real, and if an idealist maintains that the objects of empirical knowledge are ideal, then it is certainly hard to be a realist of any meaningful sort about these same objects. But these identifications are plausible only from the empirical standpoint. Indeed, even from this standpoint, the identifications are not compulsory. Whereas no single, detailed exposition of transcendental idealism could articulate the views of Kant and the German idealists, I see no compelling reason to understand any of them as holding like Berkeley that empirical objects are mental. 2. The general view of empirical realism and transcendental idealism that emerges from this book is, rather, as follows. Empirical grounding. The grounding to which the justifications and explanations we give from the empirical standpoint, thus in everyday life and in natural science, are responsible as vulnerable to the Agrippine trilemma. That is to say, it can be shown according to Kant, it can be shown in virtue of Newtonian physics that any justification or explanation given from the empirical standpoint, when challenged, leads either to a brute assertion, to an infinite regress, or to a vicious circle. This raises the threat of Agrippine skepticism, doubt about the genuinely justificatory or explanatory character of reasons given from the empirical standpoint. Unless we can overcome this skepticism, we will no longer be able to regard our everyday and natural scientific distinctions between the real and the ideal as justified. In this sense, we will no longer be able to regard empirical realism as rational. There is more than one way to respond to the threat of Agrippine skepticism about empirical knowledge. One response is to accommodate Agrippine skepticism by adopting empirical idealism, the view that empirical grounding is not genuine grounding, which is to be found elsewhere if anywhere. Kant and the German idealists respond otherwise. As I interpret them, they choose to defend empirical realism, the view that empirical grounding is genuinely grounding by tracing an absolute grounding that escapes the Agrippine trilemma. However, they do not take this absolute grounding to be continuous with the empirical grounding whose genuineness they hope to establish. Instead, recognizing that empirical grounding is ineliminably subject to the Agrippine trilemma and that the success of both philosophical and non-philosophical reasoning depends on their mutual closure, they regard absolute grounding as heterogeneous with empirical grounding. On the implications of this heterogeneity, they disagree. But all concur that an empirical object can be both empirically real, can play a grounding role in some ordinary or natural scientific explanation or justification, and transcendentally ideal can be, in some sense, the explanandum of a philosophical account that aims to show how empirical grounding is itself absolutely grounded while drawing a sharp line between empirical and absolute grounding. Indeed, all concur that it is only because empirical objects are transcendentally ideal that they can be empirically real, which is to say, it is only because empirical grounding is itself absolutely grounded that it can be grounding at all. From this revolutionary movement arises a family of substantive philosophical programs, whose success in defending empirical realism cannot be known in advance. But no obvious incompatibility with empirical realism follows immediately from the commitment of these programs to transcendental idealism, in the senses in which I have interpreted these terms. To be sure, contemporary philosophers use realism and idealism or anti-realism to signify a variety of contrasts. I have argued only that the transcendental idealist program as I understand it is not immediately incompatible with empirical realism in one sense that seems entirely genuine and that is known to contemporary philosophy. If there are those who wish to argue that this program is nevertheless incompatible with empirical realism in some other sense, and that this other sense is the authentic one, then the burden of proof is theirs. Otherwise, if there is an incompatibility between transcendental idealism and empirical realism, then it will be not immediate but rather the result of the program's failure. Can German idealism have any pertinence to contemporary Anglo-American philosophy in light of the current dominance of varieties of naturalism? Agreeing on the whole that naturalism is a good thing, Anglo-American Kantians tend to divide from Anglo-American post-Kantians precisely on the question of whether a reconstructed Kantianism or a reconstructed German idealism is described as naturalist. But naturalism is used to signify a bewildering range of commitments. If, 1. A naturalist is someone who believes that there is no need for a philosophical discipline distinct from natural science, or that philosophy is methodologically continuous with natural science, then neither Kant nor the German idealists are naturalists. Nor is any philosopher who accepts the need for some distinction between the empirical and transcendental standpoints. If, however, 2. A naturalist is someone who believes that the only possible entities are the empirical objects studied in natural science, then, according to the argument of this book, the German idealists are naturalists but Kant is not. 4. In light of his monadic individualism in metaphysics and his Newtonian holism in physics, Kant is committed to the existence of supersensible entities or things in themselves, which are not subject to the laws of nature. In contrast, as holistic monists, German idealists deny the existence of any such entities. The absolute first principle in which they ground empirical objects is not sensible, but it is also not an entity. There are at least two other senses in which the question of naturalism is worth raising here. In one sense, 3. A naturalist is someone who eschews all metaphysical claims, limiting philosophical inquiry to some conceptual scheme shared by some group, by all finite rational beings, or by all human beings, or by some more local community. In another sense, 4. A naturalist is someone whose metaphysical commitments are entirely secular, someone who makes no theological claims. On the interpretations offered here, neither Kant nor the German idealists are naturalists in either of these senses. All of them make metaphysical claims that transcend the limits of anything describable as our conceptual scheme, anything that contrasts with the in itself. Indeed, all of them make claims that are, in some recognizable sense, theological, which is not to deny that each is in some way a theological revolutionary. In Kant's case, both of these theses are controversial. One of the most impressive strands of recent Kant interpretation has taken pains to argue that Kant's transcendental idealism may be construed as a two-aspects view that involves no existential commitments beyond the limits of possible human experience. Even among those who think Kant is committed to the existence of supersensible things in themselves as noumena in the negative sense, some would balk at the suggestion that he has substantive commitments to the existence of noumena in some positive sense that includes being grounded in God. On the interpretations offered here, however, Kant has such commitments, and they are metaphysically substantive, notwithstanding the fact that they are demonstrable only from the practical point of view. As for the German idealists, I think it is relatively uncontroversial that they are not naturalists in the third sense. At any rate, in my view, it should not be controversial. Responding to Manon's version of the actuality problem confronting transcendental argumentation to the worry that, even if some line of philosophical reasoning is necessary for us, it is nevertheless a merely formal line of reasoning that shows how we must think, but not how things actually are, is one of the chief objectives of German idealist methodology. What is and should be controversial is whether they are non-naturalists in the fourth. Some impressive recent commentaries seek either to downplay the importance of theology within their projects or to read their overtly theological claims as claims about the structure of the human community. I would argue, however, that those who take the former view underestimate the central importance of ontotheology, notably, the identification of God as the absolute first principle required for an escape from the Agrippine trilemma for the German idealist program in its most fundamental formulations. Meanwhile, those who think it obvious that the God of German idealism is not really God, on account of not being a supersensible entity, have not taken seriously a range of possibilities that go beyond what is sometimes called orthodox theology in both Judaism and Christianity. In particular, they have not taken seriously the possibility that Spinozism, which can take a variety of forms, including but not limited to Spinoza's own view, may be described not only as the naturalization of theology but also as the theologization of nature. German idealists naturalize theology insofar as they reject all supernatural entities, including a supernatural divinity. But they theologize nature insofar as they maintain that nature is possible, as the object of empirical knowledge, only if the categorical forms of nature are transcendentally derivable from an absolute first principle that is appropriately characterized as divine. Whether the German idealists have theological views that can be reconciled with some version of theological or religious orthodoxy is quite different from the question whether they have genuinely theological or religious views at all. I have not addressed the former question in this study. In my view, then, there is a sense in which the German idealists are naturalists but Kant is not. For they reject the supersensible things in themselves to which he is committed. As I have argued, however, they remain committed to the in itself, understood as the absolute ground of the possibility of experience. What they reject is any description of the in terms of things, because they think that no such description could be sufficiently heterogeneous to empirical grounding. Consequently, they are not naturalists in the other senses I have discussed. If my interpretation is correct, then I doubt that many contemporary philosophers who call themselves naturalists would apply the term to the German idealists. Does this deprive German idealism of contemporary relevance? I hope that relevance consists not merely in fundamental agreement with prevalent contemporary views, but rather in the provocation to rethink those views. As one have presented it here, the German idealist program responds to problems about justification and explanation that remain live, at least in analogous forms, within contemporary philosophy. Moreover, the German idealist mode of response can be motivated without appeal to any antecedent religious convictions. Historically, to be sure, the identification of the absolute principle as the divine seems to have been there from the dawn of philosophy and is surely present from the beginning of each German idealist's career. Methodologically, however, this identification, along with some interpretation of religion as implicitly acknowledging the principle, can come late in the story. It is just because the identification can come late in the story that some religious thinkers, perhaps out of considerations dos to Jacobis, perhaps for reasons closer to Sche links, regard German idealism as inadequate for a genuine understanding of religion. If a naturalist is someone who rejects any philosophical position with a theological dimension out of hand and without argument, then it is a form of dogmatism whose influence is regrettable. No doubt, there are theological philosophers who are equally dogmatic in their rejection of any wholly secular philosophy, but, in my view, the German idealists are not among them. What they assume is that religion, like, say, ethics and aesthetics, is a region of human life of judgment and doctrine, as ritual and worship that is subject to specific kinds of skepticism and that merits a philosophical account, whether that account expresses skepticism or tries to respond to it. The burden of proof is on those who think that there should be no philosophical account of religion in this broad sense. What, then, of the thought that German idealism is too obscure to take seriously? Presumably, this presupposes that the obscurity in question results not from the genuine difficulty of the subject matter but from either muddle-headedness or obscurantism, or an unholy combination of the two. I have argued here, however, that a philosophically motivated commitment to the heterogeneity of philosophical grounding leads to the idea of a special standpoint for philosophy, and thus to the idea that some language will be used differently from that standpoint. These uses will therefore be misunderstood, or not understood at all, by those who do not occupy the required standpoint. Thus a certain obscurity follows from the very nature of the German idealist project. What remains to be seen, however, is the extent to which the actual obscurities of German idealist texts can be explained in this way. Studies of German idealists often claim contemporary interest on the ground that some reconstructed version of German idealism fits a description with acknowledged contemporary appeal, such as non-reductive naturalism. This has not been my strategy, although German idealism, as I understand it, is certainly non-reductive and is in some sense naturalistic. First, I have focused precisely on the aspect of German idealism that is least fashionable, the systematization project that inherits and transforms an ancient tradition of onto-theology that could hardly have less contemporary appeal. Second, I have sought to reconstruct, not a philosophical position or family of positions resulting from this project, but rather the complex of problems to which the project is responsive. Some of these problems, some versions of post-Kantian skepticism, for example, have contemporary analogues, which arise in turn from the analogies between earlier developments in Anglo-American philosophy and the Kantian or Transcendental tome. Other problems, those that motivate the quest for absolute grounding, will seem less familiar. Even in this case, however, there are contemporary analogues, for example in epistemology and in moral philosophy, where Agrippan skepticism remains a topic of discussion. What is least contemporary, then, is the idea that the thread of Agrippan skepticism underlies all the problems of philosophy, and that the solution may lie in some perhaps heterodox version of philosophical theology. It seems to me, however, that if, in the history of philosophy, we seek to recognize ourselves in the other, this is worthwhile only if we also recognize the other in ourselves. If we do not reconstruct the attractions of the onto theological interest in the absolute, of which German idealism is arguably the most sophisticated version, can we responsibly decide that this ancient tradition is dead? Without any such reconstruction, can we know how to retrieve from German idealism those philosophical treasures that have not lost their sparkle? Is it wise in philosophy to exclude in advance the possibility that something long presumed dead will surprise us with its vitality?